that health should be the right of every child. Today, the company is the world's largest manufacturer of vaccines by number of doses, and a testimony of the quality is the fact that the company's vaccines have been accredited by the World Health Organization, Geneva. 1967 saw the first manufacturing operations for tetanus vaccines in the company that was formed with the aim of manufacturing life-saving immunobiologicals, of which there was a shortage in the country and which were being imported at high prices. Today, the company's product portfolio encompasses a wide array of recombinant, conjugate and combination vaccines. In response to the ever-increasing global demand for high-quality, affordable vaccines, the company is constantly adding to its setup of dedicated, state-of-the-art manufacturing plants, sophisticated laboratories, and high-tech quality and R&D departments, which undertake cutting-edge research projects that endeavor to make the world a safer and healthier place to live. The colossal production output, which will soon find its way across the planet, is stored under carefully monitored environmental conditions in huge storage bays. The huge blending vessels of 3,000 liters capacity produce vaccines to the tune of 1 million doses a day. Fully automatic, high-speed vial washing, filling, stoppering, and sealing machines ensure both the highest quality standards and quantity of the output. Serum Institute has the largest computerized facility around the world for lyophilization of parenterals. Focused efforts on the international markets, mainly through WHO, UNICEF, the Pan American Health Organization, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, etc., have enabled the company to export a wide variety of vaccines and antisera to over 170 countries around the world, notably to Asia, Africa and South America, and also to the CEE and CIS states. The company has been instrumental in saving millions of lives across the globe by supplying billions of doses of vaccines at short notice to control epidemics and also to cater to mass immunization campaigns. The future holds a lot of promise as we are committed to introduce newer technologies and products to contribute to the making of a healthier world. The company will continue its relentless pursuit of trying to conquer diseases. While the accolades come as milestones on this humanitarian journey, Serum Institute of India is steadfast in making Dr. Cyrus Poonawala's dream come true. Serum Institute of India. Protection from birth onwards.
Everyone has a journey, and it has to begin somewhere. As we unveil your story with precision, we allow you to rest as ancient wisdom guides you. Imagine a place where we live in harmony with nature, without any change. Every raindrop collects and flows through the veins of the architecture. And as the sun appears, it fuels our entire existence. So our journey continues as we introduce our holistic ecosystem that builds the true meaning of clinical wellness. This way, Tula becomes more than a destination. It becomes a lifestyle.
At Parth Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are, and we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will.
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people in a vibrant society with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way.
Yeah, we're a couple.
It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do?
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
شو اسمك؟
اسمي محمد. تخيل تنولد وانت عندك ثقب في الرقبة وتتنفس من الأنبوب.
Yes, it can be quite disabling, disfiguring, but psychologically also it really scars a child. He never feels normal. The parents had sort of given up and thought that this is going to be living with this forever. We had to convince the parents to say, look, there's a good chance we can remove this. So allow us to do a bronchoscopy and then we can fix it slowly. Eventually, thankfully, that's what's happened. The procedure is quite complex and delicate. There's a high risk of scarring back. So as a final part of this procedure, we use some tissues from his own cartilage from his ear. We remove the tracheostomy tube and close the hole in his neck. Graft may not survive. There's a high risk of failure.
تعرف شو يعني تسمع صوتك بعمر 7 سنين لأول مرة؟
بطل ولدي بطل.
Probably wasn't speaking for 3-4 years of his life. Today, he's able to swallow on his own, he's able to speak, his neck is completely healed.
عطولي هالشي وبعدين عشان أعرف أتنفس.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward, creating opportunities.
IGF is the one moment in my annual calendar.
So the importance of IGF, it's actually about the quality of conversations.
I think it's such a fascinating mixture of people, businesses, the public sector.
You need places like the India Global Forum for the rest of the world to be interacting with.
We are all united in our desire for the same things. We want our businesses to grow, our careers to flourish, and our communities to thrive. We want to meet people who energize us, share exciting ideas, and discover new opportunities.
From India to the UK to the UAE and beyond, IGF is committed to bringing the contemporary India story.
Under the leadership of Manoj Ladwell, the forum is doing a great job of bringing together global climate leaders.
That we see the Indian community for the success story you are in 21st century Britain.
फ्यूचर बहुत ब्राइट है, हम बहुत तेजी से और एक बड़े स्केल के साथ आगे बढ़ते जा रहे हैं.
Amongst ongoing global turbulence, IGF remains at the center of limitless innovation, limitless possibilities and limitless collaboration, harnessing talent, technology and enterprise across sectors and geographies for maximum impact. India Global Forum is the gateway for global stakeholders to invest in and benefit from India's global trajectory. Hear from industry titans, build strategic partnerships, invest in the future. Only at India Global Forum. Join the conversation at www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Hello, good morning to everyone. If I can please request you all to take a seat. Good morning. Welcome to day 5 of IGF London 2024, Pathways to a Limitless Future. For all of you, and I see a lot of familiar faces here, for all of you who've been there with us through this week, give yourselves a round of applause, please. It's only been a minute. For all of you who are joining us this morning, welcome. We have an action-packed day. There's going to be a lot of fun. It's not like any other boring tech conference. And we'll tell you what's on the agenda today. But before that, let me introduce my partner in crime, Lucy Hedges. We got a memo that we should coordinate, but I think we coordinated different things than what we were supposed to.
But the theme was blue, so, you know, we've nailed it.
And that's not a political statement. Just want to make it very clear. No political statement there.
So I have heard, I've not been around this week, but I've heard it's been such a fantastic week. Has it been good? You had a good week? All right, so this week has been all about joining the conversation. We've got lots of experts in the room, lots of expertise, founders, finders, people who have grown their own businesses. So lots of amazing conversations are going to be had on this stage today. And we want this to be as interactive as possible. So we want you to keep that energy up and we want you to network the hell out of this event as well. Now, we'd also like to say thank you to our sponsors. Throughout the week, we could not have done this without you, so big shout out to you. Now, you're going to hear from some of the top global innovators. They're going to discuss, debate, and reflect on what the world will look like in the coming decade. So you're either going to leave today feeling incredibly optimistic or very scared and paranoid about the future. So while we will be looking into our metaphorical crystal ball, we'll also be looking at what's happening now, what's laying the foundations that are going to pave the way for the future. It really is going to be such a fantastic day. I'm excited. Are you excited?
Absolutely. And we also have a third musketeer who is missing right now. We're missing Ben, but he's going to be with us. He's had quite the night, so we're going to be waiting for him. We haven't seen him since.
I think there's a few delicate people in the room today after last night's awards.
But we're going to have fun. Lucy is going to be joining you. We're just going to do a little bit of a merry-go-round all through the day. So, we can get started?
Yes, I'm going to leave you to it. All right.
Right, so welcome, everyone. Welcome. It's 28th of June, 2035. And no, I'm not making a mistake because we've time-traveled into the future. What does 2035 look like? Are there flying cars? Do you answer your phone probably with a wink of an eye or like this, how they show in so many of those futuristic films? And what does sport look like? We're all sporting fans here, I'm sure. It's a busy time with the Euros, the World Cup. What does sport look like though in 2035? We have an incredible person to discuss that. Doesn't need an introduction, but here's a quick look at who we have today.
Announcing a special guest who has made an indelible mark both on and off the field. A legendary footballer, a fearless leader, and an inspiring advocate for change. Sol Campbell.
Sol Campbell, everyone. Hi, Sol. Thank you so much. Quick handshake. There you go. Have a seat, please. Thank you.
Interesting photo.
Yeah. See, Saul asked me, are you going to be using...
I've not seen that photo for 20 years.
Yep. I think that was a little dig by the IGF guys at your expense. Apologies for that. We have a lot of questions coming about Spurs versus Arsenal, but we'll let that rest for a bit. We are in 2035. Has football come home yet, or do we need to go further into the future for that to happen?
I think we might have to be lucky like Greece. I think when you look at it, it's not really started too well.
Mm-hmm.
it's not about how, you know, we're top of the league, top of the table, and we've, you know, got an quite easy game on paper, but it's how we are playing. That's the thing for me. Hopefully they can turn it around and get momentum. It's all about momentum now, really.
Yeah.
And picking the right personnel. Then he might have to change. And the sooner the better he finds the right formula. Because you don't want to lose confidence, and you know, you don't want to kind of have players who are itching to come on, and you're bringing them too late. You know, they can't affect the game. It's a real balancing act, you know, because it's an easy game on paper. Do you play the same team, or do you radicalise it and you change to the team that finished the last game? So.
Well, we'll probably get, you know, some 3 tips to Gareth Southgate at the end, but we're talking about, you know, sport, the integration of technology in sport. We've had technology so seamlessly integrated into our daily lives, whether it's, you know, your mobiles, jobs, whatever. But when it comes to sport, I think it's been a bit of a mixed bag, right? You have, say, tennis, cricket, the integration of technology has been embraced. It's not been as controversial as football. Firstly, why do you think so? Why do you think football has been a bit of an outlier when it comes to embracing technology? And where do you stand on that?
I think when you look at, say, just take tennis, I think when technology got into that, I mean, it's either in or out. You know, there's not many variables when it comes to tennis.
Yeah.
You know, maybe a few more when it comes to cricket. But when you look at football, there's like so many things can happen. So many things can happen. You know, millimeters here. You know, is it a push? Was the tackle a proper tackle? Did he fake the tackle? Whatever. You know, you've got the commentators or the pundits saying, "Oh, it was a penalty," but then, you know, you know, at the football stadium, the referees looked at it and got a message: no penalty. It's like, do you fully go into automatum and you leave a computer up to it and say the computer, you know, takes over completely, and there's no human kind of situation involved? Or do you kind of say, right, you limit it and it's just for offside and say, well, let the referee. You know, that's the trouble, is there's so many people for it. They spent a lot of money, you know, implementing it in. Some countries still don't have it. And now there's some clubs trying to get rid of it.
Do you support that? Do you think football is better off without VAR?
I think there is the controversy. I think that actually keeps football going, and so it doesn't get boring. And some, you know, people in the pubs and shouting about X, Y, Z.
You like the controversy?
I think. Well, I think.
Oh, so do we.
I think football loves that. You know.
Yeah.
But the only thing for me is when it comes to kind of, you know, big decisions that cost teams big cups like the league or World Cup and things like that. That's when I think technology came in to kind of make sure this doesn't happen. But there's still that, you know, element of, you know, it goes to the human, and is sometimes the human can be actually, you know, whoever's done the tackle or situations happened, that can affect, that personality can affect the footballer, can affect sometimes the decision, you know, whoever's adjudicator looking at the scenario.
Yeah, because
it does happen.
Yeah, football still has a huge human element to it, doesn't it, compared to, say, the other sport? And you don't want to completely lose that.
No, you don't want to lose that, because that keeps it going. That, you know, you want that human side, because sometimes, you know, they scored a goal and they're waiting for, like, you know, 2-3 minutes, and then it's no goal, and then they start jumping up and down. It's like, it's so kind of odd. You know, when you score a goal, you want to be, you know, you want to be no goal or it's a goal.
Yeah.
You don't want to wait 2-3 minutes to kind of decide. You know,
should you do your backflip yet, or should you just wait? You're not sure when to celebrate.
I'm just saying it takes it out of the game.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of fantastic feeling of scoring a goal. And for me, they have to shorten that. They have to reduce that time almost to like 5-10 seconds. Boom, that's it.
Yeah.
You don't want to be waiting for 2-3 minutes.
Well, Saul, we are at the Founders and Funders Forum, and we have so many entrepreneurs in our midst, and this is a new role for you as well. Tell us about your entrepreneurial journey.
Well, I actually studied the information technology when I was at GCSE level. So, you know, but obviously in between that, I got sidetracked with a 20-year football career. But I've gone back into it, mainly because, you know, for me, looking at football, sometimes, you know, I love the managing side, I love coaching, and I would love to kind of be in that environment. But for me, I just didn't get the right clubs. So I didn't want to completely leave football. I wanted to be a part of football. I wanted to be part of, history. I want to be, try to help kids, help teams, help countries. I want to participate in football. I didn't want to just, turn away and walk away because I couldn't get a job in the management side. And that's, for me, there's a lot of jobs that are in football that are being newly created as well. And I looked at football and I said, I've seen the gaps. I said, you know what, I want to, go for this scenario. There's many gaps in football that could, be plugged by data and then by technology. And I want to be a part of that. And, I want to use my brains and use my my kind of experience as well. I want to marry them together. So, that's the best way for me. I went to Harvard, I studied, business, media course as well. That kind of opened my eyes up of moving the needle when you bring something out new. So that was good. So, I've been to a lot of summits. Portugal does a lot, and in Spain as well, Seville as well, and there's a couple in the Middle East, there's, a couple in London, and we've been to a German summit as well. Mostly football ones, but I've talked and I've listened. So that's over the course kind of 2 years. I'm seeing what technology is out there already. Yeah. So, I've kind of, and you make some friends, and that's how I joined a company called Talnet, a Zurich-based, and Skopje, Macedonia. So, for me, I'm building a couple of features to kind of enhance their reach and move the needle when it comes to coaching football.
Yeah, you mentioned...
And also sports, really.
Yeah, you mentioned data-driven. But do you think there is a risk that you choose data over instinct? Like, say you see this kid who's fantastic, he's really raw talent, right? But I don't know, when you look at the data, it might not really back his support. Would you go with your instinct? Would you say, this is the man I believe in, I'm going with him?
They've got their data already, kind of, collecting data. They've got a couple of contracts in France and in Africa. I'm not kind of looking into that kind of area. I'm more looking like supplement a coach and almost kind of helping players solve problems. Because when you look at worldwide, there's a lot of players, a lot of people want to play football, but there's not enough coaches, not enough quality coaches out there. So I want to kind of plug that gap in the sense that give them almost an automated, friendly face who understands their problems, understands where they're going wrong and rectifies them. Then they can go back. You're never going to replace the managers and coaches. You always need someone to, arm round the shoulder or kick up the rear end and get going. You can't do that in a computer. But what you can do is help them in moments of they're stuck in a situation, they want to get better here and there. And then on top of that, I want to do the fitness one to kind of understand that you have to join the dots. If you do the fitness, and then you can do that skill. That's the thing. And then the third one I'm building a feature that will do content and podcasts, so you can kind of have those conversations, real conversations, and players can kind of take 5 minutes of it or take a 45 minutes kind of interview, and it'll be woven all sorts of scenarios, from food, for mental health, for what you do now, ups and downs, battles, what you had to, there's different type of battles, and so I think that's important, those authentic conversations, to hook in people to understand, to come into Talnet, to come into my features as well, and grow it, and it's all about talking. You never know who's in the room. Investor, innovators, engineers. I've got contacts with engineers or developers, and that's what I'm very open. Playing football has made me incredibly open and understand that talent and is everywhere.
Open to coaching England, maybe.
Yeah, who knows? Or build this, and then help players. That's what this what I'm trying to build here is not really for the established place. This is for America. This is for India. This is for Africa. This is for the Caribbean. This is the Far East. This is where, this is China. These are the places where, the coaches are limited. There's a lot of players and they don't know what they've got. India, they don't know what they've got.
Yeah, that's a great actually segue, because I want to do a quick poll here to see, and please don't feel obligated to say football because Saul's here, but if you had to choose between cricket and football as a sport that you watch, right? Quick show of hands, who would choose cricket? Okay. Football? Wow, I think, okay. I don't know how many of them are being honest or being polite, Saul, but obviously India is a huge cricket-crazy nation. But football is actually very popular, especially in these two states of Kerala and West Bengal. I don't know if you've seen some images from there, but especially during the World Cup, you have these standees put out of Messi and Ronaldo, and it gets quite crazy. What do you see the future of Indian football as?
Well, the main thing is, like, you know, obviously you're never going to surpass cricket. Cricket is there, and I totally understand that. But in football, you don't need to get, you know, the numbers. You probably just need 10% of that to kind of make football work, really. That's what I'm looking at. I think sometimes you see the big cake. You don't need the big cake to be successful. You just take a slice of it. And that's how I look at India. I mean, you just, you know, there's... it's in Kerala, there's big football kind of regions as well. But the main thing is pulling all that data in and you know, and bringing it in and understanding it and making people, you know, what have you got? That's the thing in India. You don't know what you've got at the moment. You know, I spent 5 weeks through the World Cup. Reliance organised the World Cup. So I was there, Luis Figo, Rooney was there, Perez was there as well. So I learned, I'm not saying I learned a lot about India, but also you start to see the passion there as well. And that's what it's all about, the passion of football. And you don't need, you know, 1.2, 1.3 or 1.4 billion, who knows, there. You don't need all those people. I said you only need 10% or 100 million. I mean, you know, that's Britain.
Yeah.
You know, when you look at it, you know, and that's enough to make it work. And you'd be able to find talent out of that. Not in the beginning. That's what people have to realise is it's a slow burning thing. But if you set the stones in the proper positions, you'll get it in 10, 15 years time. You know, India's a massive country. They love football.
Yeah. What are those stones? So what do you think India should be doing or can be doing to probably create more of a football culture?
Well, when I spoke to Igor, he's no longer the manager there now, but he was saying, you know, you have a situation that, say, 15, 16, they start looking at players. That's way too late to kind of discover new talent. FIFA has gone in as well. They're trying to help. My old manager, Arsene Wenger, is trying to kind of help. I don't know how far that goes, but, you know, it's a huge place. It needs a bigger operation. It needs, obviously, a buy-in by the government as well and regions because, you know, every region is different. You need a partner or partners to make it work. But I think you need that kind of willingness to make it work. And, you know, you look at, you know, India, look at China, you see so many people. You start to say to yourself, surely you can produce a team to get to the proper World Cup. They've made it easier now. There's a bit more space for India and China to get in. But, you know, with the big nations, you want to be in there, you know. America looked at it. They're getting better slowly. But I'm sure India and in places like India and China, you know, they're looking and saying, we've got so many people in this country, but surely we can produce a team.
Yeah, I think that's a big question, right? That's a question that's always asked in a country of this bigger population. Why don't we have more gold medals or why don't we have more footballers coming out of India? But maybe, hopefully someday we'll see an Indian in the Premier League as well. If not, you know, and India ever hold the Football World Cup, though that's the dream. But maybe someday there will be an Indian in the Premier League.
For sure, there will be. I mean, you know, the main thing about Premier League is it's so kind of open as well. It's talent. It's all about talent, and the Premier League has produced a fantastic. I don't know. It's almost, you know, it's a brand, and it's always open to opening the markets, and they love that. You know, just imagine. You know, look how it's done with Korea and some of the players. You know, at Tottenham. You know, there's one player there, a Song. You know how he's opened it up, and then Man United did that as well with some of their players. You know, it opens the market up. So if you have, you know, I mean, it makes business sense as well. You know, to have a couple of players in India. That opens the market, and there's more money flowing in and out. There's more connections, more ideas. That's what more people trade in ideas as well in business. You know, for me, the beautiful thing about football is that when if you go into an area and you're successful, the amount of money can generate, and also the goodwill. You know, everyone obviously looks at, say, Manchester City and say, oh, you know, they've got all these charges and they're suing the Premier League. But then you go to Manchester and you see what they've done. I mean, the money they've done and spent in that area is incredible. So you got that side, what you can do, you know, football. And I think India can easily do that.
But that's an interesting point that you make. There is this, a belief that money is corrupting football. Right? There is this belief that these days players are easily, and I'm using this for want of a better word, bought to go play elsewhere. Do you think that's a problem? Do you think there's too much money in football, it's losing its soul, or do you think that's actually a good thing?
I think it's all about having a level space. You know, I think sometimes, you know, it's hard because some clubs, you know, need more money to kind of get better you know, the best players. But when you look at, say, Arsenal and say Manchester City, okay, Manchester City's won it, but really, you know, when you look at it, Arsenal could have won this Premier League. It just came to Aston Villa. You know, that's not money.
Yeah.
That's like, having the right game, on the day, winning that game, because they won all the other games after that.
Mm-hmm.
So when you look at it, Man City could have pumped all that money in, but if Arsenal had beaten Aston Villa, the money doesn't mean anything. They've won the league.
But surely money, you can get the best players, you get the best facilities, so it does help the game. And I think the
Not really. Look at Man United.
We knew there was a dig coming. It had to be versus.
Look
Depending
at
on.
Tottenham don't spend money anyway, so.
I don't know. Do we have any Tottenham fans in the house?
They spent money on the stadium.
Is there any Tottenham fan in the house? Oh, I think they're all, again, they're being polite, so they're all just, they don't want to upset you. But we do have Arsenal fans in the house, I can tell, so. Oh dear. Just switching gears all a bit. We were talking earlier, I'm talking about social media. You're not very active on it compared to, say, a lot of others. Is that a new, a new problem or a new solution that new age players today have to contend with? Because there's already enough pressure, and then there's also the added social media pressure.
Yeah, I think some players have have embraced it. I think if you utilise it in the right way, I mean, they've got companies. I mean, many of the guys, I just run myself. That's why I've not got many. Others have kind of let companies take over and run it for them, and they've done really, really well. For me, one thing about social media, what happens is this: it's like when you actually. Social media can actually hide who you are as a human being, the substance of the human being. And many of these players, when you actually come up to them close and you start having a conversation, it's like, what's about you? They've just had someone better doing their PR. And that's what you want. I think that's where the world's going wrong. You want substance. The world is missing substance in all sorts of kind of walks of life, and from politics to running businesses or whatever, to schools. The character has just been sucked out. And I think that's what social media can do. It just sucks the characters out and it just has this facade. And also, what is this a facade? You blow it and it just disappears. I think we need more real people in the sense that, more conversations like this and people can see you and no kind of fake AI is really me. And that's what people want, I think. I think people more are kind of drawn to that kind of real kind of conversations. Some people, a lot of the kids, my kids have grown up that. I'm trying to limit it, the amount of times they're on social media. I think it's, especially when you're growing up and you're playing sport, I don't really like them on too much social media. I think it kind of, mucks around with their headspace and the kind of balance work as well. So you need to be balanced. I think sometimes if you can control it, it's great. But more times it's kind of controlling you. And that's the sad thing about social media.
Yeah, and especially if you're a player, there's trolling, there's so much of external noise already, and I'm sure that adds as a distraction and added pressure.
Yeah. I mean, I used to get abuse, but it used to be letters, and that was controlled. Some of these guys are getting abuse online, and it's hurtful because other people see it. It's a bigger impact, and keyboard warriors, and they're in some kind of some cellar somewhere and doing all these things, and it's hurtful. And then maybe sometimes that's why they got the people in between to kind of sieve that out so it doesn't reach. But then it does go out. And then, I've joined a team called Striver, and they're all about no hate with conversations. I think it's a really good concept. And the media platform for Striver, Gilberto Silva's involved in that, and I've got involved in that. And I think that's important. I think these kind of things, you've got to do it in the beginning. I think if the genie's out, it's hard to kind of put it back in.
Yeah.
So I think Striver's kind of starting from the beginning and kind of controlling that narrative and controlling those words.
Mm-hmm. Well, through the rest of the day, of course, we are going to be having conversations about the impact of social media, AI, good, bad, and the ugly. We're going to be exploring all of it today. Saul, very quickly, we're running out of time. Predictions for the Euros?
I think if England can sort themselves out, they can get to the final. It's a nice, easy, not easy route, but if they play to their maximum, but there's always a banana can come in and surprise them, and they can slip up. But they've got an easy group. They've missed the other side. The other side is incredibly kind of difficult, and you don't know what's going to come about. But if they play to their maximum and get going, they can get to the final.
Right, so maybe football is coming home this year. We don't know. We can hope.
Yeah.
Saul, thank you so much. Really appreciate you talking to us. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Saul Campbell. So we cannot. Oh, sorry.
kicking off today's proceedings quite nicely. So we're moving from talking all things sport and talent scouting to health and fitness. We're moving on to a conversation around FitTech and health. I think it's fair to say that FitTech has really redefined the way we move, the way we track and achieve our fitness goals, to the point where we might even be a little bit borderline obsessed. So we're going to dive into the world of health and fitness now. And I think a great person to help set the scene is Steve Dykes, Chief Retail and Countries Officer for Decathlon. So give him a welcome round of applause on stage. He's going to set the scene. Now, before I leave the stage to you, how are you?
Very good.
Excellent. So, am I right by saying...
the coordination.
You didn't get the memo, Steve. You didn't get the memo. So, am I right by saying you've been at Decathlon for 25 years?
That's right.
You are very much a part of the furniture. So, you've really seen the fitness landscape evolve and change, and you've seen how different countries interpret fitness, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have. Yeah, and I wanted to say a few words about that, if possible.
Hey, guys, if you
before
keep
we
the noise
start.
down.
Yeah,
All right, well, I'm going to leave the stage to you.
Yeah, thank you.
You've got about 7-ish minutes, and I'll be back to welcome our
I can
panelists.
see it click. So, yeah, I started in professional sports. I wasn't at the level of Sol Campbell, but I played at my hometown, Wigan Athletic, football. But my career after 2 years was ended. I snapped the ligaments in my ankle. And the doctor said at the time, if the technology had been better, maybe you could have played for longer, and it really stuck in my mind at the time. I moved a little bit away from sport. I went to university and found myself in Lyon in France as an English teacher in a French university. And the World Cup came to town. Sol Campbell was playing. I went to watch him in Saint-Étienne. He scored a goal, which I think with Vare technology would have been allowed these days. But I applied to work for the World Cup organizing committee, and I became a speaker in the stadium in 1998. And I remember really the obsession at that time to measure things and people who were commentating with the statistics, how long people were running, what contribution to the game. It became really more commonplace. So after that, I decided to stop as an English teacher and do something different, and I joined Decathlon. And a coincidence again, but the department I was working for was a new department which was measuring performance, measuring technology's impact on performance. And we had a few basic products at the time. We had a barometer for telling the weather. Is it going to be sunny for sport? We had watches which, believe it or not, were for telling the time. I start golf at 2 p.m. I finish approximately at 6 p.m. I'm in the bar for the 19th hole at maybe 6:30, 7 p.m., and it's going to be sunny. But I felt really the sales were good. The customers were really interesting in all things data about their performance and measuring. Fast forward 8 years, 2007, I was fortunate enough to become product manager, market manager for the electronics department in Decathlon, Géonaut. Traveled worldwide, China, Taiwan, Hong Kong in particular. And the tech had really moved on, clearly. We tried to develop products. We had loads of great ideas. Some of them I think we see now, but we dreamt. We had a vision about what technology could do in terms of wellness and fitness. I remember developing a stepwatch with an accelerometer from the car industry. We were super proud about it. And we're encouraging people to take 10,000 steps in a week, ideally in a day, to improve their health. But the technology was good, but it wasn't that good. It was quite clunky. I remember one of my French colleagues saying it was c'était comme une grande patate, which means it's like a big potato. And it was more maybe for weightlifting than really something about performance while you're playing sport. Afterwards, I became CEO for Decathlon UK, and then 8 years CEO for India and West Asia, which really changed my life, had a big impact. I think everybody who's had association with India has seen the progress and the acceleration of the market and sports in particular in the last 8 to 10 years. And for 8-9 years I was there. We went from 5 million euros, just one store, to 125 stores and over €500 million. In the early days, we organized events, and I remember one particular one in Delhi, 5:30 in the morning because of the heat. We said, let's do a 5K run and a competition. And we had 500 people approximately turn up. A lot of curiosity, a lot of different levels. For some people, it was the first time they tried to do a 5K run. One guy set off like Usain Bolt, and we thought, maybe going to break the world record, or after 200 meters, there's going to be a problem. And it was the latter. After 200 meters, there was a problem, but a real curiosity. 8 years later, with the Decathlon Play app, we have 2.4 million Indians regularly booking, playing. We have a cycling group, all the latest equipment, top-of-the-range carbon bike going off to the Nandi Hills in Bangalore, and a real thirst and interest in technology, and a real influencer from the community, social influencers, to really follow what's being done, and a lot of content being consumed, even with our own teammates. We have teammates who are really quite high level in different sports, and 20,000 followers. Obviously, it's a numbers game in India, and we feel that part of it really taking off. And the market, not only in a business sense, but in a sport and health and an obsession with the data, has really taken off too. Last few years, I came back just after COVID from India, based in Paris now, and all of these products which I was dreaming about at the time, like the Whoop watch, the Oura Ring, or the Fitbit, are being worn by colleagues and by customers, and the sales are really going through the roof. And we can see that really is the next step is really how do we have that parallel between sport and wellness, and a real kind of obsession with data. And it makes sense, really. I think people love to measure. The sense of this first introductory speech is it doesn't stop when you leave school. You think after you've done your exams that maybe you're not going to be tested or measured or whatever, but it really carries on. You know, I did a marathon a few years ago, and the first question after you finish is, what was your time? It's not how many days training you did. It really is what was your time. So I think human nature is really obsessed with information, and obviously that is the question and answer session. Is it a healthy obsession, or are we obsessed with health? I know in Decathlon we think it's good for you, and sport has so much to give. We have a lot of work with our foundation, and we can see the impact on soft skills. We can see the impact on people's mental health. I have colleagues and previous friends from India in Bangalore who are really pushing their kids to carry the sport on. There was a little bit of a stereotype at 13 and 14, sport finished and you should concentrate on your study and become a doctor or an engineer. We know we've heard that before. I see a lot of friends who are really been playing football with my sons at 15, 16. They're still encouraging it because there's such an impact on mental well-being and also physical well-being. We're exactly at 0. Look at that. Yeah, you nailed it.
Well, with such a varied career, you know, it
Yeah.
must be so great to just see how the landscape has changed so dramatically. And
Yeah.
it's hard to think that these watches and these devices are so clunky and so basic compared to the sophistication of technology that we have now.
Yeah.
So I'm going to invite 2 other panelists onto the stage. Daniel Herman, founder from Biosynergy, and Varun Banot, CEO from Magic AI. All right. Up you come. Right, take a seat.
Take a seat.
You can sit next to me, Daniel. So, Steve, just because off the back of your brilliant talk just then, how do you see the relationship between sports and fitness evolving in the next 10 years?
It's a really good question. I think, first of all, in Decathlon, we'd like to say fitness is actually a sport. But I know there is more of a connotation these days about fitness linking to wellness and health and well-being. The French actually say cricket is not a sport, but I know for some in the room it's probably a religion, and we probably shouldn't talk about it being an Englishman after last night. So congratulations to the Indian team. But I think we see it in 2 different ways. There's one way is that when you look at the statistics from the WHO, there's 30% of people who are not practicing sport. Mm-hmm. And by 2030, and it's just been released this week, that it will rise to 35%. That's 1.8 billion people worldwide who are not doing enough sport, and there's a fear of diabetes or obesity. Yes. So I think governments with fitness are going to try to encourage the population to do more sport. We see it in India with Prime Minister Modi, with Fit India, which we try to align with, to just get people doing 30 minutes, 40 minutes a week, to try and do the recommended 75 intensive, or 2 hours, if possible, less intensive sport per week. Afterwards, there is the group who were really the ultra sporty people who are buying all of the gadgets, who really want that more personalized information about what they're doing. I think it's 30% of our customers, they want more data about their performance to get better, as long as it stays personal data. They don't want to share it with people, they really want it to be for themselves, but it's a really key point for that other group as opposed to the group who are becoming more obese.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting you say about data. You know, we are really quite driven by this data, and I think for a lot of people, privacy is a big problem as well. You know, people want to keep that data personal, and in the future, a lot of people are worried about where that data is going to go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. You know, and we're quite careful. Really, we try to be useful with our products. You know, Decathlon were the company that came out with the 2-second tent and the easy breath mask. And, and it takes a bit longer to put it back in the bag, but you know.
Yeah, tell me about it. I've grappled with my fair share of Decathlon tents. Yeah.
But it's we're seeing a lot of possibilities to become useful with technology. The easy breath mask, we see that. Yeah, you can track your child and. You can also communicate in a walkie-talkie so that you feel that you're enjoying that moment together. But obviously, as soon as you start to track a customer, there is that element of data and people being suspicious about that. You know, we have bikes where we have chips incorporated with automatic gears, so we feel it's useful for the housewife or house husband taking their kids on the cargo bike to school. But again, we have to be very careful about the data, and the customers are really conscious of that.
Yeah, of course. So Decathlon is going to play a pretty central role, wants to play a pretty central role in the development and future of health and fitness and how we look after our bodies.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to move on to questions on AI and fitness. How might advancements in AI and machine learning revolutionise personalised health and fitness? Daniel, I'm going to chuck that to you.
Okay, thank you. I think it's going to be enormous. I don't think you can actually, I think even now, I know we do DNA and epigenetic testing, which is driven by genetics and AI. And, you know, to think that 10 years ago it cost 4 billion to sequence one genome, and now 10 years later, for £149,
go online, get a kit.
We can do 800,000
and
you can get the results in 21 days. It makes it completely accessible. I think going to your point, I think it's about the data privacy, and actually I'm very fortunate I work with NASA, and we were discussing this because she was saying, well, look, if NASA are going to be using this, astronauts are going to be using it, who's going to be looking at this? And I said, oh, I hadn't really thought about that, to be honest with you. And she goes, well, look, just to put it into context, do you ever go on an airline? I was like, yeah. He goes, do you ever get a boarding card? Yeah. Do you know on that QR code, they've got where you've originated your journey, your date of birth, your passport number, and all this other personal detail, and most people just leave it behind on the seat.
Yeah.
So she said, you know, we're actually giving data away a lot. So the fact that you're, you know, taking control of that, so what we do is we anonymise it. I think anonymisation of data and where that data is stored and the future ownership is really interesting. So I can see a future whereby we would own our own data we've created or generated from our genetics, and we will be able to sell that data to parties that are interested in it, whether it be for medical research, for insurance, and then that will actually help develop new technologies which will help all of us.
Yeah, and it's about taking ownership of that data, giving people that choice to be able to do that rather than companies making that choice for them.
Absolutely.
I think that's where the stigma lies for a lot of people, unfortunately. There's a bit of work to be done just because of all the big headlines of what are we doing with our big data and things like that. But I think a lot of companies are really streamlining and honing this and really making this a bit more of a trustworthy industry. And Varun, what do you think about that? How do you think advancements in AI and machine learning will revolutionise personalised health?
So listen, from our perspective, it's about accessibility. So when you think about the population, we often think that everyone's really into their health and everyone's really on top of their fit, or they're at least thinking about their fitness. But I think the most interesting stat for us and what got us to start our company is that only 10% of the entire population actually has a gym membership, which is actually crazy when you think about it. So there's a huge opportunity, not in the 10 million people who have a gym membership, but the 38 million people who don't exercise at all, who don't get involved and don't prioritize their fitness. And when you think about the reasons, why is it that those people don't get involved? It's normally three things. They're too time poor, they find it too intimidating, or it's just too expensive. And particularly when you think about personal training, which is what we're building an AI personal trainer. It's very expensive. In London, it can cost from 50 to 150 pounds an hour. Mm-hmm. So what I think AI is going to enable, and particularly technologies in computer vision, which can understand human positioning and form and guide people and coach them in what they're doing and what they're doing right and wrong. There I see a really, really interesting opportunity. Now, it's not easy, right? If you think about self-driving cars, they've been working on them for 15 years to try and get these cars to understand pedestrians moving and traffic lights. And they're still not on the roads, right? So it's immensely difficult to get this right. But if we can develop a system that can coach people, train them in how to move, perhaps it's yoga, perhaps how do you get your pose right, and can we coach them in a safe space in a home environment? Can we coach them in strength training, which is really, really tough, right? It's easy to make an injury. It's very intimidating to lift heavy weights. There could be a really interesting opportunity there where we open up the market to that 38 million people in the UK who frankly just don't get involved. And that's what we're building with Magic.fit.
Yeah, and it's just about making it more accessible and enjoyable, because I think for a lot of people, the thought of working out or going to the gym, and I personally am one of those, I'm like, I want to go to the gym. You know, if there's something in the AI element, you know, kind of personalized, AI-driven element to it, I think this could really bring more people to the forefront. So based on that, you know, this is something that you're working on. How many years do you think it will be before that is commonplace, that we do have our own AI-driven, personalized personal trainers?
Well, we're already selling it. Our website is magic.fit. Check us out. So it does exist. It does exist in various forms. It's very new.
Yes.
I think the technology to enable something like this has only really matured in the last sort of 24 to 48 months or so. But it is coming to the fore, all right? We've seen how quickly ChatGPT has gone through version 1, version 2, version 3, and so on. And I think we're going to start seeing more models like this, whether it be a phone app, whether it be a specific piece of hardware you put into your home or in the gym. But we will definitely start seeing more models like this start coming. And by the way, we are stocked in Decathlon as of last week. So
all right.
It's good to meet you. Yeah.
I made a phone call, so we were speaking.
Well, it's definitely something I'm seeing a lot more. We're seeing these interactive mirrors. I went to an event at the start of the year, put on a VR headset, and I've got this AI personal trainer telling me that my technique isn't good while I was trying to do various exercises. And, you know, the only thing that let it down was the clunky hardware. But I think as time goes on, these experiences are going to become more seamless. And this technology is becoming more evolved and more sophisticated. So it is an exciting space for sure. So I'm definitely going to be checking you out. So while digital health tools and, you know, fitness trackers, health apps, all these things that we're quite obsessive at the moment are intended to promote wellness, what do you think are the potential downsides of their widespread use by 2035? Anyone can take that one.
I would say that obsession.
Yeah.
So I think there's already beginning to see, I've heard reports where people are like obsessing over how many steps they've done.
Yes.
Or what their heart rate has been, or what their blood glucose. I think there's a lot of people now who adopted blood glucose measuring who are coming off of that because they were just going down a rabbit hole with it.
Yeah.
And I think you've got to balance out real life against measurement. And I think the thing is we're all unique. So, you know, our genes here, 99.999% we're the same. There's only 23,000 genes that separate me and everybody else on the planet. And I think taking, you know, one solution and trying to apply it to everybody is very difficult. So I think that's one danger, is that.
Yeah, it's not a one-size-fits-all mentality.
And also it's looking at, you know, how is it being targeted? So I think, you know, you kind of mentioned it's like the fit are getting fitter and the unfit are getting unfitter, if that's a word.
Yeah.
And it's about how do we kind of democratise fitness better and health, and in a way that is going to lead to positive, sustainable change.
Yes.
And I think that's just the balancing act.
And we all have a kind of a personal example, I think. I mean, I was having the measurement and following everything, but in a sense, I wanted to have a glass of wine and not feel guilty with my sleep about it, you know? So yeah, I think we're sort of seeing that depending on the personality of the person, it can become obsession. But with some people, it can be really useful, and the group who don't have any kind of access to sport. We see in China, we have a lot of stores in China that there's a real consumption of content around sport, live shopping where, I've never seen anything like it with, social influencers. So things are changing fast, but there's upsides and downsides,
Yeah, yeah. Varun, have you got anything to add to that?
I think they covered most of the main points, but I think if there's anything you should be obsessed about, maybe it should be your health. And I think that there probably will be a limit to that, but I think in today's day and age, if you do have these tools available to you for the time being, make the best use of them, right? And actually, I think it's going to go further than where we currently are. I think we're going to start seeing phones, other devices actually scanning your body and actually giving you real-time data into your oxygen, into your heart rate, into your dehydration and things like that. And I think ultimately it's down to the user to make sure they use it to their advantage. They don't, and handle it in a mature way, I suppose.
I think there's a fine line between, positive obsession and unhealthy obsession, and it is very unique to the person. Yeah. And I think, interestingly, do you think that these technologies are now going to kind of weasel their way into other forms of life, kind of the smart home, so, you've got a smart mirror and it knows all your health stats, and then when you're cooking, your clever fridge or your cooker knows, and you can have this all-encompassing view of your health. Do you think that's where we're moving into the future?
It seems to be the inevitable kind of progression of things and linked really to nutrition and what we were just talking about Brian Johnson, who tries to hack aging at the moment, and should it really go to that level? He's talking about eating chocolate every day, and as long as it's the right chocolate from the right origin, it's good for you. So there's a lot of information and content, and I think it's really getting the right information, but in the home for sure, linked with nutrition.
Yeah, it's definitely something I'm seeing at a lot of tech shows. Obviously, these are kind of concepts and future thinking, but that's where we're moving. That's the direction we're heading. Yeah. And finally, do you think what other technologies do you think are going to highly impact the health and fitness space in the future? What are these future trends?
I think there could be stuff in grocery.
Yeah.
I think there'll be like a connection between the fitness and health tech that we're discussing and what you're buying in the supermarket, and that things will be highlighted based on your personal insight as to this is what you need for breakfast, this is what you need for lunch, dinner, this is the combination of foods you need. Because I think as great as tech is and exercise is, actually most people would agree that it's actually diet which is the key.
Yes.
And if we can use the technology to help guide us to follow a better diet more consistently, and ultimately all of us still shop in some kind of supermarket, whether it's be physically or online, I think there'll be that connection between the home, fitness and grocery.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think at the moment the data is sort of quite all over the place, and so your wearable might know how many calories are going out, but it doesn't really know how many calories are going in.
Yeah, it's not making sense of that data.
If there's a way where we can start bringing these things together, I think there will be a future where there is a hub that collects all of these things and can advise you on the right things to do and not to do.
Yeah, and maybe when that happens, I will be a bit more excited about fitness and health. On that note, please give it up for my brilliant panellists. We've run out of time. That conversation went way too quickly. Thanks, Varun, Daniel, and Steve. All right.
Oh, yeah.
With me? Oh. Wicked. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. Just give it up one more time, please. Okay. So I'm now going to be welcoming or handing over to Ben, who's going to be talking all about traveling to work in 2035, although we've kind of rehashed it a little bit to focus on the future of the commute, right? So Ben, I'm going to leave you in very capable hands, guys.
Thank you. And contrary to what Artie may have told you this morning, I was not hungover. I was in the bar until 2 o'clock, but I'm fully functioning this morning, so delighted to see you all. Thank you very much. So while Lucy was talking about health and fitness, I'm going to talk about something entirely different, which is how we can just sit in cars and they'll drive us everywhere without even having to worry about who is driving. We're going to talk about the future of the commute, so everything from robo-taxis to hyperloops. What will the future of our commute look like? Because the future is not that far away. But what is realistic and what is just a pipe dream right now? To help me separate a little bit of fact from fiction as we look at the future of the commute, please welcome Jayesh Jagasia, who's a producer and host of AI in Automotive podcast. Welcome. Grab a seat. Nice to see you. How are you? You okay? Lots for us to talk about, and delighted that you are here to clarify a few things for me. And let's start first of all with where we are on the journey. How far are we away, first of all, from driverless vehicles? Is it achievable in the next decade, do you think?
I wish there was an easy, simple two-line answer, but there isn't. The reality is that driverless vehicles are already here.
Yep.
You may not see them because they may not be on our roads, but they're definitely operating in certain use cases that are more amenable to a driverless vehicle. So think ports, think mines, and these are use cases, warehouses, where you have driverless vehicles operating here and now today, right? But when it comes to more mainstream applications that you and I relate to, so is there going to be a driverless lorry on the road or a fleet of driverless robo-taxis? We are getting there. The journey may not be linear, the journey may not be smooth, but we'll get there. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that from a technology perspective, this problem will be solved. There have been some very interesting developments in the last few years in terms of the paradigms that companies are using to solve this problem. From a technology perspective, I anticipate in the next few years you'll start to see more and more vehicles with more and more autonomous capabilities appearing on our roads.
And is the challenge, as always, trying to work out the mix? Because if you've got still human-controlled vehicles and robot vehicles, it's the two coming head-to-head that poses the problem, doesn't it? If we could say everything's automatic, everything's autonomous tomorrow, that would be a much simpler solution, wouldn't it?
Well, yes and no. I think there are 2 or 3 different dimensions to the autonomy problem. One is technology, which we spoke about, and the technology will evolve and it will get there. But there is an important cultural element to it, which goes to the point you're making, that this conflict or clash between piloted vehicles and autonomous vehicles. But more than the clash between the machines, it is the cultural aspect of us as a people, us as other road users, accepting and embracing autonomous vehicles.
Yeah.
So you would have read about the case in San Francisco where members of the public decided to fool around with an autonomous vehicle by putting cones on the hood of the car. Now these are all, we should be expecting stuff like this, because at the end of the day, it's a step change in technology, and that always causes a certain percentage of the population to feel nervous about. So there is a cultural aspect to it which needs to be solved, and then there is a regulatory and legal aspect. So there are still, for example, a lot of open points around insurance with autonomous vehicles, because there is a different manufacturer of the hardware, or there are multiple different manufacturers of the hardware. There is a different producer of the software, and so on and so forth. And in the case of an event, who is the one that the liability sits with is still an open question, and that is up to, that is a legal challenge. Then there are regulatory challenges. What sort of environments are we okay for autonomous vehicles to operate in? But most importantly, what sort of accident rate are we accepting of?
Yeah.
With human drivers, we are used to a certain rate of accidents, and we don't bat an eyelid, even if the accident is serious. But when a machine is driving itself, our expectations of how safe it should be are orders of magnitude higher. And then that's the sort of regulatory challenge that we're dealing with.
And it also speaks to how we will interact with these machines too. The way that it won't be about pressing buttons or asking it to do something. It's about our human relationship with a machine that will change our relationship with autonomy.
100%. So I find this very fascinating that we are in the future, if you look at from 10 years back, but we're still interacting with our machines using buttons and chimes and visual cues rather than something that is more intuitive to us, which is speaking, right? So how many of you speak to your car? Probably very few. How many of you speak to your phones? You've got Siri on your phone. So if you had to call somebody, is your first instinct to pick up the phone, go to the phone app and look for the person's contact? Or do you say, call so-and-so? And I think, at some point, we will start to see the interaction with our machines become more natural, And that's two-way, you know, your car interacting with you as well in human language rather than through, you know, 6 different types of chimes, which you're sitting and figuring out, oh, so is this chiming because somebody is not wearing a seatbelt, or a door is not closed properly, or I'm in the vicinity of something that I'm going to crash into. So I think, and again, this is something I believe very deeply in. Once you solve communication between humans and machines and make it more intuitive and more natural, that will dramatically transform our relationships with our vehicles and our cars. You know, the old adage, and especially in some parts of the world where people tend to get very attached with their cars and they start to think of their vehicles as extensions of their personalities. I mean, dial that up 100 times and you know, you might start to think of your car as your pet because you're now communicating with each other in a language that you understand. You might start people falling in love with their cars in a very different way than we have been used to for the last 100 years. So yes, absolutely.
One of my favorite things to do, by the way, is say the words like Alexa or Siri when I'm on the TV doing the J job, just to annoy people across the country when all the Alexas start going off at once. It makes me lots of friends. Talk to me as well about that relationship that we will have with our built environment as a result of this sort of technology, because it strikes me that so much changes. If, for example, you can summon that driverless vehicle to pick you up, to take you to work, you don't need to worry about a driveway. You don't need to worry about big car parks that need access. You can hand over more of city centres to parks and greenery instead of, you know, car parks and multi-stories. That's just the kind of the vehicle thing. The way we will plan cities, the way we will plan where we can live to get to the office. Could I live in London and go to Manchester in a driverless car, sleep in the car on the way? All of that sort of stuff suddenly changes how we relate to the built environment, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So 2 things. One, if you look at the history of how a majority of urban centers evolved and they grew from being quite small, because research that goes back decades and centuries says that your living space and the size of the living space is determined by the duration of your commute. And for decades now, and for centuries now, the average commute time of 30 minutes is what most people are willing to live with, and that determines how big your urban space is. So when we went from walking to horse carriages is when our cities expanded dramatically, and then there was another step change when we went from horse carriages to automobiles, and that, you know, exploded our city spaces. And now we have these large suburban areas, and we have Chicagoland and Detroitland and so on and so forth. I think what we are probably at the cusp of is another dramatic explosion when stuff like this, and I'm not limiting myself to autonomous vehicles, but also think about eVTOLs, right? Vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, which democratize short duration flight. And suddenly now you're thinking of a very different 30-minute commute, which means your urban areas, in terms of their size, expand dramatically. Your relationship with the spaces that you inhabit and occupy, it changes dramatically. And then, of course, there's the point that you're making of, in our existing urban areas, there are spaces dedicated to things that we may not need 5, 7, 8, 10 years from now. Yeah. And this is, again, a change that has already started to happen in American cities, which have traditionally not invested in public transportation, and individuals are very reliant on personal transportation to get from point A to point B. Needless to say, there are huge parking spaces, there are parking garages, there are rooftops of buildings with parking for thousands of cars. As things change, there are certain cities that have invested in improving their public transportation infrastructure. Or, you know, with work from home and commutes reducing, there just isn't as much need for thousands of car parking spots. Yep. What cities like Detroit have started to do very interestingly is transform some of those large parking lots into urban farms, for instance. Yeah. Right? Yeah. So they're actually growing fruit and vegetable and selling it in the market, and they've turned that into a very, very meaningful, interesting commercial opportunity.
And things like solar parks and that sort of stuff.
Absolutely.
Well. Our time is up, but I want us to kind of spin forward a little bit, and we've talked here about what we already know, what is within our realms of possibility, you know, however far away it is. What are we not talking about? Where should we be looking in other fields, in other industries, that we can learn lessons
I think there are two sort of conflicting schools of thought here. One is that, you know, a lot of the future is inspired by history. So you look into the past to learn more about what's coming next. And I would say, you know, to all the funders and founders here, you want to be learning more about history and how our urban spaces evolved and how our vehicles have evolved to be what they are, to get some inspiration about what lies ahead. But there's a sort of conflicting school of thought that says, you know, what got us to this point is not what's going to get us from this point forward. So, you know, perhaps we sometimes tend to get into the habit of viewing the future from the lens that has allowed us to see the past, and probably that does not exist. You know, there are advances in technology, in material science, which we don't know of today, but may make our future very different from how we imagine it today, looking at it from today's framework and from what we know. So I know it's a slightly philosophical answer, but to the funders and founders here, you want to be thinking about what's coming next that might dramatically alter the paradigm, and then within that landscape, what sort of opportunities exist for people like us.
And that very neatly gets us to where Lucy's talking next. We're talking space, going even bigger, out of this world. So, Jesh, thank you so much. Really good to have you with us. Thank you. And I'll hand you over to Lucy. Thanks. We'll do a quick, very nice. We'll do a quick picture. Thank you. Really nice to see you. Thank you.
Brilliant conversation, guys. Thank you. And like Ben said, we are now going to talk all things space. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome onto the stage Sanjeev Gordhan, General Partner for Type 1 Ventures, and Katie King, CEO and co-founder of BioOrbit. Where do you want to go, left or right? Hi. How's it going? All right, so before we kick off, I'm personally interested in this. I'd love to hear just a bit about what you do, your background, and why you're so well-versed to have this conversation right now.
I'll let you go first.
Sure. So, hi, my name is Katie. I'm CEO and founder of BioOrbit, and we're building a pharmaceuticals factory in microgravity to change the way in which cancer treatments are given to patients. So, background as a scientist, love space, and the industry is changing so rapidly at the moment that it's very exciting as to what can be done in space.
Yeah.
And so that's where BioOrbit.
Yeah, there's just so much potential, isn't there? Okay.
Start thinking about kind of manufacturing of pharmaceuticals in space coming back to Earth. Like it's crazy. But, yeah, be ready to be mind blown. That's what we'll say. So my background, not technical at all, which is very telling of where the industry is going. I had my own business, sold that on, got into financial services. Placed my first investment into space in 2016, and just haven't got out the black hole, and I can't. Just keep going down into this big, deep black hole. But it's such a fascinating area. So after having done that from a wealth management side, I got into fund management, where we looked at space investments, and now we've got Type 1 Ventures, which focuses predominantly on space, but also looks at other space-adjacent technologies and life sciences, especially where they all kind of combine, and we will be using space as an enabling technology overall.
Wow. I think for a lot of people, when they think space, they just think far-fetched sci-fi movies, not something that's really happening, but stuff is really happening, really
absolutely.
Influential, and things that are going to really make an impact in our lives is happening right now, and space is at the forefront of that. So my first question is, what would you say are the most exciting technological advancements on the horizon that are going to shape the future of space, travel, and tourism? You don't have to answer all three, but, you know, what are your thoughts on that?
Do you know what? I'm just going to spin it for 1 second.
Yeah, spin
We do
away.
a poll. Hands up, if given the chance next week, who here would go to space for a week? Brilliant. Who here would carry on going to space if it was a couple of months? And who's going if it's a one-way mission? Interesting. I'll come and speak to you later on.
Got the brave man over there.
Yeah, exactly. Next target. But the reason I asked that question and did the poll based on what you just asked there is, like you said, there is so much going on, and space travel and tourism has been reported as being such a huge industry because that's where people are thinking of what's going on. It's space travel and tourism that is going to be funding a lot, and that is funding a lot of research and development that is allowing for us to look at these types of businesses. So when you think about the billionaire space race with Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, etc., all building the biggest rockets that they can to get to space, it's not just a billionaire space race. That's actually funding so much more innovation that is going to impact us on Earth. But we need that level of money from those millionaires and billionaires to be able to see how we can develop different types of innovation and different types of things that we aren't even aware of at the moment.
Yeah.
So,
and I think that's what's grabbing the headlines, though, isn't it? Because, I'm just speaking from personal experience. We talk about space. It's like, who's going to go up to space? All these millionaires and their sons are going up there and having a great time. But like you said, it's really, it's providing the funding. More. It's really helping innovate other areas. But I don't think that's something that is really at the forefront of what we know as the general public right now. So I think a bit more education needs to happen on that side.
100%. And that's actually what you do a bit of outside as well, isn't it? So
yeah, I think speaking about the space industry is so important because the media only really covers this space tourism side, and it gives such a, I think, like bad rep or a very sort of, it makes it seem like, oh, that's all it's about.
Yes.
Whereas it's missing so much, and there's so much work and potential for the use of space for our day-to-day lives that's just untapped. And I just think like speaking more about that and how space can benefit our lives would help to inspire the next generation in, rather than just, oh, I went and I touched space and came back down.
Yeah, and I think that ostracizes a lot of people as well, because, with that kind of travel comes a big bank account, when really everyone can get involved. You don't need to be super technologically minded. You don't have to have a big bank account to really benefit from the benefits of space, basically.
There's an interesting charity that it's called Space for Humanity, and they are taking individuals from communities all over the world who aren't necessarily astronauts or trained astronauts, etc.
Yeah.
They're taking individuals who can have an impact on their community, who are leading community, and taking them into space without them having to pay for it. And the reason that they're doing that is because there's a thing called the overview effect. And if anyone here hasn't heard of it, please go and research this. It's the overview effect is what happens to us psychologically when we are taken off our planet and we look back down at how tiny our blue marble is. And we see how fragile it is, and we see the fact that there's not really any borders there. So once you've done that and you come back and you realize, well, hold on, this is actually what we've got our space as. We need to be doing more with this. We need to be looking at how we can save our planet. Because at the moment, although there is going to be some stuff that we can talk about as new civilizations and whatever on other planets, for the foreseeable future, for our lifetimes, this is our planet.
Yeah.
However, we've got so many resources and opportunities within our kind of solar system that we can tap into.
Yeah, and on that note, Katie, I know you think space tourism is quite far away. I personally agree as well. I think the CAA are saying in the next 10 years we'll be able to make that suborbital journey from London to Sydney in 2 hours. Not sure I'm convinced. The idea is great because I hate travelling for long distances. But so what are the more kind of human-related areas that are around the corner that are going to really benefit from this space industry?
Yeah, sure. So when it comes to health and life sciences, it's incredible what opportunities are there in space. So aging, as an example, happens faster in a space environment. So there's a lot of research to see, okay, if disease progresses faster, then if we can find a drug that slows it down in a space environment, does that mean that we can help slow it down on Earth? Because you've got an acceleration process that you can play with. So that's quite exciting because that research going on can then filter down.
Yeah.
And then what we're working on is actually manufacturing certain drugs in space that you cannot make on Earth because gravity screws it up. So it's like, okay, we can make brand new drugs that are more effective and then use them on Earth. So there's a lot of research happening, and I think because SpaceX has completely changed the game and it's made space so much more accessible, we're going to start seeing a lot more discoveries and use cases.
Yeah.
And just to put that into context, what's happened with SpaceX, Elon Musk, love him, hate him, whatever the views are, we won't go into that right now, but what's happened with SpaceX is they've enabled the launches happening at a much higher cadence and being done by reusable rockets. So you've gone from having launch costs at being tens of millions per kg to now 1,500 per kg. Once you do that, you then see different business models becoming a lot more viable, which we couldn't do before. And in addition to that, we're seeing launches go from a couple a year to now we've already got 64 launches just with SpaceX so far this year, and we're only halfway through. So you've got the opportunity of companies like Katie with BioOrbit to be able to put satellites into space, not having to worry about the spend of those different kind of components, etc., and get things into space, start testing, and get product back to Earth in a much more commercial way than what has ever been previously.
Yeah.
That's from a financial perspective. Then if you tap into the environmental, where again it's seen as such a negative because you see a launch and you see all of that fuel, etc. We've done a study to figure out that actually for one of our other companies called Space Forge, for every 1 kg of CO2 carbon emissions that they emit to make the satellite and launch, they're saving our planet 80. Because the material that we are making in space with them is going to reduce the energy requirements in data centers, in telecoms, in infrastructure. So you put that into the context. Yes, there is launch and fuel of that, but you look at the rest of the things that's been saved by making something in its natural environment in space. It's huge.
Yeah, God, you guys are blowing my mind right now. Honestly.
I did say that at the start. Yeah.
So let's kind of not move away from the space and travel tourism side of things and bring in some other areas as well. I know you're quite keen to talk about manufacturing. You know, what is the impact that will have for Earth and, you know, much sooner, I guess, than people realise?
Absolutely.
Me included.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, and I'll let Katie kind of delve into the details on her side, but the other areas that we're looking at, so with Space Forge, they are manufacturing material that will go into semiconductor chips. Now, they've had a contract with BT. BT have basically said, even if you save our energy cost by 2-3%, you're talking hundreds of millions of pounds. And they can, with one launch of their platform, can bring back enough material to service the entire UK's 5G network. That's happening within the next 2 years at least, in terms of the amount of material that's going to be coming down. That's impacting our lives because we're seeing how those different parts are going to be coming into not necessarily our phones, but the things that are driving things like our phones and AI, etc.
Yeah.
So that's happening a lot sooner than people think. Then you go onto the pharmaceutical side.
Yep.
If you can touch on the research and then go into what you guys are doing, that's, I think, again, people won't realize how much research is happening there.
Yeah, it's true. So, so the whole benefit of microgravity versus on Earth is to do with a process called crystallization. And this has been studied on the ISS for decades, really. So it's like the science is known that you can form these better crystal structures in space versus on Earth. And then what that means for drugs, so we're looking at antibodies and cancer treatment with antibodies. So currently, I mean, half of us in this room are statistically expected to develop cancer, which is very scary. And currently that means we'd have to go to hospital and get it in our veins. But through forming a crystal version of it, you can now make a subcutaneous, i.e. just under the skin injection, and that means you can now stay at home, quality of life increases, and you don't need to go to hospital anymore. That burden on the hospitals is not there as much. And like we are sending something to space next year to do our first tests, to do our crystallization process, which is really exciting. In terms of manufacturing, I think that will be another year, maybe 2 after that, to like make sure it's all optimized, etc. So again, it's not. It sounds sci-fi initially, thinking
really
factory
does.
in space, but it's really close.
It's real and it's happening and it's the now. And in terms of, you know, going back to cost and money, I imagine it is quite a costly process, but is it as costly as I'm thinking? Is it? Nah.
It's actually not, because the infrastructure has changed so much. But like for what like you might think, okay, space and access to space would cost tens or hundreds of millions.
Yeah.
But because this infrastructure is now there, getting access to the space station, these satellites that can return, those costs are coming down. So it's not, you know, it's not tens of millions, it's on the couple.
Yeah.
So in this case, like we've invested in the pre-seed round for KT's business, and we're now able to, because of the cadence and the cost, we're able to pre-seed a company with hundreds of thousands, maybe $1 million or 2, have flight test in space and product back on Earth for that time and that amount. That was unthinkable just literally 3-4 years ago. But that's how much the costs have come down and the ability with timing to get something into space. So yeah, it's nowhere near the hundreds of millions that people think it is.
Yeah, but I think again that's the media, you know, I'm in the media, but
exactly.
it's just they really do paint this kind of future where everything's so expensive and, you know, it's kind of a rich boys club and, you know, you can't get involved and this incredible stuff is happening. I mean, what you just said about semiconductors and in the materials, that's a huge talking point at the moment. And going to different countries, you know, saying they're pilfering all this materials from other countries, and it's a really negative talking point at the moment. So I don't understand why that's not being front and center with the headlines compared to the negative.
Well, as we all know, it doesn't sell as well as looking at it in a negative way. But in terms of like, if you do go out and look and research some of the stuff that's going on in the industry, you will see funny enough, there is still a lot of collaboration when it comes to space. So with the UK, yes, Brexit, whatever, think again on either side of that. But when it comes to space, we're still a part of the Horizon programme with the European countries on that side. There's still a lot of collaboration going on with the US and India for a private astronaut space mission that's happening on that side. UK again with the UAE. There's a lot of collaboration that's not talked about again because
of course.
it's just not necessarily the thing that's going to get the clickbait. But look into the research as to what's happening. Look at what's the types of mission that these different countries are doing and the collaborations you've got going on. That's definitely what's going to drive it, because this industry needs that level of collaboration between companies like KT, Space Forge, and ourselves to be able to get to that kind of space as a technology and enabler for our daily civilization.
Yes, it's interesting you say collaboration, because going back to the kind of space race, it's very, you've got all these different countries trying to be the first to go to Mars, and they all keep their cards to their chest, and it's very much a race, and people don't seem to want to collaborate as much, but you're seeing a lot more collaboration when it comes to other fields.
On that side, yeah.
Yes.
No, we're never going to get to, so the ISS, the International Space Station, it's going to be decommissioned by 2030, if not a little bit sooner. The ISS was a collaboration across 10 plus different countries. And we've had that up there for, nearly 30 years now, right? Yep. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to that level of collaboration again, where we have so much of the different countries partaking in such a station. However, we're now going to see more collaboration between corporates and governments, where we will see private space stations going into space again, over the next few years, where it will be a couple of countries and a private collaborating to do it.
Well, I mean, collaboration is key, not just in the space world, but it's in all realms of all aspects of life. You know, that's how we progress and move forward. And if we don't work together, then that becomes kind of stagnant, and we don't move forward quicker, and the progression just doesn't happen. Yeah. So would you say, or are there any other industries or areas that you think will benefit hugely from space other than what we've talked about?
I'm trying to think.
Well, there's mining has been talked about from space a lot. Now, yes, asteroid mining, you read some of those bits there that we bring one of those asteroids back and that's it. Everyone in this world is a billionaire because of the amount of gold that's available. That's not necessarily something that I'm going to be going into, but when you take that you take the idea of that and actually you apply that to the lunar surface and lunar economy, we're going to be seeing, again, in our lifetimes, the lunar economy being a base for further exploration. We're going to be able to get the type of resources that we need from the moon's surface itself. So we're not having to launch that type of material from Earth. We're getting it from the lunar economy, and we're using that fuel source as a way of getting satellites to live longer, service longer, and also getting over to moon and exploring our universe a bit more. So that's definitely something that I think is happening outside of what we're talking about.
I think as well, I mean, I think infrastructure is really exciting, which might not sound like, oh, great, infrastructure, but if you think about infrastructure on Earth, you know, to get to any place, you have train stations, we have petrol stations, those things are being replicated in space. So the petrol station for your satellite where it can refuel, and effectively the moon is your train stop before getting to Mars. I mean, that's kind of how I picture it.
Absolutely.
And so, you know, it's like, okay, so we're getting courier services that can take you to space and bring you back down, but like anything that you think of on Earth is having to change and be developed for space, because it's just an environment, really. And it's like, I think if we just start seeing space as a different environment rather than this like crazy out of reach place, it makes things seem a little bit more
achievable, more attainable. For sure.
Like the space part, the infrastructure part of it is really funny, because we had a conversation with some of the hoteliers, and MGM want to have a hotel in space. They want to be the first to have a hotel in space. And yeah, exactly, we laugh about it. But it's a big thing, actually, because yes, you'll get the millionaires and stuff wanting to go there. But actually what's going to drive that is more space and infrastructure for things like Katie's program. And on the way here, we were driving down and talking about having to rent space in space, no pun intended, but rent space in space to be able to build and actually make the pharmaceuticals that we have here. We're going to be looking at infrastructure, real estate in space, the same way we look at space here. Like,
Well,
okay,
yeah.
we need to get a biolab. Okay, this is the cost per square meter, etc.
It's just what we do, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
there's an area, it's like, how can we take it over? It's like the digital realm and the metaverse, people buying properties in there. It still blows my mind because I can't believe people are spending hundreds and millions of pounds on digital infrastructure, but it is what it is. So the Civil Aviation Authority, they suggest that in the next 10 years, we'll be able to make that journey from London to Sydney, like I mentioned. But I want to ask you guys, Katie, I feel like I know your answer already, but how realistic do you think this is?
I mean, there's a lot of regulation that needs to change and come in, and that's fine. Like, regulation has to change. It has to be dynamic as the world is changing. I'm not sure about 10 years.
Yeah, I don't think 10 years.
I just don't know if there's that much of a... I mean, you might be able to say...
I was going to
like,
say, we've got a portfolio company that's hopefully doing it sooner.
Yeah. So you can say.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know about how much of a driver there is for that sort of service.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm very focused on the pharmaceutical world.
Yeah.
But, I mean, what would you say, Sanj?
So if you look at, so the panelists before us were talking about you've got to look at the past to see what's happening going forward. When we first had aeroplanes coming through, look at what the costs of that were and compare that to where we're seeing the journey now with space. And by space, I don't necessarily mean going into space, but the flights from, let's say, UK to New York, etc., within a matter of hours.
Yes.
We will see a drastic drop in prices once we get to the point where that technology proves itself out.
Yeah.
In the same way we saw what happened with the aviation industry. So yes, we're not kind of 3-4 years there. It's going to be a bit longer. It's probably going to be closer to the 10. But we will see that inflection of price points drop massively once we've had those things tested out. And at the same time, it's not the physics behind it makes sense. It's now just the engineering that we need to accomplish, which is, when we talk about the engineering of it, it's tweaking how it's done. It's not messing with the physics of it. So that's where I think we're a little bit closer, and I hope that's the case, because one of our companies does exactly that.
Yeah, I hope
They're
that's
building
the case.
a space plane.
I've invested, so I hope that's the case too. And on that note, guys, I think we could talk about this for ages, but thank you so much for sharing your insight. Honestly, you have blown my mind. I'm going to be reading up so much about this after this day.
Yes.
Thank you. Give it up for Sanjeev and Katie. And they're all knowledgeable expertise. Thanks, guys.
No worries.
It's hard not to pull a funny face, isn't it? Okay, we are going from space to spirituality. We've got a great conversation entitled "You've Got to Have Faith," the focus being on the AI part of that element. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome to the stage Manu Jain, co-founder for Vare. All right, I'm going to mix it up. I'm going to sit on this side. You sit on that side. So I think it's fair to say cutting-edge technology is not just, revolutionizing health and food and our social life. It has transcended to spirituality, to God, providing immersive experiences and connectivity to sacred sites worldwide. And that's exactly what me and Manu are going to chat about now. So first of all, how are you?
Very good.
All right, it's good to have you here. So thank you for taking the time. So you are the co-founder of the Vare app. Now, for those in the room who don't know what that is or what Vare stands for, can you start by giving us a brief overview of the app?
So Vare basically gives you access to spirituality. Right now, you get access to temples. And I heard this from someone in the morning. They said, we have heard of SaaS, which is software as a service. Imagine spirituality as a service, one temple at a time. In India, we're digitizing. We're already at 400 temples that we work with at one service and enabling, giving access to more services for temples.
And how are people accessing? What's the
we have an
kind
app.
of experience?
We have an app where customers can come and consume. You can get a virtual puja or a procession done. You can do virtual donations, like a one-stop shop for you to do anything on spirituality.
Yeah. And what inspired you to create the spirituality app? And how has your own spiritual journey influenced this development?
So, in India, before you're born, there's a priest who will come and tell you. So it is even before you're born, there is a priest in your house. And even when you pass away, there is. So your entire life, there is spirituality, there is temple. It is part of your beliefs. It is part of our value system, right? From there on, I have been, like my mother is a big Shiva bhakt, right? Shiva devotee. My own journey, I think when I was building for corporate life 20 years, somewhere you lose it, you lose track, you're just doing your building,
Life
you're
takes
hustling,
over,
you're hustling. I think, but since then, There's a lot of mis-selling also that happens, unfortunately. And for me, that was one of the biggest problems. I have 2 daughters. What is their first experience on spirituality?
Yeah.
How can I make that experience for them better? I think that's what guided me to
Yeah, and I guess it's about accessibility as well. Like what you just said, people are busy. Life's not as simple as it was, 20, 30 years ago. We've got so much going on. There's not just that one day that you can go and kind of be spiritual. You can kind of tune in and channel in as and when you want, and that's where your app comes in.
And one of the most watched videos on YouTube for Indians is a spiritual song. It's the most watched YouTube ever. Right?
Wow.
And in COVID, this in all times of distress, right? Spirituality goes more.
Yeah,
so people are consuming more content.
Yeah, and how has the digital transformation, would you say, bolstered religion and spirituality over the years? Obviously, your app is a great example of that.
Yeah.
But, technology really is helping people have a better relationship with their spirituality and to God.
Look, so technology is just an enabler, right? Its job is to enable, for me as a customer, to get a better experience at a temple. So what can technology do? It can make me experience a temple which I can't go physically to virtually, right? It will allow me to do a payment which required me to pay cash at a temple as a donation to now virtually do it, right? Or use different UPI method. For example, India now has cardless transactions also, right? So that's what's the job of technologies. It's going to complement your journey here, right? Temples also now are embracing it. We have gone to temples in which they are saying, okay, they want to expand their reach, right? So we are literally digitizing them.
Yeah, and I guess, things like, strapping on a VR headset and being able to take a wander around.
We're a little away from VR headsets at temples, but...
No, but that's initially, that's where we're going. We're talking about the future here,
100%,
being able
100%.
to strap on some face furniture and being able to have that experience. Could be for disability reasons, could be for financial reasons.
So it's already started. There are 4 temples which offer VR services. We are not powering them, but they have started. Where you can go a complete 360-degree immersive experience sitting at your home here. You could be transported into a temple in India and you could walk through, you could do procession, you could literally have a tour of the temple. That's where we are all going for.
And kind of looking into our metaphorical crystal ball, where do you see that relationship between technology and spirituality by 2035?
I think so 2035 is another 10 years away. I definitely see immersive VR experiences being one of the biggest things.
Yeah.
People want comfort. A lot of people today, when we go to temples, don't have a great experience. Because you versus me would have very 2 different experiences, right? People want, and you also want to go to a temple. Can you do that sitting at your house when you have, in the morning, when you wake up, you want to do a prayer? Can you, in your house, sitting in your comfort of your home, be transported to a temple that you grew up to? Right? That's what that's what our vision is.
Yeah, that's a beautiful vision. And definitely, I think the foundations are being laid right now, not just with your app, but just so many companies are, it's like we were talking in the last panel, it's a collaboration effort, isn't it? Yeah, can't do it by yourself. We need the other technologies to help bolster that experience. So let's talk about your actual journey. 3 founders who are extremely unorthodox to this venture capitalist, this VC world. What has that experience been like? Tell us about your experience from then till now and talk me through being the first Indian company to raise money from Wavemaker Ventures and one of the best Southeast Asia funds.
Yeah. So 3 co-founders, average age 42. VC world likes younger founders. We don't come from a really high pedigree education. One of us is a 3rd generation astrologer. He can't even speak in English.
Yeah.
Right? So when you go to the VC world, you're playing to a very unorthodox. They're not used to seeing people like this. When I say in the call, sorry, but we will have to talk in Hindi because one of us doesn't understand English.
Yeah.
Right? So half of them are looking at us and saying, what's happening? I think we have been working for last 20 years in corporate lives, right? We have seen this business grow, right? In India, before mobile internet, right? People used to consume content on mobile phones. Right? Telecom operators were the custodians of content. Right? India consumes A, B, C, D. Everyone says this. A is for astrology, B is Bollywood, C is cricket, D is devotion. That's what India consumes, right? And that's the biggest business today, right? We have seen this in our journey, our telecom operators, how this is getting consumed in the country, right? Wavemaker Ventures, very interesting, first investment in India. And they have looked at the Indian market. for some reason, and they're a B2B AI fund, right? They don't understand faith or our faith so much, right? But I think their bet was on the business. Can this be an industry which is changing? Can this be one of the largest regional plays of businesses that happens in India? Yeah. So I think we are fortunate to have them in our journey.
Yeah, but I love that as well. Like being unorthodox, unconventional.
Yeah.
It's good to shake things up a little bit.
Always,
I think
always.
sometimes we do things all the same way. It makes people feel like they're ostracized. They can't be a part of it. But you guys have completely spun that.
Like my co-founders who's a third-generation astrologer, right? Like maybe he doesn't understand the VC logo. Maybe he doesn't know what a target audience is, what a term is. But he knows when a customer goes or when a devotee goes to a temple, what is the offering, what is the experience that he knows that better than everyone sitting in this room.
Yeah.
Right. So if he's going to design the product, he just comes and says, look, we have to make this. How our product managers or internet people are supposed to make it into an app is our job, right? But the problems on ground, I always believe online is an extension. It'll mirror what offline behavior is, right?
Yeah.
We can't replace it.
Yeah, of course.
So if someone is an expert on the offline, they will add value to this.
Yeah, and again, that word collaboration, it's key, isn't it? We can't do these things by ourselves.
Absolutely.
We all bring different talents and skills to the forefront, and mixing that together in our little pot, that's what creates something great.
Magic sauce.
Yeah, exactly, the magic sauce.
Yeah.
So with immersive technology making sacred sites accessible virtually, how do we ensure that the experience remains authentic and meaningful?
Yeah.
That's quite important.
I think there is a lot of advancement that's happening at the temple side. The temples today have trusts which govern them. We have to go through a proper process when we go to the temple and sign them up, right? There are literally RFPs, RFIs that we have to go pitch, bid. Their understanding their understanding of technology in India is far greater than it was maybe 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that we have to do is make sure that you partner with the right temple, with the right people. They are very strong advocates of it. For them, COVID was a disaster.
Yeah.
Right. For 2 years, they didn't have income. It's very difficult for the priests to even survive. They don't want to ever be there again. Right. So they are trying to continue to be digital. Right.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And what are some of the challenges that you've faced, when you've kind of reached out and tried to make these collaborations and connect with different temples and different areas? What are some of the challenges you face, if any?
Yeah, I think a lot of temples feel that there's something. Temples are unicorns, right? Temples have enough. They have brand, they have capital, they have finances. So they just want to make sure that you're the right partner.
Yeah.
Will you missell on their name? Is one of the biggest problems that the temple has. Do you understand this problem? Will you be transparent enough? Thankfully, India has had mobile internet advancement like none other than the last 10 years, right? So now people have a great experience on a mobile phone. This was not possible 10 years ago, right? Like you would have hardly 2G, right? India is now the cheapest country in the world on mobile internet, right? People are consuming content all day. So if you have that, then people want to access this content.
Yeah.
Right. So the temples are only bothered with, don't spoil my name. Are you the right partner for this?
And it's like what we were saying, it's like keeping the experience meaningful, right? Yeah.
And authentic.
Yeah, and not removing that, by
so you'll be surprised that the temples literally test the service. The temples say, look, my priest is going to do this for you. They will come try it out. They don't allow there are literally freelancer priests also available. They said no. So the temples are very, very clear on the process of this. There is a process in this, right? Maybe it's not formulated in PowerPoint presentations, but temples do this.
Yeah.
Right? They know this.
Yeah. Okay, and finally, what is your ultimate vision for the future of spirituality with the integration of technology, and how is your app going to contribute to this vision?
I think my vision is just for my daughters or for the younger generation today to consume spirituality the right way. There is a lot of mis-selling on the internet. There's a lot of misinformation, right? There is not enough genuine content for people to consume. If we can even play a small part in that change, that solves it for us.
Yeah. And on that note, please give it up for Manu, and good luck on your spiritual app journey, honestly.
Thank you.
Really great to hear from you. Thank you. All right, photo time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm now going to hand back over to Ben. We are talking all things money, which is quite a big conversation to have. I'm not sure 20 minutes is going to be enough for you to cover. All right, I'm going to hand over to you.
And also, I'm aware this is a session before lunch, so not much longer to go. They're setting up lunch outside. We're going to have a conversation. Please take a seat and let me introduce you to our next guest, because we're talking about money, as Lucy says, mainly how we will use money. The days of carrying cash, maybe even credit cards, are numbered. Technology is reshaping banking. So what does the future of money look like? With me, Arvind Gupta, head and co-founder of Digital India Foundation. Arvind, good to have you with us. Talk to me first of all about what Digital India Foundation is, please.
He talked about something very simple but very important that I'm just extending that. India saw, if you could please close the door there. We had a monumental event in India in the last week of January, where one of the oldest temples got re-inaugurated, called the Ram Janambhoomi Mandir in Ayodhya.
Mm-hmm.
And why I'm saying this is very, very interesting. We had more than 500,000 people line up to visit the temple. And I happened to be there, and the only way we could bust the queues and manage the crowd was use technology. And we have this UPI technology, which is a payments technology, which is related to money, and that's the reason I bring it into the conversation. It's something that everybody in India uses.
Yeah.
In fact, the joke in India is if you're paying by cash, you don't live in India. The poorest of the poor who were lined up there to enter, we used this UPI-based system to enter to just do a QR scan, and that automatically created a queue for people, and they could just donate a single rupee, by the way, and that created a system where they could enter the temple and seamlessly.
Jaidev.
So how?
Sorry, Jaidev, please come and join us. Late entrant, but Jaidev, good to have you with us. Jonathan, Chief Executive of Zopar, brilliantly timed. No, that's fine.
So I'm just, what I'm trying to bring into the conversation here is that there is, there is a very big dichotomy when you talk about money. It's a very boring topic, of course, after space and
but
soccer
it's an important
and cricket.
topic.
I think that's what keeps us all together.
Yeah.
But money is what binds the whole world, let me tell you that. But it's very interesting because, I see a lot of us talking about the future of money, where 2 billion people are still struggling to open a bank account.
Yeah.
A quarter of the world's population is bankless. India, of course, decreased that number by 500 million people by giving them banking access in less than 5 years. So we opened 500 million new bank accounts, which is the highest banking revolution in the history of mankind ever to happen. So it's a very different world from where we sit in India to talk about money, to solve real societal problems, to see 400 million people pay using a mobile phone, as everybody has talked about, every day, and make payment as little as a penny or a cent, using a mobile phone without, and the other person accepting it without any friction or any additional cost. So,
and in so many economies that has happened relatively quickly. And I know you've done a lot of work on digital inclusion, but it's about making that leap. It's gone from cash straight away to digital payments, bypassing that need for a bit of plastic entirely.
So yeah, and that is exactly what we do. I work in the intersection of three things: technology, building new platforms, what are called digital public infrastructure, very uncommon in the this part of the world, but very common in India now. Digital public infrastructure is rent-free infrastructure, like UPI, like identity, like e-commerce, available to all entrepreneurs, founders, and funders, at a zero rent cost. Two, we work on policy issues, and there's a lot of regulation in finance, and we can talk about that. And three, of course, money, venture capital for the industry. So India is not an oil-rich country, but we still have walk the talk by funding our own industry, by funding our own moon tech, space tech startups, through great investors. Some of them are sitting in this room, and we make sure that the money is really pumped in to the national initiatives of digital and space tech or agri-tech or whatever you may want.
And he's making that money work. Jaidev, good to have you with us. Welcome, Chief Executive of Zopar. Talk to me from your point of view, what you are preparing for. What does the future of money look like from where you're sitting?
Interesting. I think the conversation, building on the conversation here, I think the UPI is definitely kind of showing the way of what is possible when you move entirely digital. You cut out so much of the transaction cost that, I worked in the credit card industry for a long time, and the rents that are associated with the card payment are incredibly inefficient for the economy in general, and makes it very hard to make smaller payments kind of work. I think contactless has made a small dent in that, but it's still, I think, too expensive for merchants in terms of how much they have to pay for a transaction. So in the UK, open banking has taken one step towards that, but I do feel that actually making real-time bank-to-bank payments quicker, possibly on the basis of a central bank digital coin or a central bank digital currency, would be the right kind of next step. And I would think most of the West here would probably be there in the next 4 to 5 years, I would say.
And what is driving that? Is that consumers saying, we want this access, we want to be able to take these things with us wherever we are, we want to be able to bank more quickly, more efficiently, more cheaply? Because it strikes me that a lot of the traditional players in the industry, this is not in their interest to do this.
Yeah, I think it's definitively one driver is the merchant, right? The merchant is probably, if you're a small business, you're probably tired of paying the amount of expense that you spend, right? In terms of, people like us, the issuers of cards, the networks, visas, and so on. So from a merchant standpoint, there's a reasonable push towards cheaper payments. I think, particularly as you could think about smaller payments and the desire to be more efficient, there is a push from a policy standpoint, from a governmental standpoint around having more of that not in cash, so that the economy is more efficient, more real time, but also there is the ability then to be actually getting more of the cash economy into the taxable economy, right? Yeah. So from a government standpoint, a policy standpoint, there is a push. So push from merchants, push from the governments, and lastly, as you can think about, as the UK is a great example where we moved to instant payments a lot, but that has come with a lot of fraud, right? Yeah. But again, if you went to a more of a central bank digital currency kind of standpoint, then it probably becomes a far easier to control fraud and actually almost take back that digital coin in a way that is more seamless. So I would think that as fraud continues to proliferate, there will be a bigger push towards more truly digital currency. I think those are the three things that I can see that are kind of moving towards it. And yes, the likes of Visa and MasterCard are going to kind of resist it, but increasingly they have kind of accepted it, and they are actually starting to innovate themselves into the bank-to-bank rails and so on and so forth.
Yeah, and Arvind, I'm interested in, you, as I said, you do a lot of work on digital inclusion, but, the pace of change in this field is, it's speeding up all the time. How do you make sure you're bringing people with you who are just at the moment getting their head around having a bank account, never mind talking about digital payments and the like? How do you make sure that, whole swathes of the population are not left behind in this transition?
Well, as I said, the number one objective was to give them access to the bank account. Yep. And I think very wise people across the world have said we need more banking and less banks. India has done both, giving them more banking as well as more banks. We converted the postal service into a banking operator in India. Now, a post office walks into your house every day, a post person, and now that is also a bank. With a small mobile ATM, you suddenly converted 200,000 agents into banking touch points. So, there has to be innovation which is both on the policy side, as Jaidev said, but also making sure it's accessible and, it's trustworthy. Yep. And that has kept people, trusting the Indian ecosystem and coming. And to that point, 500 million new bank accounts, as I talked about, have actually deposited about $40 billion worth of their savings into the banking system. So they clearly tells you there is a trust going on.
Yes.
But I may add two more things, which he said absolutely correctly. Policy push, there's a merchant push, but the merchants are also asking for not only just cost efficiency, but also transactional efficiency. Studies across the world have shown that if you take a digital payment, and a cashless payment, you can process 6 times more transactions per minute. So think of the efficiency a small vendor, a food cart vendor can do in processing a lot more transactions. And this is and the third point, which is actually a lot of economists fail to understand, they can price it correctly. Anecdotally, there is, if you used to buy something for 99 pence, for example, or 1.99, or 1.90 for that matter, the 10 cents or the 10 pennies was a candy given back to you. Diabetes, of course, but apart from that, it was priced wrongly. Now with digital, the merchants are coming back and saying, I can price it at 2.05 or 1.95 without worrying about inflation. So this is really great insights coming from the merchant ecosystem, which is saying that we need this small payments, micro payments to be enabled and freed from the clutches, if you mind, from the two big duopolies which have existed. At $1 trillion duopoly, by the way, they of course will resist this.
Do you want to jump in?
I was just going to say, from the inclusion standpoint, it's pretty interesting that when you think about inclusion, there are 3 buckets that we need to think about. One is the marginalized because they're poor. Given the proliferation of technology, and particularly mobile phones, I think that has actually digital has become a way of including them rather than excluding them.
You put the tools in there.
It's the only way to actually get them. Then you've got inclusivity from an accessibility standpoint, people who are differentially abled or have some physical handicaps and so on. Again, I feel technology actually is a enabler there, particularly if providers take into account accessibility requirements and standards. There's a third population which has been where the problem has been, and particularly in countries like the UK and Europe, where their societies are aging a bit more, is the older people, right? Where they are just not used to having that. But as we, that is a problem that we need to, I think, face into and figure out how we can make that easier. But again, I would think that as time progresses, that population becomes smaller because most of us will get older, but we would have had the privilege of having used this when we were younger.
Yeah,
so
and therefore the trust that comes with that. And we've talked a little bit about trust. I want to talk briefly about regulation. We've got a few minutes left. And there's always that argument, isn't there, that regulation of any sort fails to keep up with the change in technology. Where are we on that scale of, things like open banking, amazing. But is fintech regulation keeping up with the speed of the technology and what that allows us to do?
I think UK, there is always more you can do with regulation and be faster, but I feel they have a good framework for it in the sense that I think currently the regulators are talking about it from an outcome-based standpoint. So rather than regulate the technology, because the technology moves too fast, why don't we regulate customer outcomes? And if banks, financial services providers are responsible for providing good outcomes, and it's up to them to figure out how they do it, protect consumers' data and give them good outcomes, and that's what regulators should focus on, because then as technology moves faster, you could still hold the banks accountable for those two things, and it's up to us then to figure that out quicker. And I think outcome-based regulation is the only way actually you can regulate this, rather than, I think, European regulation, which is more trying to get to how you're doing it, is probably incredibly misguided.
Couple of minutes left. A prediction from each of you, if you will. Arvind, let me start with you. What will it look like 20 years from now? How will we buy stuff?
20 years, too long. But yeah, couple of years from now, biometric. Faces, your biometrics are the most best form of your passwords, if I can use that word, not what you know or what you have.
But that involves a significant investment in technology.
Well, countries who are smart enough have done that. You and India including, sorry, I had to say that. That's the way to go, and and that's where a lot of platforms like Google and Apple have a lot of proprietary, and we talked about data that they own or the kind of they have. So it will play out. Google, is my prediction, will be the biggest bank in the world, and not anybody else, or Apple for that matter. The second thing is that I think there will be a lot of bottom-up innovation. And that is different from the top-down innovation we have seen in the last 50 years. Bottom-up innovation, which impacts the next 6 billion of the world. And it may not just come from the US or UK or all the existing finance capitals of the world. It will come from societies like India, Africa, and Brazil and the BRICS countries.
Jadif?
I think wearables instead of biometrics, because we might have 7 different ways we want to pay, and then it's very hard then to have my eyes kind of nudge this way to say that's the way I want to pay. But biometrics might be the way we authenticate, but wearables might be the way how we choose to do that. And I still feel banks will be banks because already these tech companies are too big, so I can't see central banks allowing them to be big banks because it just gets too much into the country's sovereignty. So I think banks will be banks because they are too small rather than they have been too big in the past. Yeah.
Thank you both. I feel that everybody needs some fresh air and some food. So it looks like lunch is ready. We'll meet back in here after lunch. But ladies and gents, my panel, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
At Parth Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are, and we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will.
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people in a vibrant society with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way.
Yeah, we're a couple. It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do?
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
شو اسمك؟
اسمي محمد. تخيل تنولد وانت عندك ثقب في الرقبة وتتنفس من الأنبوب.
Yes, it can be quite disabling, disfiguring, but psychologically also it really scars a child. He never feels normal. The parents had sort of given up and thought that this is going to be living with this forever. We had to convince the parents to say, look, there's a good chance we can remove this. So allow us to do a bronchoscopy, and then we can fix it slowly. Eventually, thankfully, that's what's happened. The procedure is quite complex and delicate. There's a high risk of scarring back. So as a final part of this procedure, we use some tissues from his own cartilage from his ear. We remove the tracheostomy tube and close the hole in his neck. Graft may not survive. There's a high risk of failure.
تعرف شو يعني تسمع صوتك بعمر 7 سنين لأول مرة؟
بطل ولدي بطل. Probably wasn't speaking for 3-4 years of his life. Today he's able to swallow on his own, he's able to speak, his neck is completely healed.
عطولي هالشي وبعدين عشان أعرف أتنفس.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward, creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
In the heart of India's economic resurgence, a powerful pulse drives innovation and growth. This is ET Now. From breaking news to market insights, we bring you stories that matter, analysis that empowers, and shape the economic landscape of the nation. Join us as we navigate market complexities and spotlight global change makers. ET Now. Rise with India.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve, and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice, we needed to find our unique brand voice. As part of our journey to tell our growth story, we spoke to people across the country, covering all our stakeholders from customers, channel partners, and employees. We sought inspiration in their values and aspirations. We breathe new life in our brand identity, framing human stories through windows of opportunity, reflecting our vision to empower upward mobility, broadening horizons through financial accessibility. Our loans symbolize a dose of confidence, the confidence to make it happen, the confidence to take action, to form collaborations, to go further than we have ever before, to become an inspiration and hero to all. Hero FinCorp, the confidence to make it happen.
Serum Institute was founded by a true visionary, Dr. Cyrus Poonawalla, in 1966. As he says, it is our endeavor to make quality vaccines more affordable around the world, because we firmly believe that health should be the right of every child. Today, the company is the world's largest manufacturer of vaccines by number of doses, and a testimony of the quality is the fact that the company's vaccines have been accredited by the World Health Organization, Geneva. 1967 saw the first manufacturing operations for tetanus vaccines in the company that was formed with the aim of manufacturing life-saving immunobiologicals, of which there was a shortage in the country and which were being imported at high prices. Today, the company's product portfolio encompasses a wide array of recombinant, conjugate and combination vaccines. In response to the ever-increasing global demand for high-quality, affordable vaccines, the company is constantly adding to its setup of dedicated, state-of-the-art manufacturing plants, sophisticated laboratories, and high-tech quality and R&D departments, which undertake cutting-edge research projects that endeavor to make the world a safer and healthier place to live. The colossal production output, which will soon find its way across the planet, is stored under carefully monitored environmental conditions in huge storage bays. The huge blending vessels of 3,000 liters capacity produce vaccines to the tune of 1 million doses a day. Fully automatic, high-speed vial washing, filling, stoppering, and sealing machines ensure both the highest quality standards and quantity of the output. Serum Institute has the largest computerized facility around the world for lyophilization of parenterals. Focused efforts on the international markets, mainly through WHO, UNICEF, the Pan American Health Organization, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, etc., have enabled the company to export a wide variety of vaccines and anti-sera to over 170 countries around the world, notably to Asia, Africa and South America, and also to the CEE and CIS states. The company has been instrumental in saving millions of lives across the globe by supplying billions of doses of vaccines at short notice to control epidemics and also to cater to mass immunization campaigns. The future holds a lot of promise as we are committed to introduce newer technologies and products to contribute to the making of a healthier world. The company will continue its relentless pursuit of trying to conquer diseases. While the accolades come as milestones on this humanitarian journey, Serum Institute of India is steadfast in making Dr. Cyrus Poonawalla's dream come true. Serum Institute of India. Protection from birth onwards.
Everyone has a journey, and it has to begin somewhere. As we unveil your story with precision, we allow you to rest as ancient wisdom guides you. Imagine a place where we live in harmony with nature, without any change. Every raindrop collects and flows through the veins of the architecture. And as the sun appears, it fuels our entire existence. So our journey continues as we introduce our holistic ecosystem that builds the true meaning of clinical wellness. This way, Tula becomes more than a destination. It becomes a lifestyle.
At Parth Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. and we chase them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top, to the world's biggest names, and to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are, and we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will.
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people in a vibrant society with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way.
Yeah, we're a couple. It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do.
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
شو اسمك؟
اسمي محمد. تخيل تنولد وانت عندك ثقب في الرقبة وتتنفس من الأنبوب.
Yes, it can be quite disabling, disfiguring, but psychologically also it really scars a child. He never feels normal. The parents had sort of given up and thought that this is going to be living with this forever. We had to convince the parents to say, look, there's a good chance we can remove this. So allow us to do a bronchoscopy and then we can fix it slowly. Eventually, thankfully, that's what's happened. The procedure is quite complex and delicate. There's a high risk of scarring back. So as a final part of this procedure, we use some tissues from his own cartilage from his ear. We remove the tracheostomy tube and close the hole in his neck. Graft may not survive. There's a high risk of failure.
تعرف شو يعني تسمع صوتك بعمر 7 سنين لأول مرة؟
بطل ولدي بطل.
Probably wasn't speaking for 3-4 years of his life. Today, he's able to swallow on his own, he's able to speak, his neck is completely healed.
عطولي هالشي وبعدين عشان أعرف أتنفس.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. Creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
In the heart of India's economic resurgence, A powerful pulse drives innovation and growth. This is ET Now. From breaking news to market insights, we bring you stories that matter, analysis that empowers, and shape the economic landscape of the nation. Join us as we navigate market complexities and spotlight global change makers. ET Now. Rise with India.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice, we needed to find our unique brand voice. As part of our journey to tell our growth story, we spoke to people across the country, covering all our stakeholders from customers, channel partners and employees. We sought inspiration in their values and aspirations. We breathe new life in our brand identity, framing human stories through windows of opportunity, reflecting our vision to empower upward mobility, broadening horizons through financial accessibility. Our loans symbolize a dose of confidence, the confidence to make it happen, the confidence to take action, to form collaborations, to go further than we have ever before, to become an inspiration and hero to all. Hero FinCorp, the confidence to make it happen.
Serum Institute was founded by a true visionary, Dr. Cyrus Poonawalla, in 1966. As he says, it is our endeavor to make quality vaccines more affordable around the world, because we firmly believe that health should be the right of every child. Today, the company is the world's largest manufacturer of vaccines by number of doses, and a testimony of the quality is the fact that the company's vaccines have been accredited by the World Health Organization, Geneva. 1967 saw the first manufacturing operations for tetanus vaccines in the company that was formed with the aim of manufacturing life-saving immunobiologicals, of which there was a shortage in the country and which were being imported at high prices. Today, the company's product portfolio encompasses a wide array of recombinant, conjugate and combination vaccines. In response to the ever-increasing global demand for high-quality, affordable vaccines, the company is constantly adding to its setup of dedicated, state-of-the-art manufacturing plants, sophisticated laboratories and high-tech quality and R&D departments, which undertake cutting-edge research projects that endeavor to make the world a safer and healthier place to live. The colossal production output, which will soon find its way across the planet, is stored under carefully monitored environmental conditions in huge storage bays. The huge blending vessels of 3,000 liters capacity produce vaccines to the tune of 1 million doses a day. Fully automatic, high-speed vial washing, filling, stoppering and sealing machines ensure both the highest quality standards and quantity of the output. Our institute has the largest computerized facility around the world for lyophilization of parenterals. Focused efforts on the international markets, mainly through WHO, UNICEF, the Pan American Health Organization, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, etc., have enabled the company to export a wide variety of vaccines and anti-sera to over 170 countries around the world, notably to Asia, Africa and South America, and also to the CEE and CIS states. The company has been instrumental in saving millions of lives across the globe by supplying billions of doses of vaccines at short notice to control epidemics and also to cater to mass immunization campaigns. The future holds a lot of promise as we are committed to introduce newer technologies and products to contribute to the making of a healthier world. The company will continue its relentless pursuit of trying to conquer diseases. While the accolades come as milestones on this humanitarian journey, Serum Institute of India is steadfast in making Dr. Cyrus Poonawala's dream come true. Serum Institute of India. Protection from birth onwards.
Everyone has a journey, and it has to begin somewhere. As we unveil your story with precision, we allow you to rest as ancient wisdom guides you. Imagine a place where we live in harmony with nature, without any change. Every raindrop collects and flows through the veins of the architecture. And as the sun appears, it fuels our entire existence. So our journey continues as we introduce our holistic ecosystem that builds the true meaning of clinical wellness. This way, Tula becomes more than a destination. It becomes a lifestyle.
At Parth Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are, and we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will.
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people and a vibrant society with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way.
Yeah, we're a couple. It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do.
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
شو اسمك؟
اسمي محمد. تخيل تنولد وانت عندك ثقب في الرقبة وتتنفس من الأنبوب.
Yes, it can be quite disabling, disfiguring, but psychologically also it really scars a child. He never feels normal. The parents had sort of given up and thought that this is going to be living with this forever. We had to convince the parents to say, look, there's a good chance we can remove this. So allow us to do a bronchoscopy and then we can fix it slowly. Eventually, thankfully, that's what's happened. The procedure is quite complex and delicate. There's a high risk of scarring back. So as a final part of this procedure, we use some tissues from his own cartilage from his ear. We remove the tracheostomy tube and close the hole in his neck. Graft may not survive. There's a high risk of failure.
تعرف شو يعني تسمع صوتك بعمر 7 سنين لأول مرة؟
بطل ولدي بطل.
Probably wasn't speaking for 3-4 years of his life. Today, he's able to swallow on his own, he's able to speak, his neck is completely healed.
عطولي هالشي وبعدين عشان أعرف أتنفس.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward, creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
In the heart of India's economic resurgence, a powerful pulse drives innovation and growth. This is ET Now. From breaking news to market insights, we bring you stories that matter, analysis that empowers, and shape the economic landscape of the nation. Join us as we navigate market complexities and spotlight global change makers. ET Now. Rise with India.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice, we needed to find our unique brand voice. As part of our journey to tell our growth story, we spoke to people across the country, covering all our stakeholders from customers, channel partners and employees. We sought inspiration in their values and aspirations. We breathe new life in our brand identity, framing human stories through windows of opportunity. reflecting our vision to empower upward mobility, broadening horizons through financial accessibility. Our loans symbolize a dose of confidence, the confidence to make it happen, the confidence to take action, to form collaborations, to go further than we have ever before, to become an inspiration and hero to all. Hero FinCorp, the confidence to make it happen.
Serum Institute was founded by a true visionary, Dr. Cyrus Poonawalla, in 1966. As he says, it is our endeavor to make quality vaccines more affordable around the world, because we firmly believe that health should be the right of every child. Today, the company is the world's largest manufacturer of vaccines by number of doses, and a testimony of the quality is the fact that the company's vaccines have been accredited by the World Health Organization, Geneva. 1967 saw the first manufacturing operations for tetanus vaccines in the company that was formed with the aim of manufacturing life-saving immunobiologicals, of which there was a shortage in the country and which were being imported at high prices. Today, the company's product portfolio encompasses a wide array of recombinant, conjugate and combination vaccines. In response to the ever-increasing global demand for high-quality, affordable vaccines, the company is constantly adding to its setup of dedicated, state-of-the-art manufacturing plants, sophisticated laboratories, and high-tech quality and R&D departments, which undertake cutting-edge research projects that endeavor to make the world a safer and healthier place to live. The colossal production output, which will soon find its way across the planet, is stored under carefully monitored environmental conditions in huge storage bays. The huge blending vessels of 3,000 liters capacity produce vaccines to the tune of 1 million doses a day. Fully automatic, high-speed vial washing, filling, stoppering, and sealing machines ensure both the highest quality standards and quantity of the output. Our institute has the largest computerized facility around the world for lyophilization of parenterals. Focused efforts on the international markets, mainly through WHO, UNICEF, the Pan American Health Organization, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, etc., have enabled the company to export a wide variety of vaccines and antisera to over 170 countries around the world, notably to Asia, Africa and South America, and also to the CEE and CIS states. The company has been instrumental in saving millions of lives across the globe by supplying billions of doses of vaccines at short notice to control epidemics and also to cater to mass immunization campaigns. The future holds a lot of promise as we are committed to introduce newer technologies and products to contribute to the making of a healthier world. The company will continue its relentless pursuit of trying to conquer diseases. While the accolades come as milestones on this humanitarian journey, Serum Institute of India is steadfast in making Dr. Cyrus Poonawalla's dream come true. Serum Institute of India. Protection from birth onwards.
Everyone has a journey, and it has to begin somewhere. As we unveil your story with precision, we allow you to rest as ancient wisdom guides you. Imagine a place where we live in harmony with nature, without any change. Every raindrop collects and flows through the veins of the architecture. And as the sun appears, it fuels our entire existence. So our journey continues as we introduce our holistic ecosystem that builds the true meaning of clinical wellness. This way, Tula becomes more than a destination. It becomes a lifestyle.
At Parth Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. and we chase them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top, to the world's biggest names, and to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are, and we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will.
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people in a vibrant society with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way.
Yeah, we're a couple. It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do.
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
شو اسمك؟
اسمي محمد. تخيل تنولد وانت عندك ثقب في الرقبة وتتنفس من الأنبوب.
Yes, it can be quite disabling, disfiguring, but psychologically also it really scars a child. He never feels normal. The parents had sort of given up and thought that this is going to be living with this forever. We had to convince the parents to say, look, there's a good chance we can remove this. So allow us to do a bronchoscopy and then we can fix it slowly. Eventually, thankfully, that's what's happened. The procedure is quite complex and delicate. There's a high risk of scarring back. So as a final part of this procedure, we use some tissues from his own cartilage from his ear. We remove the tracheostomy tube and close the hole in his neck. Graft may not survive. There's a high risk of failure.
تعرف شو يعني تسمع صوتك بعمر 7 سنين لأول مرة؟
بطل ولدي بطل.
Probably wasn't speaking for 3-4 years of his life. Today he's able to swallow on his own, he's able to speak, his neck is completely healed.
عطولي هالشيء وبعدين عشان أعرف أتنفس.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward. Creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
In the heart of India's economic resurgence, A powerful pulse drives innovation and growth. This is ET Now. From breaking news to market insights, we bring you stories that matter, analysis that empowers, and shape the economic landscape of the nation. Join us as we navigate market complexities and spotlight global change makers. ET Now. Rise with India.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team. From two-wheeler to becoming a financing leader, we cover the length and breadth of our nation. As India moves forward, we move forward. With resilience, resolve and determination. With a focus on digital and innovation. We are relentless in our drive as we strive to meet and exceed the evolving needs of being Bharat ka digital lender. In a market filled with increasing choice, we needed to find our unique brand voice. As part of our journey to tell our growth story, we spoke to people across the country, covering all our stakeholders from customers, channel partners and employees. We sought inspiration in their values and aspirations. We breathe new life in our brand identity, framing human stories through windows of opportunity, reflecting our vision to empower upward mobility, broadening horizons through financial accessibility. Our loans symbolize a dose of confidence, the confidence to make it happen, the confidence to take action, to form collaborations, to go further than we have ever before, to become an inspiration and hero to all. Hero FinCorp, the confidence to make it happen.
Serum Institute was founded by a true visionary, Dr. Cyrus Poonawalla, in 1966. As he says, it is our endeavor to make quality vaccines more affordable around the world, because we firmly believe that health should be the right of every child. Today, the company is the world's largest manufacturer of vaccines by number of doses, and a testimony of the quality is the fact that the company's vaccines have been accredited by the World Health Organization, Geneva. 1967 saw the first manufacturing operations for tetanus vaccines in the company that was formed with the aim of manufacturing life-saving immunobiologicals, of which there was a shortage in the country and which were being imported at high prices. Today, the company's product portfolio encompasses a wide array of recombinant, conjugate and combination vaccines. In response to the ever-increasing global demand for high-quality, affordable vaccines, the company is constantly adding to its setup of dedicated, state-of-the-art manufacturing plants, sophisticated laboratories, and high-tech quality and R&D departments, which undertake cutting-edge research projects that endeavor to make the world a safer and healthier place to live. The colossal production output, which will soon find its way across the planet, is stored under carefully monitored environmental conditions in huge storage bays. The huge blending vessels of 3,000 liters capacity produce vaccines to the tune of 1 million doses a day. Fully automatic, high-speed vial washing, filling, stoppering, and sealing machines ensure both the highest quality standards and quantity of the output. Serum Institute has the largest computerized facility around the world for lyophilization of parenterals. Focused efforts on the international markets, mainly through WHO, UNICEF, the Pan American Health Organization, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, etc., have enabled the company to export a wide variety of vaccines and anti-sera to over 170 countries around the world, notably to Asia, Africa and South America, and also to the CEE and CIS states. The company has been instrumental in saving millions of lives across the globe by supplying billions of doses of vaccines at short notice to control epidemics and also to cater to mass immunization campaigns. The future holds a lot of promise as we are committed to introduce newer technologies and products to contribute to the making of a healthier world. The company will continue its relentless pursuit of trying to conquer diseases. While the accolades come as milestones on this humanitarian journey, Serum Institute of India is steadfast in making Dr. Cyrus Poonawala's dream come true. Serum Institute of India. Protection from birth onwards.
Everyone has a journey, and it has to begin somewhere. As we unveil your story with precision, we allow you to rest as ancient wisdom guides you. Imagine a place where we live in harmony with nature, without any change. Every raindrop collects and flows through the veins of the architecture. And as the sun appears, it fuels our entire existence. So our journey continues as we introduce our holistic ecosystem that builds the true meaning of clinical wellness. This way, Tula becomes more than a destination. It becomes a lifestyle.
At Parth Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are. And we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will.
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people and a vibrant society with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way.
Yeah, we're a couple. It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do.
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
شو اسمك؟
اسمي محمد. تخيل تنولد وانت عندك ثقب في الرقبة وتتنفس من الأنبوب.
Yes, it can be quite disabling, disfiguring, but psychologically also it really scars a child. He never feels normal. The parents had sort of given up and thought that this is going to be living with this forever. We had to convince the parents to say, look, there's a good chance we can remove this. So allow us to do a bronchoscopy and then we can fix it slowly. Eventually, thankfully, that's what's happened. The procedure is quite complex and delicate. There's a high risk of scarring back. So as a final part of this procedure, we use some tissues from his own cartilage from his ear. We remove the tracheostomy tube and close the hole in his neck. Graft may not survive. There's a high risk of failure.
تعرف شو يعني تسمع صوتك بعمر 7 سنين لأول مرة؟
بطل ولدي بطل.
Probably wasn't speaking for 3-4 years of his life. Today, he's able to swallow on his own, he's able to speak, his neck is completely healed.
عطولي هالشي وبعدين عشان أعرف أتنفس.
Can a bank help the world realize its dreams? At Emirates NBD, we empower people, companies, economies, countries. Proudly born in the UAE, leading the region, expanding globally. Investing, innovating, delivering, giving back, paying forward, creating opportunities to prosper. Emirates NBD.
In the heart of India's economic resurgence, a powerful pulse drives innovation and growth. This is ET Now. From breaking news to market insights, we bring you stories that matter, analysis that empowers, and shape the economic landscape of the nation. Join us as we navigate market complexities and spotlight global change makers. ET Now. Rise with India.
We've come a long way to get to where we are today. From what started as a single dream to enabling millions of dreams. From a handful of experts to thousands in our team.
We're just going to recharge Lucy.
wasn't me. We just had a technical difficulty. Right. How is the energy in the room after lunch? Excellent. And what a great lunch. Got a suitable food baby going on now. Could have a little nap, but we've got more important things to do this afternoon. We've had a great first half, I think you'd agree. Great sessions looking at how tech is going to make its mark in the realms of health and fitness, space, money, transport, spirituality, and so much more. And we have another second half, a brilliant program for you this afternoon. And we're kicking things off talking all things education. So we're going to explore the future of education, where AI-driven solutions, emerging technologies, and career counselling play a central role in empowering students to thrive in this rapidly ever-changing world. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome to the stage my all-knowledgeable panelists. Please welcome to the stage Akshay Chaturvedi, founder from Leverage Edu, and Aisling Conboy, program director at Wilton Park. Give them a round of applause. All right, take your seats. You've got the single chair. So first things first, how are you both?
Very well, thank you. It's
Excellent.
lovely. It's lovely to get outside in a conference. Oh my goodness, so nice, and it's such interesting discussions.
Yeah.
We're
super excited.
Yeah, you're bringing the energy on email, so I've been looking forward to actually bringing the energy on stage.
I'll take the compliment.
So we are going to go far into the future for my first question. It's 2035. That's where we're at. What wildest sci-fi dreams have come true, and how has technology impacted the education industry?
You want me to go first?
First, you go first.
I think by 2030, 31, we would already have figured out how to be at Mars. So I don't think this will be happening in London. I think this will be happening somewhere on another planet. That's one. And I think we put too much emphasis on how things will happen. I think sometimes you should just let chaos reign. And I think AI is smarter than most of us, at least smarter than me. And I think they would have figured out how learning can be more continuous. They would have figured out how curriculums can redesign themselves rather than educators trying to redesign them. They would have figured out how learning is not going to be just about schools and colleges. It's going to be about continuous learning for anybody and everybody, like this conference.
Yes.
And everybody is trying to upgrade themselves all times. So I'm pretty excited about what the next decade is going to unfold.
Yeah, and you're not wrong. You know, as someone in this tech industry, we always look into our crystal ball and be like, where are we going to be? And it's like, you know, sometimes you don't know where we're going to be. Life just throws curveballs, new developments happen, technologies evolve or, you know, deplete at different rates. And it's easy for us to look into that crystal ball and think this is how it's going to be. But sometimes just be patient and let's just roll with it and see how it goes, right? Go on, Aisling, what are you going to say?
Yeah, good question. Well, the optimism I share with you, definitely. In my dream world of ideal, it would be that education, access to high quality education is opened up, because I think all of us have an opportunity to either make sure that a few people have access to high quality education or that we open it up. And I think with AI and technology, we have the chance to make sure that irrespective of where you live, what country, what background, that you have access to really good education. So I'm optimistic. Some of the sci-fi that I read, I've read, I'm a history and politics student, is probably maybe a little bit gloomier in terms of the future, but I'm really optimistic. I really hope that education and with the emerging technologies that we can actually harness and make sure that we solve some of the critical global challenges that we have.
Yes.
And that access is probably the key thing that I hope that AI can do for us. You mentioned about, you know, we can't gaze into the future sometimes. I talked to some people at lunch and I asked them, right, you know, what's your role? What do you do? When you were at school or at university, did you know that your job existed? Most people didn't.
Yes.
I didn't know.
Well said.
Absolutely.
And that wasn't necessarily through the scale of change that we can expect in the next 10 years. So I think for any of us to think that we know actually what it's going to be like in 10 years, I'm not sure that we can.
I think that is one of the problems of the education realm, isn't it? It's very kind of, you know, it's stuck in its ways, and it's like, you know, you've got all these particular subjects and you think we're going to do this. It's like there's so many opportunities, that one that we don't even know yet, but so many newfangled opportunities that are coming out of the woodwork that maybe certain older educational models don't really set people up for. And that's where the change needs to happen. It really does need a shake-up, doesn't it? Yeah, so what's happening now in the education space that is paving the way for this future that you've just painted?
I think if I have to take a quick take at it, I don't think a lot is changing, unfortunately. So it's my turn to be a bit gloomy. First of all, there are not going to be these headsets. I think they're too bulky. But I think we're still, and we were talking about it just before the session started, people are still working in silos. And in the name of technological advancements, in the name of things really changing and unfolding in the future, I think there's very little happening. The change has to be way more radical. The change has to be way more all-encompassing. It has to be very, very comprehensive. And it has to happen across all stakeholders. So when I think about, I represent the international student voice in the room. And when I think about international students, sometimes there are employees sitting out here who are saying that, hey, we're very excited about AI. Students are saying that, hey, we're very excited about AI. But the home office does not really share the same excitement about AI or about bringing the students and giving them the best exposure sometimes. Or the universities don't think enough about is AI about that one module at the end of a 4-year program, or is AI going to be how we study every single day? So I think it really has to be redrawn. I think you used that word. In a very radical way from ground up, rather than we saying that, okay, let's sprinkle a bit of it, spray and pray, and let's see what magic it can kind of draw up. So I think there's a need to go back to the drawing board and do things up again completely.
Yeah, and it's about getting everybody on the same page as well, isn't it? We've got all these ideas, but if the people at the top who are going to make things happen, the decision makers, aren't on the same page and have that same vision, it's not going to go anywhere, really, is it? And I think that's where the hurdle lies. I think there's so much amazing technology and educational tools available right now, and some territories, some countries, some universities, schools, they're investing in it, but it's not really that widespread. They're not kind of jumping on this digital revolution as, I write about this stuff all the time, but in reality, it's not happening as much.
Correct.
And that's the sad part about it. Yeah. So let's talk about AI, obviously. How do you see AI really reshaping the experience for students?
Maybe I'll take that one, shall I, first? I think the opportunity for personalised learning is massive. So I think already we've seen it, like, most of my friends are learning a language on an app at the moment. They're not necessarily in school, they're not necessarily in university, but this kind of continuous learning. And I think the education space is changing. Like, we talk, I think, for a long time about lifelong learning. To some extent, I think AI and technology will really enhance it. With the changes of jobs and careers in the sense of upskilling and reskilling, I think it will really, really be important. But also with gamification, it's become kind of fun, right?
Oh, yes.
And it's become competitive. I know a lot of people who are learning new languages that are, always tell me what their scores are and where they are. So all of that is very exciting and dynamic. So I think hopefully we can use it to the benefit and to make sure also that we have students and teachers who have devices and access to devices, that we don't actually increase inequality potentially, but that we make sure that everybody has access. So if we have learning and if we have the technology, that it's wide and it's open.
And do you say, go on, actually.
So very quickly, I of course share the same enthusiasm, but if you look at there are two kinds of AI, and in fact 3. There's enterprise AI as well, but for this discussion, there's consumer AI and then there's Gen AI. I think we're doing very well in terms of adaptation of consumer AI, and that means everything that was just spoken about. But there is, again, I'm going to go back to the similar point that I made previously. We're really not thinking about how we can go out and comprehensively take it to the next level. How can we really build our own models? So for example, we were talking about, we had a bunch of AI panels all across these last 3 or 4 days, but can we think about, can IGF build its own large language model or maybe a smallish model? We did the small roundtable day before. Maybe at the roundtable we should have said that, hey, we have all these ideas, can we really build a model around it? I don't think we're thinking in that direction right now. We're still thinking about, okay, ChatGPT is cool, now they have the image version, now they have the video version, I'm going to adapt it, and then this all sounds very hunky-dory. But I think if we really are going to be thinking about careers of the future, as what this panel is called, I think we have to make everybody, I'm not saying make everybody a coder, but I think make everybody a much better student of what AI really means and how they have to play with it as a tool, as a maker, not just as a kind of absorber.
And like starting with the basics, the fundamentals, so people have a deep understanding of it rather than just kind of seeing the headlines and maybe the stigma attached to maybe the negative side of AI and things like that. So I'm
saying it has to be as important as math or English or CPR, so everybody kind of knows the basics of it.
Yeah, exactly. And like we said, there's definitely a shake-up that needs to happen, isn't it? So do you think that AI-driven personalized learning systems, they really do have this power to transform traditional educational models? Maybe not so much now, but this is where we're going, kind of to what you were saying, Aisling.
Yeah, I think so, absolutely. And the points that you made, that we haven't gone far enough. Sometimes I think there's a perception, AI and technology, that's for people over there. I'm not a technologist, clearly not, but I've worked in education for a long time and with universities and interested in education. But sometimes it's like that this is a thing for the future and it's over there and I don't need to know. And I think we realize now all of us need to know because all of our lives are being shaped by it, not just in education, but everything we do, technology is impacting our lives. So I think the potential in terms of personalization is really big, and I look forward to it. And I guess as a learner as well, I think just the access to things that maybe if you live, in a city, you have access to lots of resources, but if you have connectivity and if you have access to devices and we have AI and personalized learning, then I think it's a very exciting time for all of us to expand education. But I think quality is the key thing for me.
Yes.
Is that just because we have lots of things, and in discussions at this roundtable, we talked about data. Like data, we need people to analyze it as well and to see how are we going to use the data. And I think for me that brings in ethics and what we do with AI as well.
And I'm coming on to ethics.
If I can just quickly add to that, Lucy, I think the change has already happened. I would in fact agree to what you said right at the beginning. I think the distribution hasn't happened. It hasn't reached in all corners of the world. If you have to go to a village in Pakistan and say that, hey, we are doing all this cool stuff, have you even heard about it? And they would say, huh? What are you talking about? And I think that distribution needs to follow up much faster. And for that, everybody in the room is responsible. I think that is as simple as writing a small check and figuring out the right, maybe at the end of the event, we have like, okay, these are the 10 organizations that are supporting the right distribution of what has already been done. And we move forward in a much faster pace to do that.
Yeah. So staying within the realm just of personalization before I move on, do you think that AI-driven tools could potentially lead to a more dynamic and adaptable curriculum that evolves over time, based on student feedback and performance? So that's, I'm talking deeply personalized learning systems. Because, let's face it, you've got a classroom or a bunch of people, and everyone develops at different stages, different periods. Some people are at the front of the class, some people are at the back of the class. If you've got a system that adapts to people's learning, do you think that's something that could be incredibly beneficial to the education system?
I think it could, absolutely. But again, I think it's about resources and that we need to make sure people have access. So having very personalised adaptive learning is great. But I think we need to make sure that lots and lots of people have access to that, and it's not just an elite, that we're not actually reinforcing inequality. I would really like that as we use AI and it is adaptive, that it does actually reach different people, different stakeholders, whether you're in a rural area, whether you're in a city. Also things, I guess, that concern me, interested in women and girls education as well. When we look at generative AI and data sets, that we're actually looking, are we reinforcing stereotypes? Are we, or are actually we going to change things that we're going to model what women and girls can be in the future, for example. So from a young age, we can actually use it for positive to make changes and to make women and girls have the same opportunities, and for us not to enhance maybe where we have glass ceilings and so on already.
Yeah, absolutely. And to your point about, making sure this opportunities and this technology is accessible to everyone, I do think that's something that is eventually going to come over time. When something always hits the forefront, it's expensive, it's pricey, it's, only for kind of a select few. And as time goes on, it does trickle down to other industries, other territories, other groups of people and demographics. So hopefully this is something that we're going to be seeing. It's something we've seen with previous, like when netbooks were a thing and bringing ebooks into the classroom and things like that. It's at first it was like, this is really expensive territory, only maybe one per class or per school. But now there's quite a lot. There's a lot of initiatives and programs designed to make these things affordable for people. So we are moving in the right direction, but maybe not as quick as I'd like, we'd like.
If you look at COVID and how rapidly people had to, the transformations that we've had in education as a result of something we probably didn't expect, a lot of us that worked in education, then I think it's interesting to see how quickly things can shift.
Yeah, it was
but
pretty
also
impressive.
the inequalities as well that we can witness with that.
Yeah, and just how people pulled together to help the people that didn't have the access to make sure that everyone was learning during that time. Yeah, it's really quite eye-opening. It's funny, when your back's against the wall, what can happen, right?
And innovation as well, often coming out of times of difficulty or crisis or big technological change. Historically, I studied history and I'm interested in, even if you think about the Industrial Revolution a lot, of historic changes with innovation. People were scared at first, but then adapt and things change. So I think it's really important, and some of the speakers said it this morning, that we look back as well as forward when we're trying to predict the future.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned ethics earlier, so I just want to touch on that quickly. You know, when it comes to AI in the education space, what are the ethical dilemmas that keep you up at night? I know you mentioned, you know, girls and learning and things like that. Was there anything else that sticks to mind?
Yeah, I think for me, definitely, as I said, women and girls and kind of role models and all that. I think there's a lot of potential for good, but we need to kind of have the human kind of impact and kind of, just to watch in terms of data sets and so on. But I also think just in terms of equality generally and global equality.
Yes.
I mean, education and access to it. I'm very privileged, but I feel that not everybody in the world is as privileged as a lot of us are in terms of the educational backgrounds we have. So I think it's really important. Also, I guess, who controls the technology, how corporations work with the other stakeholders, whether it's with governments, whether it's with parents, with students, with kids. I think there's a huge amount of people involved in the education ecosystem, and that will continue, but where the power lies may change, and I think it's really important that we don't forget actually what all of us want to do. We want people to have great education, we want them to have happy, healthy lives. Even if you're a founder and entrepreneur or innovator in education, ultimately you might be a parent, a brother, a sister, so we need to think of the people that we're educating and to bring some humanity to what we do.
Yeah. Got anything to add?
I think I just look at ethical dilemma for different lens. I have no apprehensions and all that. This fundamental reset is going to happen sooner than later. I think we're almost there. But before this reset happens, I think it's very important that we bring in the critical thinking, the ability to problem solve, the emotional ability to kind of understand what's happening with my peers. Because Lucy, I remember a time when we could not take shoes inside the computer room in my school. And things move very fast, and they're moving really fast right now as well. But what the education system of the last 2 decades did was it ensured that we were speaking about the sportsman spirit yesterday evening in another session. So I think all of those things should not be lost. And as long as those very important human, what's the right word for it? Those very important human abilities, I think they make their place in the new AI world. I think it's all going to be fine.
Yeah. And finally, because I can see the red timer going to be flashing at me soon. Akshay, given your work in talent mobility, how do you think we can prepare students for careers that don't exist yet? You know, we touched on this earlier, ensuring that, you know, they're ready for AI and other emerging technologies and all these technology-driven courses that aren't yet on the job market. How do we prepare?
I don't think there's a way to prepare. I think the way to go about this is to really think about learning every single day. Because there's going to be a new career every single week. There's going to be something new to learn every single day. And as long as you have those basic tenets of critical thinking, ability to problem solve, and the momentum to upgrade yourself every single day. I think as long as those basic tenets are in order, you will be able to think about a new career, because I don't think anybody in this room can think about the careers that will be out there in 2030s.
No, you've got to take it as it comes, I guess, right? And just quickly before I get shouted at, what do you think is going to happen to the role of teachers, educators? You know, as technology comes in and as technology comes in and teachers maybe get slightly phased out, where are they going to sit in all of this?
I still think, I think teachers will still be important, but obviously,
I hope so.
Hopefully reskilling teachers will be a really, really important thing too. So as we all have to work with AI and technology, actually they play a vital role to be assisted in their roles. A lot of the mundane tasks we can already see, you know, can be done by AI. But I think the role of teachers will change, and they will have to adapt just as students will. So I think what you mentioned about not being able to know what's going to happen, I mean, a lot of it is that we have to expect to have change in our careers and to work with the technological
it's natural evolution, isn't it?
I think, so I'm the son of a teacher. I think, and I've seen my mom grade papers and do all the admin stuff like late into the night, which is all useless.
Same.
So I think I think the role of teachers will be the most important as we move into this new AI future. And we came across the stat together. Teachers teach only for 37% of the time. It is mad to think of it. The remaining 63%, they're only doing unnecessary administration stuff. So I think you think of AI, and you think of AI ensuring that all the dirty stuff is taken care of, and the teachers can really do what they teach, they inspire, they innovate, They spend time with children. And when I think about my mom being able to do that more and not grading papers unnecessarily, I think that's a future I want to be in.
Yeah, and what a lovely sentiment to end our wonderful chat on. Come on, give it up for my lovely panellists, Akshay and Aisling. All right, you ready for a photo?
Yeah, all good.
All right, Ben is waiting in the wings. He is ready. Okay, so prepare yourself for a debate of the future of work. That's what you're talking about now, right?
We will pass the mic. So we talked about education with Lucy. Let's talk now about jobs. And I'm also going to come down amongst you because we've got quite a packed panel up here today. And we're going to look at what the jobs of the future may be and whether we will all be made redundant by technology. What are the ethical implications of it, and what are the potential disruptions we may see in the jobs market from an increasingly automated world? So please can I welcome up to the stage Chris Jones, who's the Director of Technology and Analysis at the UK Foreign Office. Chris, come on up, please take a seat. Dame Wendy Hall is with us, member of the UN High-Level Advisory Board on AI. Adrian Joseph, who's the Technology Advisory Board member at NatWest Group, and Manish Vyas, who's Executive Director and Board member at Prodapt. Please welcome, take a seat.
Nice to be with
and
you.
I also feel this is a topic that so many of you in the room will have an opinion on. So I'm going to make you sing for your supper. I'm going to wander amongst you. And if you have questions, please stick your hand up because it makes my job much easier if you ask the questions. But let me start, first of all. I posed that question, and Dame Wendy, maybe I can start with you. You're an optimist in all of this, aren't you? That, yes, AI will change the way that we consider the world of work, but you think it is a good thing.
Overall, I think it's a good thing. I would like to answer a different question, which is...
That's not allowed.
I'll answer the question, and I'll pick up on the last panel, which is... yes, we want equality and fairness and access to AI because to prepare people for careers, we should be preparing them now for future AI careers. If you're in a primary school or early secondary school, by the time you go out to work, the world of work will be very different to what it is today. There will be careers which we won't even have thought of, both using AI and actually regulating AI, auditing AI, prompt engineering AI. I got that idea from my friend here. And we should be preparing kids for that today. I can talk more about that. But in terms of, these things aren't free. So the point about we want everyone to have access, we were doing the sums yesterday at the University of Southampton. We have 25,000 students aiming at 30,000. Oh, can't you hear me? No, not so well. Can you hear any of that? Do I have to start again?
We could hear you. No, we could hear you. Yeah, I could hear you.
Because this is this is so important. This is not free stuff, and in order to prepare people, we've got to train them with AI tools. We were working out on the back of an envelope yesterday at the University of Southampton. We have 25,000 students, aiming at 30,000 and 5,000 staff. It will cost us millions of pounds per year to provide access to all our staff and students with some sort of generative AI tool. Millions. Now, I know I don't know your name, the lovely moderator.
Lucy.
You said, all technology when it's introduced costs money. Don't think we can next year provide all our staff and students with generative AI tools. We can't. We have to work out how to do that. But we should absolutely be having a level playing field and making sure that every student that leaves a secondary school now or a university has some idea about what AI is. They don't all have to be machine learning programmers, but some idea about what AI is and how it might affect their world of work in the future. I could say a lot more, but I'm sure you're itching to move on.
Adrian, I want to bring you in at this stage because I know you have to leave, so when you do, by all means, head off, but I want to hear from you before you do. And Wendy poses that thing about, change is coming, change is here. Are we ready for it?
Some of us are, I think, but when I think about the world of work, if you look at the British public, the number one fear of AI is, 45% of them fear that their jobs are going to be taken. 45% of the British public feel that. Another 35% believe that AI is going to lead to a lack of creativity and problem solving in the work that they do. So when I think about the future of work, I think about three impacts, and they all begin with A. The first is that some jobs will be automated. Those that are highly repeatable, high data entry, they will be. Look at what IBM did with their HR team, where they use their own AI to reduce that team from 700 people to 50 people, 700 to 50. You know, the head of IBM believes that 30% of back office roles will be automated. That's 26,000 jobs just in IBM. So that's the first A, automation. Second A is augmentation, and we will all be augmented. We are already. We'll either have co-pilots in our lives or agents in our lives, and that's going to help us to be much more productive. It'll take things away from us that we don't need to spend our time on. And the third A that I don't think people are really talking about enough are these additional jobs. So prompt engineers, yes. But you know, at the moment we have 30 times more people building AI than thinking about ethics and regulation and audit. My daughter just graduated with philosophy and literature. She was hunting around about what job should she do, right? I said, why don't you think about being an AI ethicist? She couldn't get it. Prompt engineering, she's now been a prompt engineer for 2 months now. She's helping to train Llama 3, which is Meta's open source products. She's helping to train those outputs to give better answers. She didn't know that this job existed, and so there's a big job to help with connecting skills to the capabilities that our young people have.
And Chris, who is responsible for that education? You know, telling people about these jobs that we don't really know. They've never really been a career option until now. People don't necessarily have the right skills. As an authority, be that government or otherwise, how do we plan? How do we prepare for this?
Yeah, so it's a really good. Can you hear me on the mic, or can I just project? Right, great.
My mic wasn't switched on, by the way. That's why it wasn't working. I've just switched it on, but I'm a technologist.
Do we have to wind you up?
Look, it's a really good question. I think the reality here is things are moving very quickly, and nobody really knows the answers. So, you know, even Wendy, who's actually a real expert in this, doesn't know the answers. But I agree with her that we should tend towards being optimistic.
Fine.
You just told us that there are lots of things we don't know. So I think the trick here is about continuing a multi-stakeholder conversation. Yeah. So we need government people talking with AI specialists, with educators, with people who understand the civil society's implications of technologies like AI. And it's only together in those conversations where we start to understand, A, what's important, B, what we need to do about it, and C, how we fund the right programs. So governments clearly have a big and important role. So we own part of the education system. But I think it's only by bringing in that diverse range of voices and expertises that we can get to those answers quickly enough.
And Manish, I want to bring you in at this point because you've talked a lot about leadership and what leadership looks like in this sort of sphere. Because how does someone manage a change of this magnitude?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And first of all, going back to the previous panel, one thing that you don't want to change, coming back to leadership, is stern, very strong leaders like you, Wendy, to scold people by saying, no, you are wrong, and you know my mic was working. Absolutely, that will not change. Thankfully, it will not change. You need strong leadership in an AI world. AI is not going to do the most important job of decision making. Many years ago, I went through a surgery. What I remember about the surgery is when I gained consciousness, my surgeon was peering over me and with a beaming face and said, it was successful. There were decisions I had to make that I couldn't have left to anything else. I couldn't have left it to you because you were sleeping, by the way. And I took those decisions. I said, thank God it was a Dr. Human and not Dr. AI. So that thankfully will not change. What will indeed change, though, is some amazing stuff that has already been spoken about and is being done around data, around analysis, around repeatability of many, many things that will need to happen. For example, there is a company right here in the UK that around sustainability and climate and around waste management has peered over billions and some 32 billion waste items just in 2022 and decided and figured that about 87 million tons of waste need not have gone to landfill. That AI can do. What AI cannot do on top of it is, hence, what next? What next has to still be a human thing. So I do believe that leadership in the AI world will be a continuum, thankfully, of many things that we continue to do, which is empathy, ethics, bringing the human aspect to decision making. And yet AI is this massive mindset shift that will happen in allowing us to analyze and work on data so that we just don't work on guts and old knowledge, but on what really data gives us.
Yeah. And Adrian, before you go, give me a sense of how we equip the population to deal with the change that is coming from a fear point of view. And you were right to point to the statistics of the number of people who fear that their job will disappear. And it's that word disappear. It's not about change, adapt, become something different. You have a new powerful tool to use. It is that fear that their job disappears overnight. And how do you prepare people for that?
So there's a massive correlation between understanding of AI and acceptance of it. Massive correlation. And I know that many of the universities have demonstrated this. And so I think it's a lot about making sure that people actually understand what AI is and what it isn't, and the types of use cases that it's valid for. And the use cases for Gen AI are very, very different from the use cases for more traditional AI. That's really good around prediction and classification and so forth. But Gen AI is really good at many other things around kind of knowledge, bringing that together, or personalization at scale, or software engineering supply chain, right? I've seen examples where we can take maybe 40% efficiency gains by combining, the co-pilots that generate code that are then accepted by software engineers, and I'm seeing more of that happening. So I think it's about knowledge, about understanding, about education, and we need to get better, I think, at matching, skill sets around. We'll need AI auditors. We will need a lot more AI regulators than we've got. We'll need data fluency coaches. We need people who can translate between the technology and the use cases that are most going to be valid for this. So I feel pretty optimistic in many respects, but we need all of society, civil society, government, academia, and the government to come together to enable this to happen.
Does anyone have questions? Stick your hand up. I've got plenty more for the panel, so I'll come to you in just a second. Please do just stick your hand up, and I will come over and tell me who you are and who your question is for, so please do. Wendy, we heard there, Manish talking about healthcare, Adrian there talking about prompt engineers and so much more. Talk to me about what jobs you fear or potentially will disappear, and what you are still optimistic that we will have a need for.
There's so much hype and scaremongering out there. Jobs are not going to disappear overnight. Technology history tells us there will be more job created than lost. There will be some short-term losers, but it's not an overnight thing. I had my first experience, I don't know if anyone else has done this, of being in a driverless taxi in San Francisco last week. Anyone else done that? Waymo? In San Francisco? It's fun, isn't it?
Scary.
It is a tad scary. I'd had a lot of gin and tonic before I got in my driverless taxi.
Is that what it took to get in it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I wasn't... and I was with someone who had an account and was used to doing this, and it was quiet, and we weren't going up any of the San Francisco hills. But when I spoke to the taxi drivers, they're not worried about their jobs because they see this is a niche thing at the moment. And they see the Waymos, the driverless taxis, getting stuck, right? And not having to come out and be rescued because they can't get out of the position they've got themselves into. This is by no means a perfect technology yet. This stuff is going to happen over time. The industry, I would say this is probably, I was talking to my niece who's just had a new baby, and I was telling her about the Waymo taxi, and she was saying her older son had been I took a video of me in this taxi with this no driver. I was talking to it though. You can't actually talk to it.
Isn't that the best bit about not having drivers? You don't have to talk to them.
Well, you see, but it took a bend very sharply. And what about if it goes in the wrong direction or you get stuck? You are stuck. You're on your own, right, with this nothing. Okay, you have to call the HQ to get you out of whatever situation you're in. So you've got, it's not something you do lightly, I don't think. But my niece was saying that her son was fascinated with this video I sent them. And I said, yeah, well, he's probably in a generation that will never learn to drive a car or own a car. Right? That's what's coming. But there will be a need for us to be transported around the country, and the services will be different. There will be lots of new jobs created around a whole new form of transport that hopefully, Geospatial Commission, will be linked up. So you'll get your driverless taxi to your driverless train, did I say that? And then, and then to your plane. No, I'm never getting in a plane without a pilot, by the way, just so everybody. But it's a whole new world out there. But it's a brave new world, I was going to say. Well, be careful about that, knowing what Brave New World's about. And I'm very optimistic about it, but we need to be preparing people for thinking about new types of jobs for the future, and particularly, by the way, the teachers. I'm working with a local sixth form college. They have no help from government at the moment at all, and I'm really worried about this. Government's done stuff at higher education, I know all about this, but there's nothing happening at the moment to help teachers in any type of school talk about AI. And it is not just a subset of computer science. It's much, much wider than that. They're getting no help at all from government at the moment on how to teach it.
Let's get into some questions. So tell me name and who your question is for, please.
My name is Andrew Cowan. I'm the CEO of Future Care UK. I'm absolutely passionate about education. I work with universities. My question to the panel is job transformation is synonymous with education. We need to start looking, I'd like to know the panel's view, we need to start looking at not university education, but actually education of our youth, our infants, on the basis that unless they understand what's going on and can be protected, then you're not going to have the jobs in the future. Would the panel like to comment, please?
They will have jobs in the future. They will.
So, thank you. Yeah, I think we're going to. It depends on sectors, right? I think we see very different impacts depending on what sectors you're in. But look to Wendy's point. The top growing jobs, 65% of top growing jobs on LinkedIn at the minute didn't exist 20 years ago. Some MIT research that was done that showed that in 2018. Most of the jobs that were created didn't exist in 1940. We just couldn't predict them, and so it's very hard for us to think through what the various applications are. But I think we're all going to be a lot more productive than we were. There will be discontinuities and social impacts, and we need to think about that really carefully. We need to maybe think about things like taxing algorithms, right, to provide support and training. I think that's an interesting idea from my perspective, but I don't know, other people may have views on this. Tax the algorithms, yeah.
Yeah. Manish, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe a 3-second at the cost of sounding cheesy. I work for a company called Prodapt, which really came from proactive adaptation. What Wendy said earlier about the gradual shift, this hype needs to die down, is because thankfully the history has indeed taught us that every technology shift has given us enough time to prepare for that. In education as well, it will allow us to do that. Not as exciting as maybe a driverless taxi, but let's talk about something which is a bit boring but equally important, which is changes in an enterprise. And a lot of jobs will shift there, not necessarily disappear. One thing that we are working on, for example, is a job title called Autonomics Architect. That's not just a technology role. It is a role which involves, of course, understanding the technology called AI, but applying that at a human engineering level in terms of what different departments of any company, whether it is HR, finance, payroll, what they need to do to adopt AI so that they could serve their respective customers better. That requires education. It we don't need to intervene at an infancy level, but it requires intervention at a career infancy level, very early on, to try and understand and adopt technology in a much better fashion so that it serves you over a longer period of time.
Can I just come in on this as well? Sure. It's a really good question, and at the danger of sounding like everybody else, look, I'm really optimistic about this as well. So, as Wendy says, jobs are not just going to disappear overnight. And the reality is AI is not going to take anybody's job. A human exploiting AI is going to take somebody else's job. So there's a bit here about how do we evolve.
Very important.
And the role, I think, here of schools, so there needs to be sort of a formal education structure which says this is what a large language model is, this is what bias is about, this is how you deal with discrimination. But a lot of this is about access. You know, if there's one thing I want everybody to take away from this, go and educate yourselves on these things. They're all out there. Again, create a Hugging Face account so you can get access to all sorts of models that are there. And just by having that awareness and being able to share that, just creates that sort of a higher watermark in the awareness and the education level. That will get us a million miles away from where we are today.
Yeah, and that, I mean, that's to Adrian's point, isn't it? To know is to not be scared of it. There's another question here, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Utkarsh. I'm the CEO of Network Capital and a PhD student at Oxford. I'm really interested in the concept of achievement gaps. And I do know, being a techno-optimist, that there will be more jobs, but I'm not sure if people will still have the sense of achievement that comes from the pride of doing things. Achievement is typically comes from doing difficult things that are competently caused, and there are legitimate fears that achievement will be
Types
lower.
of jobs that are going to go first are the boring, repetitive jobs that no one wants to do, actually. I mean, a lot of people have to do them, and look how people are much more enjoying working partly from home because their jobs are so boring, right? There's a lot of it. And that's, I mean, and things like this a company in the room that's doing cancer tests with cancer tests, and then there's also, what's the company that does the breast cancer? Cara Medical, where they're showing that the AI can detect cancer faster and more efficiently than human beings. That will not take people's jobs. That will relieve. Look how the health service is desperate for staff. It will relieve highly trained staff to do more important jobs, decision-making jobs, working with patients. And hopefully, if we get it right, make the health services around the world more efficient, more effective. And those are the types of jobs that are going to go first. So there will be white-collar jobs in the old phrase, but they will be the ones that will go first. Anything that is repetitive, boring, and, with data, those are the sorts of jobs that will go.
Loads of questions. Let me squeeze through this man in the amazing green jacket.
Hi, morning, afternoon even. My name is Raj Kulasingham. I'm a lawyer at law firm Dentons. I'm also an NED and a tech investor. So I kind of see a few things from the seat that I sit in. And the one thing, a question for you is that certainly in legal tech, for example, what's going to happen, and I'm telling you it's happening already, that the bottom of the legal services will go. Same with medical, same with accountancy, because some of this earlier stuff will go. And I'm seeing it. But hang on. I know you want to... My question is, that how do you train people to get to the next level when that bottom level is gone? Because a good lawyer today is not someone who relies on AI. He relies on experience and intuition, and he's a business person, he's a commercial person. Same with the doctor, same with a tax advisor.
We have time. These gentlemen here answered your question. We have time to do that. And my father was an accountant. He retired in 1980 before there were any computers in use in his industry. Can you turn that phone off, please? Sorry, I'm a teacher. So he retired.
You'd be in detention later.
Before there were any computers anywhere. So everybody, he could divide pounds, shillings and pence by pounds, shillings and pence. Everybody in the office he ran did everything by hand, which is all copying ledgers, right? All those jobs have gone. But there are more jobs in the finance industry than you can shake a stick at these days. What we have done is enabled and let the computers do the grunt work, and we can do the creative, exciting, more challenging work. And that's happened over a period of time. And this is exactly what you said. We do have that time. Do not be fooled into thinking it's all going to happen and go to hell in a handcart next year. It isn't. We have the time. We have to be sensible as a society. We have to make sure that the AI we're using is safe, and it's we need to regulate, we need to license, we need to all these things. We're working on it, but there is time.
Can I just make a comment on the health service? I mean, I met the head of AI for the NHS. And he said, you know what, by 2025, there are going to be 360,000 jobs that we can't fill in the NHS. I mean, desperate times. And he said, you know what, bring on the algorithms that are going to take some of those jobs, right? And we know from the research from the Alan Turing, for example, that NHS staff that are using large language models or AI are 20% more efficient. Look at education. 10% of teachers dropped out of the UK last year. 40% of teachers are now using large language models to advise on their learning plans and so on. So, you know, there are critical skills that we need and depend on. Look at the quality of our services across so many parts of the UK at the moment, and I feel really optimistic that many of those gaps are going to be filled, and people are going to actually feel a higher level of achievement, to your earlier question, because they'll be able to get stuff done that they've not been able to do for a long time.
Listen, I have a job that, I just want to answer that earlier question. I have a job where I work a lot with software engineers. And when I ask them this question, I'll tell you the answer first. The answer is a vehement yes. When I say, are you happy now with your job that you will be able to write software that can write software faster? They are extremely happy. So nobody wants to write slow software. So are they excited about AI? Absolutely, bingo. I mean, they are delighted. Yes, there is an oddball out there who says, oh, I used to like writing software in the previous way.
No,
I'm sure there are multiple things
they still will. Just like we do all sorts of things. We still read printed books. You don't have to,
exactly.
But people still do. We still go to the cinema to watch films. I mean, there's all sorts of things that we still play. You know, there's all sorts of things we do that we don't have to do, but we do it because we like it.
Sorry, I just want to, so my question was specific on achievement gap. I, as a CEO of a large company, I feel a lot of sense of achievement when I do wonderful things and I can get a higher return on investment. The gap, philosophers legitimately argue, will grow. And the achievement, it's like a philosophical concept. So I worry it may not be as pleasant.
I thought I'd answered your question, because actually what's going to go are the things that don't give you a sense of achievement, right? You'll get the jobs in the future, just like, you know, if I'd had to climb the chimneys as a child, that wouldn't have been a fulfilling achievement, you know, and all the jobs that from those 100 years ago that have gone, that we would think, thank heavens, even like going down a mine. Remember all those fights in the 80s about saving the coal industry so my children could go down a mine? Why? You know, this is you know, we don't, there will be, I'm very optimistic that the jobs in the future will give much more sense of achievement. Just as I said with my father, right? How many people wanted to sit in, day out, copying figures from one column to another? I mean, that's so soul-destroyingly boring, okay? Nowadays, if you work in the finance industry, all the computers do all that stuff. You do something that's more creative and exciting, and that's, I think, that's why I thought I'd answered your question. I'm sorry. I think that's the answer, is we will get more, just the same with people in the NHS. They won't have to sit and look at slides all the time. The AI will do that. They'll be able to talk to the patients and sit with the doctors and do stuff we need highly trained people for.
Chris, briefly, and then we've got time for one final question.
Look, I guess I'd ask you, what causes you to have achievement? And I suspect it's not sitting at your desk and ploughing through 130 emails. I certainly don't get that.
But you have to do it.
Exactly, but I have to do it. There's no reason that I should do it. And frankly, if there's a Chris GPT that could do that for me, I would love that. What I get a sense of achievement from is sitting down with somebody face to face and negotiating the position that I've been paid to go and negotiate. You know, that's where I get achievement. An algorithm is not going to replace that. It might help me do it better and quicker. And frankly, I'll take all the help I can get. But I think it's where does achievement come from? And it's not volume, it's quality.
Yeah, I think I just want to add to that, and I have a question as well. You know, it's all about abstraction at the end of the day. And then again, there are people who have different varying skill sets. Some of us who possibly have ADHD or dyslexia. It's a great tool, actually, to get things done. And even in terms of understanding, you know, you could kind of go down to any level of understanding. And if you're a coder, you don't have to know all your lines of code. Today, you write a few pieces of text, and you know, you get a bunch of code to plug in. So you could be a Java developer, but then you don't know how the backend works. So with you've got your Java as a core skill, but then for your database, you're using, you know, ChatGPT or whatever it may be. So that's the sort of, you know, I feel that's where we are going with AI. But then again, I'm Divya. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Journey On. We do train tickets on the blockchain. We use conversational AI and blockchain. And we work with the government. So I think one of the challenges one of the problems I see right now with all of these models is that all of them are trained and pre-trained already. So if I'm going to prompt and say, I want a picture that has the style of Van Gogh and so on and so forth, these individuals are not incentivized at this point in time because, these models are already built and whatever data has gone into the system is already in there. And so then, and there is no way right now to incentivize. And in many ways, that should have been part of that algorithm or building process. Building process where we should have incentivized people to, feed into the model.
Now, the technology. Right, we're at a very early stage with the technology. The companies will tell you they can sing and dance with this stuff. They can't. So the fact that you can't change it is because the stuff you get is not changeable because of the way that it has to be built at the moment. In the future, it will be much more interactive. Right, do you remember the first time you used a computer? Well, if you're as old as me, you remember it was very not interactive. Okay? Now we could... can you hear me or is that gone again? Oh, okay. You're going to come and sit with me. Someone come on. Pictures. Come on, Priya.
You said I've got to keep answering your question.
Oh, have I?
Yeah.
Well, it's immature technology. Don't let the companies tell you that they can sing and dance with this stuff. They can't. And there's also, as I said earlier, there's huge cost to this stuff. Huge cost. The companies have got... Why haven't we heard of GPT-5 yet? Well, because of the cost of producing it, the cost of getting the data, the fact that they're getting the data off the internet and they're being sued to hell for all sorts of things, and then there's the energy costs. And what people are beginning to do is use ChatGPT to do a simple piece of arithmetic, which you could either do in your head or do on a calculator or something. And do you know how much that costs you in terms of energy to do a simple thing on ChatGPT? There is a wonderful podcast on the BBC. I'm going to give you a plug.
Thank you.
Alex Krotowski and Kevin Fong. There's a wonderful podcast called How Green Is My AI? And the figures they release tell you in that. It's something like you do a simple calculation on ChatGPT, and that's the equivalent of catching a long-haul flight to America in terms of use of resources. You wouldn't do that, would you, if you knew that? These are the sorts of things we've got to learn as a society. This is not the answer to everything.
I'm in so much trouble because we've gone so long over time
good,
and I
isn't
went
it?
rogue. But while we're plugging, Priya's also part of an amazing BBC show called AI Decoded. So check that out on the BBC iPlayer if you like. Priya's involved as well. So it's fabulous. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you to the panel. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for your questions too as well. Thank you.
Photo.
well worth going over for, don't you? Excuse me, guys, excuse me. It's time for me to play the teacher role now. Hey, shh. Thanks, Wendy. Go that way. All right. Like I said, the conversation well worth going over time for. Really brilliant insight from our panelists there, and great moderating from Ben, as always. The future of work, a very, very important convo. And segueing nicely onto my next panel discussion, which is all about entertainment, all things entertainment. So, Well, do you want to come up? Come back up? So with entertainment evolving and, rapidly offering various escape routes into alternate realities, we're going to be asking the question, are the lines between man and machine, imagination and reality finally blurring? It's an important conversation. I don't doubt for a second that this is going to be a great convo. So please join me in welcoming to the stage my panelists, Abhayanand Singh, co-founder and group CEO of Vista's Media Group, and Faisal Galaria, Chief Growth Officer for Magic Leap. Take a pew, take a pew.
Thank you.
Hey, how's it going? Good to meet you guys. How are you feeling today?
Feeling very good.
It's been a great day, hasn't it? Yeah, I'm really glad that you're a part of this. This is going to be a really interesting conversation. I mean, it's something that we're all talking about right now in the media. Are the lines blurring between AI, reality, what's real, what's fake? And there's so much talk and banter going on around it, so I'm going to pick your brains. Right, so like I just said, we're already seeing AI and technology really blurring the lines between reality and imagination, in things like filmmaking, photography in particular. So let's say in 10 years, do you think people will still be able to distinguish between the two, or is it going to be complete chaos?
Well, I think there'll be a segment of the audience which will probably prefer things which is an output of the AI tools that we're using today. But there'll always be an audience that still wants to see the content in a very traditional form.
Yes.
We've had a lot of technology changes already in filmmaking, but we still go and watch movies, right? We have animation, we have characters that look very human-like.
Yeah.
But there's a different segment for those, and there's a different audience for people, movies that we're used to, right? So I think they'll try to coexist together.
Yeah, because I guess it's about the traditional filmmaking methods. It's are we going to ruin a good thing here? Is AI going to come along and, to the point of the panelists before, is it going to take some jobs? Is it how is it going to really shake up the industry? Is it going to be a good or bad thing? What do you think?
I personally think we've seen technology in content creation now for 20, 30, 40 years. We've already seen the impact of things like visual special effects.
Yep.
From the time when I was watching movies, starting with Superman and Star Wars, where the visual effects industry first took off.
Yeah.
We're already seeing the blurring 50 years ago of filmmaking, content creation with technology. And I think that, to answer your question, where will we be in 10 years' time? I think if you follow that trajectory, and what we're seeing today, or even very recently with things like Pokemon Go, which was the digital layer of characters in the world around you, but consumed on a mobile phone, that points to a real blurring, to your point, of technology and content, to the point where we'll be experiencing content not only by watching a TV screen or a film screen, but actually interacting with it, because that's where the technology is going. If you think about 5G with 100 times the bandwidth of 4G and 10 times less latency, it allows real-time 3D immersive content. So I think we're going to see the blurring of digital and reality in a way that's seamless.
Yeah, I think the difference between now and what you were talking about in the past, all the visual effects and all the technologies that have been around for the last 30, 40 years, we knew, that was kind of the headline thing. I remember when Jurassic Park came out and it was like, that was the big thing, these visual effects and these giant dinosaurs. But I think now we're moving towards a time where people are keeping a little bit tight-lipped sometimes on the technology that's involved. And I think that therein lies the problem. And I think a lot of people are feeling a little bit cheated, or, people are upset that their jobs will be replaced because this technology is now doing such a good job. So I'll give you an example. I read recently that there was a photography competition, and it was for AI photography, but someone entered a photo, he's taken a real photo, and he won. And then he revealed that his photo wasn't AI generated, because he was trying to make a point that there still has to be a space for people to master their craft and still not rely on technology and do the real thing. And I think that's the big talking point at the moment, is what's going to maybe overtake the other. Are we going to rely solely on technology, or are people still going to be able to hone their craft and be able to make money and do their jobs and continue to make games, do photography and things like that?
I think per the panel that we had earlier, I don't see technology as replacing or taking people's jobs. There'll be some jobs that disappear and some new jobs that are created.
Yeah, it's going to create new opportunities.
And what we'll see already is co-creation, where people who were perhaps photographers previously in an analog sense are now digitally annotating and improving their images, will be creating using AI images in the future.
Yeah.
But I think we need to, before we run away with the idea that everything is going to be consumed by technology and AI, I don't know if anyone out here uses Spotify regularly.
Yeah.
But I was one of the early Spotify team. And one of my experiences, or one of the things we did there, was build a recommendation engine so that you could get playlists automatically generated. And recently, my playlist, the recommendations, have started to have some new type of music being added, music which I don't recognize. It turns out that my 3-year-old daughter is going into the playroom and talking to Amazon and asking for nursery rhymes.
Yeah.
And that's now become part of the data set that Spotify uses to make my recommendation. We have to be careful, right? We're at a very, very early stage, in the same way as the cell phone that you have is now 25 years old. The smartphone is 25 years old. It takes a long time before technology matures. And at the moment, my music recommendation stream sounds a little bit like a 3-year-old girl's.
I bet that was a shock to the system. You're like, what is this?
You mentioned about, are we being cheated, for example, right? What will be the originality of the stuff that we see, right? I was showing a movie to my grandfather, and he enjoyed the movie. And then a few months later, I happened to come across a VFX showreel of the same movie.
Yeah.
And just to educate him a little bit, I showed him the VFX showreel. He said, "This is cheating. I thought the movie was shot in the actual cities," right? So what do you define as cheating, right? At the end of it, if you're using a tool to create something which kind of resonates with a larger audience, or you create something that is an extension of you, I think it's a fair use of technology.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think, do you know what it is as well? I think people fear change, and we're now at that cusp where things are changing quite rapidly. So recently, last week, there's a movie the script was written solely by AI, and it was going to showcase in a theatre in London. The backlash was unreal, so they had to pull it, and no one saw the film because people felt cheated. So I think it's maybe a case of people getting used to, like you said earlier, this co-creation, side by side, the AI and this technology is working alongside the tried and tested traditional methods. Do you think that's probably where we should maybe be focusing on, rather than just tech takeover?
I think people are more threatened than cheated, because there is a risk of job. Obviously, we can't deny that.
Yep.
But at the same time, humans have found a way to evolve with every new technologies that come in, right? From an audience perspective, it makes no difference to an audience what is the tool that the filmmaker has made to make that content, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't affect the audience. It affects probably a writer who thinks that AI will overtake the writer's job, right? It affects probably a post-production guy who thinks that AI will replace that. But as days progress, as months progress, as years progress, we'll have much more robust regulatory environment, which will prohibit and define what is a fair use and not a fair use of AI, and reward people who are behind it, right? So people who adapt to that change will survive. Unfortunately, people who don't adapt to change brought in by technology have always found, being out of the system.
Yeah, I think as humans, we have a history of resisting change. I mean, if you go back and look at how people felt about the internet, oh my God, and I look at us now, it's just about adapting and getting used to that change, really, isn't it? So do you think AI-generated content, be it filmmaking, be it photography, be it any kind of form of entertainment, do you think it can achieve the same level of emotional and artistic depth as human-created content? And, what are these implications for the entertainment industry?
Have you tried creating any music with AI?
I have not.
Has anybody tried creating any music with AI? Was it any good?
Yeah, toot your own horn there, yeah.
So if you're interested, go and try it, right? Yes, you can create very, very simple tunes or very simple limericks, but right now where we are today is very, very, very early.
Yeah.
If you talk about 10, 15 years from now, it might be different, but are we going to have a Taylor Swift in the next couple of years generated far from it?
Yeah.
But one of the things we could look forward to in an AI world is infinite content. So imagine a world where the film ending for you, Lucy, is different from the film ending for me, depending on the context that we're in, on the mood that we're in, our experience, and we can bring all of that to a movie so that every movie is contextually relevant.
Yeah.
So I think there are some positive aspects to AI.
Yeah, definitely.
We talk about all the negative connotations, but it could create infinite content, which is very relevant, very, very compelling and personalized as well.
And we have seen personalized content in the past. You know, when you read a book and it's like, pick this page if you want to go to that. Or on Netflix, there's a few TV shows that are like, if you want to see this ending, click that. So we're already kind of laying the foundation for that future, which is quite exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you think about the gaming industry, for example, computer games, which is 5 times as big as the movie industry and 10 times as big as the music industry.
Yeah.
That's already been built on algorithms where the game generation and the new pages and new environments are built using machine learning. So we're already seeing that, and that's why it's the availability of infinite content has created an industry which is 5 times bigger than the movie industry.
Yeah.
Adding to what he said, I think it's democratizing and empowering a lot more people that can become creators today by using this tool, right? The same thing happened when mobile phones came in with great cameras and great resolutions. There were many more filmmakers that we had because somebody could tell a story and shoot it with a mobile phone. This will be yet another such breakthrough wherein more and more storytellers or creators will now have a tool wherein probably they can go out and explain their point of view, using these tools.
So it's opening the realms of accessibility. It's going to create more opportunities. Yeah. So let's kind of expand beyond. We've kind of spoke gaming, or touched a little bit on gaming and music. I'd like to kind of move away from filmmaking for a bit. We spoke about Spotify. Is there any kind of other areas in music and gaming that you feel are important to talk about as to how this technology is going to potentially impact those industries as well?
I think we'll see a lot of convergence of various art forms. Gaming, music, filmmaking, all coming together in a very interactive manner. So there'll be new art forms that will be something that we probably are seeing only early days of. That will emerge from all of these combined together.
I think there's kind of a bit of regulation needs to be popped in as well. The stuff with Scarlett Johansson's voice being taken by OpenAI, I think it was, and they didn't ask her permission. They asked her, she said no, and they went with it anyway. And there's just a few examples of, I think Drake, his voice was copied and some music got put out, and it's like, oh, this is Drake's new song. It's like, no, it's not. It's AI. And I think there needs to be, and tell me if you agree, there needs to be a bit more regulatory measures put in, because I think at the minute people are just taking the mickey a little bit, and I think people are going to really feel the negative effects of that. Hollywood actors to musicians. So what do you think is going to happen moving forward with that?
I remember in 2003, I was at Ofcom, the telecoms and media regulator, which was created actually in 2003. And DCMS, the Department of Culture and Media and Sport, asked us how we should regulate voice over IP. It's very early voice over IP. There were a number of very early instances, things like net-to-phone and Yahoo Messenger. And our response as Ofcom, the UK regulator, was forbearance from regulation on the basis that it was so early in voice over IP that by imposing regulation at that stage, you would strangle any innovation in the industry.
Okay, yeah.
Because at the time you had the telcos like BT saying it looks like a telephone company.
Yeah.
It should be regulated in the same way as a telephone company, and it should have all of the regulations that we do. But would we have had free telephony, things like WhatsApp or Microsoft Teams today,
Yes.
20 years later, if we'd have started imposing regulation on a company that or a technology that was just starting then, I think what you've just described is a similar scenario where the technology is so new that we need to let it experiment, and there'll be some bad actors.
Yeah.
But let it grow
Let it
until
breathe.
it's big enough to be regulated, because we don't know what the unintended consequences of regulation
Yeah,
might be.
no, that's a really good point, actually. At this point, I'm going to open to the audience and ask if anyone has a question for our panelists on this subject. Well, you've all gone really shy now in my session, right? Okay, I'm going to jump down and give you the mic.
You're doing an amazing job.
Oh, thank you.
I'm very excited by what's taking place. I run a nursing home and home care agency, and I think the idea of an exoskeleton to facilitate aging without borders and aging without retirement is a superb initiative to extending the value of elderly in our society and making them equally as productive as some of the youth. So that's one issue. The second is, I think that there is a danger with AI, which was on BBC last night in terms of catch-up AI dissolved. And basically they were saying that it's an amazing that you can integrate these AI technologies into and language models into our systems, but actually the vulnerability and the security is frightening, and it only took half an hour for a couple of hackers to get into the system and completely change the scenario. So I think, on the one hand, it's a sweetener and a sweet. On the other, it's a very, very, very bitter pill we should be all very aware of. Would you like to comment?
Thank you.
I think it's like every wave of technology, whether that's moving from the punch card to computers to desktop computing to mobile computing. Every wave of technology comes with its issues. But what technology has repeatedly shown us is that its overall impact is positive. Yes, there are always bad actors, and there are you get spam, you get fraud, using consumer internet today. But would we be without it? I don't think we would. And so I think if you look at the arc of progress that we've had over the last 150 years, it constantly shows that we improve people's lot, we bring economic prosperity, we free people up from repetitive more manual work, and we improve people's lifestyles by introducing technology. So I remain very, very hopeful.
In fact, we've always seen that regulations have a lag when any new technology is created. And we are in such early days that we don't even know what do we regulate, because we haven't even seen the complete possibilities of what the technology can do. But if the AI can be used or misused for a certain thing, I'm sure AI can be also used to regulate such misuse, right? So they're both sides of the coin.
Yeah. Thank you. Brilliant question there. Anyone else? All right, go to the back of the room.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, I'm Nitin.
Hi.
First of all, I don't know. I think we should talk to the person who's choosing the pictures at the background, because they're very gloomy. Like, I remember the first picture, the first photo was, there was the kids in the classroom. Everyone was wearing these VR glasses. It was depressing. The second one was a girl sitting with two robots. In the city, there were no people. I think that was also very depressing. Thankfully, the discussions were more optimistic. But coming back to this, I think what you said is very important, that technology is a big leveler. I think we work a lot in developing economies, and one thing that we see across Africa, Pacific, Latin America is, if there is one thing which is used by everyone, is Facebook. Okay, so do you see that happening, especially in the creative industry now? Like what really excites me is if I produce a movie, for example, I can produce it in 50 different languages and release it at the same time for everyone. So do you see that happening? And second thing is, do you see that this whole scaremongering that is happening right now, like everyone is worried about AI and everyone wants to regulate it. Do you see that might actually restrict the potential of what we can achieve with this? Because I see a lot of people discussing about this, and they discuss a lot negative about this, but there is a lot of things that we can achieve with this. And we have already seen it with the internet. Like there is so much, there's so much more which is common that we find across different places than it used to be. And I think, so how do you see that happening with this?
Look, again, I think every technology change has it has been scary for the generation that lived through it. Every single one. Whether you talk about moving from horses to cars, right? That caused an outrage. How can you possibly have machinery in the roads? Going from an agrarian economy to an industrial economy wasn't without its detractors. There's always people that worry about change, but it has a hugely beneficial impact. To your point about flattening the world and making providing opportunities in different parts of the world. I've been involved, for example, in working with a number of refugee camps that do data entry. So the provision of Wi-Fi and data connectivity now means that you can do data entry anywhere in the world, and people in refugee camps are now doing work that otherwise had to be done in more sophisticated environments. So I think the wide access to technology, the price points becoming increasingly accessible means that everyone now has access to some of the most sophisticated technology we've ever had in the world, and it's amazing what they're doing with it.
Brilliant question, guys. Thank you so much. I've got one final one before I let you free off the stage. What new genres of film styles or new types of music development or gaming, what do you think will emerge in the next 10 years due to advancements of AI and other technologies?
On the film side, I can comment on, for example, we look at more interactive entertainment, wherein you probably play you play a character in the movie, for example. There could be content that caters to your sensory immersions, cognitive-based, filmmaking styles. I mean, one underlying theme that I think will become very common is interactivity.
Yeah, absolutely. That's to your point earlier. What about you? What do you think?
I think there's going to be a couple of impacts. One is that everyone will be able to become a content creator. So it unleashes people's creativity. Imagine being able to talk to a prompt and ask it to help you create music or film or games, and it creates world-class content based on your prompts. It allows everyone to be a creator, which then speaks to in a world of absolute abundance. What will personalized content look like? And then to your point, what I'm really excited about is actually, rather than sitting down in front of a TV to watch a film or sitting on my sofa to listen to it or enjoy some music, what happens when that content is unleashed from the device and is everywhere around us? It creates a whole new way of interacting with content to the extent where we perhaps won't know what's actually physical and what's digital. And that, I think, is a an exciting opportunity.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. Both very exciting prospects. The future is a very exciting place. The foundation's being laid right now. On that note, I want to say thank you to my brilliant panelists. Give them a big round of applause for sharing their insight. Thank you so much. All right, you ready for your close-up, guys? All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. You need this? I'm off and I'm on. Right, I'm now handing over to Ben for a rather exciting portion of the programme.
Yes.
Hopefully we'll get more bums in seats when we kick things off.
We are just going to take a second while we kind of rally the troops outside, because this is our version of Dragon's Den, Shark Tank, whatever you want to call it. This is where we have our judges, we have our pitchers. There is a strict time limit. And I will introduce you to those panelists and those judges in just a second. So sit tight. We're just going to rally the troops outside and bring a few more people in. But stay with us. We're not going very far. Bear with us 1 minute.
At Parth Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden and USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are, and we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will.
I really enjoy it.
One of the strengths of your country is clearly its youth. You have so many young people in a vibrant society. with a lot of creativity.
It's trusted and reliable and curated. I'm a big fan.
Social in a good way.
Yeah, we're a couple.
It is very liberating.
You have a famous hair flip that you do?
That's true. I haven't done it.
Hit us with it.
Okay.
Oh, wow, brilliant.
شو اسمك؟
اسمي محمد. تخيل تنولد وانت عندك ثقب في الرقبة وتتنفس من الأنبوب.
Yes, it can be quite disabling, disfiguring, but psychologically also.
So this is the fun part of the day. We have our judges, our sharks, our dragons, and we have people that want to make a pitch. So first of all, I'm going to introduce you to our judges because they can tell you a little bit about what they're looking for. So let me introduce you first of all to Sanjay Nair, who's founder of Serum Investments. Sanjay, good afternoon. So tell me what you are looking for in this pitch. How will people impress you?
They got to make minimum 20x for us. That's number one. Got to preferably do it in 2 years, not 3. And the business model has to be robust till 2035, so it shouldn't get disrupted on the way. Anyway, jokes apart. I'm not that tough a guy. I don't know. I mean, I think, look, you know, my experience shows that looking for quality founders and really assessing them and their capabilities to do a transformation of the business, because VCs, like what we're going to hear now, are mostly transformational in nature in terms of the businesses they're doing, but they'll have to be soundproof to disruption. I think that's pretty clear. And the kind of disruption we've been hearing since morning actually has enlightened me as well. That so I think they've got to make sure that they're disruption-proof, quality founders, background, and frankly, you know, what's the real skin in the game? Yeah. But 20x is the minimum, okay?
No pressure, everyone. Let me introduce you to Priya Guha, who is a venture partner at Marion Ventures. Priya, good afternoon. How do they impress you? What are they looking for?
So Sanjay's covered the financial metrics, so just take that as a given for everybody. I mean, I think for me, it's really on building what Sanjay said. It's about a really inspirational founder. I want a great story. I want in the first 30 seconds, everyone remember that, to have a really clear sense of what they are doing and what they bring to the table that is different and transformational. And there's something there about purpose as well. I don't just want to hear about the metrics, they're important, but I want to hear about how you're going to change the world. What's the big ambition?
And that's an ambition in itself, isn't it? That's quite a big ask. That's Priya's ask. Roger's with us as well. Roger Wade, nice to see you, director at Box Fund VC. What are you looking for? How will they impress you?
I didn't even realise I was going to be a judge. I thought I was going to be talking on there, so this is new. Firstly, we're actually not looking for 20x, believe it or not. My background is that I've been a serial entrepreneur. I've run consumer brands for the past 35 years. And to be frank with you, post-SVB, Silicon Valley Bank failure, I really believe that the whole venture capital ecosystem is failing. It was almost like a Ponzi scheme, and we're all on this 20x, chasing the next big technology business. The reality is the American big funds like the Balderton, the Index, the Sequoias, if there is a unicorn out there, they're going to get them. So we just focus on consumer brands that we believe will not only want to be profitable, but make a better world. We're not just interested in growth. Bizarrely, we're interested in profitability. We do fundamentally believe that India is an incredible growth story, but I think one of the things that India lacks is maybe some of the consumer brand knowledge that the UK has. And the UK undoubtedly has some of the best consumer brands, but now in a post-Brexit world, or shall I say Brexit world, we need access to a much bigger market. So I'm looking forward to making some connections with some great Indian entrepreneurs.
Wonderful. Well, you're in the right place. And Lucy is going to run you through who is pitching. So let's see what they've got to offer.
All right. So this is how it's going to work. Each speaker or pitcher will have 3 minutes to pitch their idea. Remember those crucial 30 seconds that I mentioned down here. And then I'll hand over to the judges. You've got 2 minutes of questions. So unfortunately, you probably won't all be able to ask a question. You might be fighting over the mic a little bit, but just 2 minutes, and we're going to keep going, and that's the format. So are we ready for our first pitch? 3. Or if there were 30-minute pitches, we'd be here all day, all night. Okay, so please join me in welcoming to the stage Elizabeth Johnson, consultant from Discovery Limited. Is she here in the room? Well, we're off to a great start.
Doesn't need the money.
Yeah? Well, oh, come on then. Well, I know you don't need the clicker, so I'll take that. But you do need a microphone.
I don't have any slides, sorry. So the pitch is, I've got 27, out of everybody in this room, 20% of you are at high risk of type 2 diabetes, genetic obesity, or heart disease. And I can actually help prevent you getting that with this great product. So basically, that is going to actually cost, in the UK alone, over £500 million per year, escalating to 30 billion in terms of strain on the NHS. So not only can I add life to your years, I can actually also help reduce that risk and cost to the NHS. So the way it works is super simple. We've developed this kit. I've got a lady from NASA as one of my advisors, so I'm very lucky to have her on board. And she's not paid, she just does it for the love of the product. And basically, we're already in retail, we're in Selfridges, we're in Ocado, Superdrug, and so on. So we've got traction, we've got clinical studies which also support the fact that if you follow the plan, within 12 weeks, we can actually reduce your biological age by 3 years and also your memory age by 4 years, which is pretty astounding. And in addition to which, there's also 300 other amazing reports that we can deliver. So we've got traction, we've got a rock star team. What we're now looking to do is dominate. We've signed Japan and Korea, Australia, and we got into the US. We've also got some amazing influencers on board who are unpaid again, including, if anybody watches The Boys, Laz Alonso, who's been in Series 4 now. And I myself have a background. I've generated over £30 million worth of sales in the last 20 years in my previous business and exited a couple of others. So thank you very much for your time. I'd love to get any questions.
I love that, a surprise pitch, and you nailed it. You didn't even need to practice. Okay, I'm going to now hand over to the judges.
Yeah, sorry, simple question. Good question. I made an assumption everybody heard my earlier involvement on the panel. So basically, you just open that up. Inside you find a saliva kit, which is not in this one. You pop it in there, prepaid envelope. It goes back to Eurofins, who are the #1 laboratory in the world. And then all of the data is sent securely and anonymized to our app, where you get over 300 reports across 20 different categories. So one and done. However, we do epigenetics, which can be bought on a subscription. There's also a subscription model for nutritional supplements, coaching, and also an affiliate scheme, which we've already developed for people to get food delivery aligned to their DNA.
What makes you special? So you've got other services in the market like 23andMe, who are a lot more encumbered than you or established than you. What makes you special compared to them?
Just send that to me.
Data leak. No, joking aside, I think where they're different is we're a sports and health and nutrition brand historically, and it's about giving actionable data rather than data for data's sake. So they're very focused on heritage, which is very fun, but it's actually useless information. And we've got a 360 approach. So within the app, not only do we offer you results for your DNA and epigenetics, but also there's workouts, recipes, and coaching all aligned to your DNA, which you can follow directly through the app. And there's no subscription if you don't want it. So I think that's really important, because a lot of people don't want to feel tied in. They want to be able to take the results, use the information, and benefit from it straight away.
You've got 10 seconds.
Oh.
What do you need?
1.5 million.
What valuation?
6 million.
What's your EBITDA?
Well, we're only a year old, so 200 grand on this business.
On what turnover?
Oh, I've got to cut you there. I'm sorry. Got to be fair. Give it up for Daniel Herman. I don't want to... Daniel Herman from Biosynergy. Now, I don't want to put fear into the other pictures, but I think the bar's been set very high there. That was a great pitch. Great questions from our judges. So are we ready for our next pitch? I'll take that silence as a yes. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Khushbu Verma, founder and CEO at Vare Denmark APS. And apologies if I said that name wrong. Right, do you need a clicker? Okay, have we got the slides for this presentation prepared? You're going to need this and a clicker. There's a lot of stuff going on in your hands. Okay, I'll leave you to it.
So, hi everyone. Am I audible with this? No. Yeah, my name is Khushbu, and I have 20 years of experience with health technology implementation in the US, UK, and Denmark. And I'm coming from Denmark, right from the flight. That's why I have not even taken a breath yet. I've been fortunate to be part of the journey in Denmark in a health sector which was totally paper-based to digital, world's most digitalized health sector. And that gives me the strength to start the company Vare Denmark. A couple of years ago, my father, he got heart operation due to unmanaged diabetes. While I was working with CVDs and with chronic diseases all over the world, and trying to create technology. And that happened under my nose, and that's what pushed me to be entrepreneur and start this journey. Yeah. So that's what, this is the, well, okay. So this is where we are in our journey now. Since we started, we created our product for India, a digital platform for chronic disease management for Indian population with Indian doctors and patients. And this is where we are. It's a humble start, but a potential to scale a lot. The three components in Cardia, well, it's an old slide deck, actually. I can see. But there are three components of Cardia, which have a patient management system for the doctors, a patient app for data collection for the patients, but also an app for the relative. Which does that, we are connecting the whole ecosystem together for longitudinal care and care with empathy, a care which has room for love as well and not only medicinal value. And the relatives part is very important for a person like me who lives 6,000 kilometers away from my parents, and also for many kids who live within India but are staying far away. This is how our roadmap has been so far. We have launched in SGPGI and 2 big hospitals in India, in Gujarat and Uttar Pradesh. And we are growing from there because these are the 2 states which are diabetic capitals of India. And yeah, so I will not go into detail looking at the time. Yes, we are supported heavily by the Foreign Ministry as well in Denmark because we are one of the products which they want to scale and support, being India-Denmark Green, being part of the India-Denmark Green Strategic Partnership. So we have also been to trade missions and so on to get more. And I don't need to explain this. We know the market size in India. I have a wonderful team of
Give it up for Khushbu, that was a great pitch. Okay, judges, what do we think of this digital platform and healthcare solution? Your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay, quick one to kick things off. How do you make money? Who's your customer? What's the revenue model?
Yes. So the patients are paying because India is primarily private sector driven. 70% of the health sector is private. So it's the patient out of pocket, but the doctors get a share as well. Yes. Yes. Well, I'll point out the key differentiator is that we are standing with the doctors, with their ecosystem, supporting them instead of competing with them. So there are information management systems which are kind of competing with the doctors and making them look smaller than what they are. But we are strengthening them and empowering them. So that is our differentiator. And we are including the relatives as well, which are totally neglected part of the healthcare today.
He is. Oh, there's one. Gotcha.
Well, not as of now because recent, but there are many problems.
Oh, he's not.
Yeah, but well, I would say that 3 important priorities for my product development would be, I think I'm trying to figure out how do we use technology to the best to create it with empathy for the patients, for the doctors, and for the relatives. And then the second question that keeps me, always runs in my mind is that how to make the ecosystem, which is seamless, which has seamless integration from one to another actor. So the relatives are always coordinated and have a structured involvement with the doctors. So there are a couple of questions that keep me not awake, but a bit curious in the nights.
Have you funded the business
Yes.
by yourself till now?
Yes.
Funded the business
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So what are you looking for?
So I need smart money, and I need someone who can help me in this journey from, in the spirit of service unto Niramaya, which is our motto. So I need someone.
I'm glad the dog is there because I'm feeling pretty mean and we're only on pitch number 2. Thank you. All right. Another great pitch, another brilliant set of questions. Thank you, judges. Okay, next up, please join me in welcoming onto the stage Manjinder Virk, director at Bioma.me. Come on.
Ask Vivek Alswami, one of our punters, to identify himself and come to the front of the room, please. There's space for you on the sofa, just over there. Thank you.
I was listening to the view from the back.
No, judges have got to be at the front. Park your backside. Right. Yeah, can we have 2 mics? Because I think it might get a bit clunky.
Do you want to take this one?
Yeah. Thank you. Right.
Never done karaoke, but
Right, ladies, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Last minute edition. I sit here as the CSO as opposed to the CEO. I'm going to introduce Manjinder Virk, who is the Asian Woman of the Year, UK, category science, sponsored by NatWest, and she's now building something very interesting. So Chief Biomedical Scientist of King's College Hospital, former, and has moved across towards building something very, very interesting. So Titan DX starts off as a model that's already in the market. It's known as Bioma.me. You're welcome to look on Google. And what they do is they look at diagnostics, healthcare and wellness on a daily basis, where blood testing starts from the beginning. So where we have the Edison, this is the answer to solving the Edison. So with Titan DX, that comes in with a joint venture. And a joint venture which is quite interesting, where we look at healthcare incorporated with infrastructure from the railways. So a grant and a model which has come from Network Rail, and a grant which is going to be very interesting, where we start off with a railway station which has a clinical lab within it. So with Bioma in the market, it is a set of cleaning labs, which I'm going to let Manjinder introduce.
This was easy for me because it was all happening. Bioma is a set of Class E units. We take Class E units and we refurbish them into phlebotomy centres, so blood-taking centres in the front and laboratories in the back. So we're not just regenerating the high street, because unfortunately post-COVID, we all know what's happened. I'm actually a virologist, so I helped set up the COVID testing pathway for the UK. So, and then I actually ran Eurofin's clinical diagnostics pathway. So yeah. we take Class C units, we create these centres, we do everything from multivitamin screening to dendritic cell therapy for cancer treatment. So unfortunately, my youngest patient is 18 months and my oldest is in his 90s. We want to make healthcare accessible for all, but that doesn't just mean advertising and sending out loads of information and telling people that it's there. It's about bringing the consumer and the infrastructure for healthcare closer together. So I am ex-NHS, 15 years NHS. I was the chief biomedical scientist of King's. There are things, unfortunately, that fall within the infrastructure that exists. We're not here to replace the NHS, we're here to support it. There's a whole host of data that comes out of cleaning labs from everything from, are you vegetarian, to is there higher prevalence in this demographic region that needs to be reported to Public Health England to feed the wider government infrastructure. And that's what we do through Titan.
Just to add a couple of cents to that, with Titan itself, you look at data sets. When you look at AI and machine learning, it's very interesting where you have applied AI, you have generative AI. What we're looking at is personalized AI. So with the clinical labs, it looks like a tangible model. We've built this system, which is bootstrapped and post-revenue, and this data has been collected, and it started from February 2023. That data is being looped back in to, and we're running out of time.
I saw your eyes go down there. Okay, Omar, give it a round of applause, making healthcare more accessible to everyone. Now, before I hand over to the judges, I realise that things are a little bit clunky, so I'm going to ask you guys to come over here and sorry, I might have to turf you out of your seats if that's all right, just so it's easier for you guys to pass the microphone and you can hear. I just think it might be a bit nicer, if that's all right, if you don't mind. And I'd also like to welcome our punter, who's a little bit late to the party, but here nonetheless, Sachin Devdugal, another punter who is now here. Give him a wave. Yeah. Okay, yeah, pop there. Right.
I have a very simple question.
Okay, 2 minutes, go.
What was the business? Sorry, how does it work?
So it's...
So the proof of concept is a set of clinic labs. So it's a clinic with a laboratory attached to it. What that does is it provides accessible healthcare to areas in the UK which it is not accessible to. You'd think that a first world country has healthcare all across the jurisdiction, but it's not. There are certain areas which are remote. So what we have is these clinic labs, they've been set up to be able to provide that healthcare. So the time it takes to get a blood test or have a GP appointment it's delayed. It takes a very long time. In terms of how pathology works or the diagnostics piece, when you have a blood test, it actually takes 95% of the clinical pathways, they require them in order to get results or sort of decide what happens next. So the clinic labs, they provide that service. What we're doing with that is the data coming from it, it could be anything from whether you have anemia, low testosterone, anything like that. That data comes back in. Titan takes that concept, brings in other data sets that we have access to. It could be pharmaceuticals, it could be the NHS, it could be any other data sets that we have access to. And that comes from the team. Okay. The team themselves come from NHS, they come from different areas, and then that plugs in. It's AI, it's trying to create a solution in order to create effective healthcare.
I'm going to cut in with a question because we're running out of time. So do you sit inside or outside the NHS in the UK? And are you part, if you sit inside, are you part of the primary care function of the NHS?
It's not primary care that we're looking at. I think I'm going to let Manjinder answer that question and then add my 2 cents.
We sit outside the NHS framework, but we are on the framework, so we can take both types of contracts.
Amazing. Could you talk to me about how many data scientists you have and what models you're using?
We have 15 data scientists. We can give you information on the models, but we'd rather not say it out loud on microphone.
Looking for how much?
2.1 million.
2 minutes really isn't a long time, but you still get those questions in. You nailed those questions, ladies. Thank you. Give it up. All right, I'll take that. And
Lucy.
Yes.
May I suggest that you clarify to all the pitchers that they have to be clear about what are they looking for? Yeah. Because, by the time we get to understanding the business, so less introductions, more about the business, what differentiates, and what are they looking for, right?
Well, I guess the thing about
Otherwise,
pitches
we're
is
be
that's their
short
pitch style, isn't it? Because that's what they should be doing. But
leave it to them. Okay.
I don't know if they're going to be able to change at such last minute. But you heard that here first for the rest of the guys who are still pitching. You hear what the judges are looking for. Okay, so no pressure for our next pitcher then. Please welcome to the stage Sadiq Ali, co-founder and COO of Akur Card. Right, there's the clicker. Yes, there you go. Kind of need 3 arms, don't you, with all those bits. Right, your 3 minutes begin now.
So I was at a talk by a Cambridge professor by the name of Dr. Andrew Grace a few months ago, and he had a slide up that said that cardiology without ECGs is not possible. I'm here to make a bolder claim. I think in about 10 years' time, healthcare without ECGs will be unthinkable. Why am I saying that? These numbers are part of that story in terms of the number of ECGs taken a year. But more than that, as we move forward, the interrelationship between cardiovascular disease and renal metabolic diseases, in particular diabetes, is going to become obvious. And as that becomes obvious, the value of ECGs will also become a lot more obvious in terms of the scale that it can achieve. But it's not just that. We're at a point in time now where ECGs are becoming a broader and broader biomarker. They can be leveraged to diagnose diseases that were unthinkable even a decade ago. And that fundamentally is game-changing. Why is it game-changing? It's because if you think about it, ECGs are the electrical signal of the heart, and they can be easily digitized. Once they're digitized, they can be used for things like continuous monitoring, particularly in the context of remote patient monitoring and telehealth, which is not possible through a lot of other broad biomarkers, such as blood and DNA, at least with today's technology. The challenge right now, though, is the incumbents, the status quo, cannot address this problem. They cannot address it for three major reasons. One is the accuracy rates are very low. The second is that they're very, very slow. And the third is that the margins are tightening. The business models are not really set up for this. We are going to change that. We are basically building what we think of as an operating system for ECG analytics. We have already, and something that can work with ECG hardware regardless of the form factor of the hardware. Last year, we received our first set of FDA clearances for the detection of up to about 12 different cardiac arrhythmias. We are now moving on to use ECG for a lot of novel use cases. We also were part of a program at the Mayo Clinic last year where we were able to use ECG data for the diagnosis of diseases ranging from hyperkalemia, which is essentially high potassium levels in your blood, through to diseases like aortic stenosis using ECG data. We are actually filing an FDA, we filed an FDA breakthrough designation about 2 weeks ago for the aortic stenosis model, and we're working on additional FDA breakthrough designations for the other models as well. In terms of the market sizes are huge for each of our use cases. The core ECG use case that we already have approval for, the market size is close to $4 billion. Beyond that, all the other use cases have very large market sizes as well. We're a team that comprises AI researchers, clinical.
Oh, I'm sorry. The timer went to 0. Come on, give it up. Another health solution. I think that's going to be the recurring theme maybe for the next few pitches. Okay, judges, I see you're raring to go. 2 minutes, begin now.
Pardon the pun, but this is actually quite close to my heart. I had atrial fibrillation during COVID, and my watch actually told me I was having, my ECG on my Apple Watch told me I was having an atrial fibrillation, which 2 hours later was confirmed by the hospital. What's going to protect you in terms of future advances, in terms of watch technology, to make sure that actually your technology is not redundant?
Yeah, so the ECG hardware is getting very commoditized. ECG hardware, like the Apple Watch actually works pretty well for AFib, but once you go beyond AFib, you go into other diseases, the Apple Watch is very limited. But ECG hardware is not limited to the Apple Watch. There's ECGs that are being embedded in toilet seats. There are ECGs that are on the steering wheels of cars. There are biofabrics with ECGs being developed. The hardware space is getting extremely commoditized. We're developing the software for it to get the regulatory approvals that are needed for serious clinical intervention. I mean, Apple had to run a study with 200,000 patients with Johnson & Johnson to get that. That's not very easy for a hardware company to do. They already have their work cut out just in terms of getting approval for their hardware. Our value proposition to them is pretty simple. License the software from us, focus on the hardware, we'll give you the analytics.
Why not build a direct-to-consumer?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. Frankly speaking, the issue with direct-to-consumer is beyond a certain point. You can bring the consumer on, but to retain the consumer, no one has quite figured it out. The reimbursement models have not yet developed for that. Once the reimbursement models develop, the CMS codes exist, that becomes a very, very interesting model. our approach there is to partner with telehealth companies and remote patient monitoring companies, because we also don't want to get into the last mile care. We see ourselves as an AI and software company. The minute we start getting into managing patient care, the entire business model changes.
Where are you at in terms of the business model and what you're asking?
Yeah, so
that question. You've got to be quicker with those questions. 2 minutes. All right, give it up for Sadiq. Hey, you.
We're looking for 1.75 million in a seed extension.
Hey, don't you have to rugby tackle you now? No, it's all right, I know it's never long enough, never long enough. Okay, we are just about at the halfway mark. Let's give it up for our pitchers so far. It's not easy coming up here and pitching in front of you guys. I know the heart rate must be pretty high. Okay, so please join me in welcoming our next pitcher to the stage, Prasanajit Main, founder and chief executive at Serena.
Say what you want up front, and then your pitch.
Sure. Thank you, Jitesh, for that. What we're really looking for is... so we are now a revenue-generating startup, and we are getting to eventually our scale phase. And we are looking for someone, a mentorship, someone who has built his or her venture from start to exit, to come and guide us. So that's what our main ask is. Now, in terms of what we do at the moment, no, we are looking for mentorship. We are getting there. So we are a digital mental health therapeutics, and I'm going to explain what, why, and how. In terms of why, it's because I was diagnosed with clinical obsessive-compulsive disorder when I was a student at IIT in India. And then I became super interested about mental health, did research in mental health, digital intervention for a couple of years, got a publication in Nature, and then pivoted slightly and did my master's from London Business School and started this business about 4 years ago. So why I'm into this business, it's personal to me. What are our offerings? Our products offerings are twofold. One is our app-based therapeutic solution, which is self-guided, that is without live human intervention. And second, our provider-focused AI-powered triage solution that really helps with workforce efficiency to mental health providers. Now, there are 5,000 apps that contribute to mental health apps. How are we different? Our credibility, we are already built, we are a regulated device. We are already built credibility through recognition from NICE, MHRA, and by an independent assessor, ORCA. According to them, we are the best mental health app in the regulated mental health market with our 96% score. So that's how we are different. Now, we've finished our research studies as well. Some of our work getting published in British Medical Journal soon, and so there comes the clinical credibility as well. Our business model is B2B2C. Before finishing our clinical studies, we started early revenue generation through partnering with employers and universities. But now that we have a very strong established credibility, we are getting closer to the actual providers. Our biggest partnership, commercial partnership right now is with Mind's Norfolk and Waveney, which is their largest of providing authority. And Mind is the biggest mental health brand in UK, as they say in Hindi, bas naam hi kafi hai. And through this, we are not only implementing this in their services and to their employees, but also they are acting as a distributor of our product. So through Mind, we are tapping into other segments as well. This is some of the projections. We are currently 100K ARR, and in a year's time, we are reaching about 500,000 ARR. And our ask.
You know what it means when I stand here. You've got to zip. Okay, judges, right, got some questions.
Why do you not need money?
Well, right now we have enough runway at the moment. We will be raising our next Series A in about 6 months' time. We are just on our way to get profitable, and in 6 months' time, we will be raising our Series A. At the moment, around 12 months.
How are you acquiring your businesses that are going to help you sell to your consumers? What's your acquisition strategies for those businesses?
Well, we are, as now, we are partnered with Mind, and Mind being the biggest brand in the UK, we are actually now reaching out to employers through Mind, as they are acting as our distributors as well. what that's going to do is not only bring differentiation in terms of our product, but also that is going to act as a catalyst in terms of sales cycle reduction by around 60 to 70%.
So then your reach is going through Mind, or you're going to have that ownership of that reach yourself?
Well, we are working together with a revenue sharing model. So Mind is, of course, going to be the leader, but we'll be supporting them as well.
So even if you're not planning on raising for 6 months, I would definitely build relationships now. Build relationships when you don't need the money. It's a lot easier.
Yeah.
The question was really just around your differentiation. There's a lot of mental health apps out there. You know, why are you so different?
The main differentiation comes from clinical credibility. As I said, we are regulated, already recognized by NICE. We have just finished our randomized control trial getting published in BMJ. So there are two differentiation. One is product-based, that in terms of our superiority, and second, the go-to-market based. NHS everyone is targeting, but we are really finding our niche way to work with providers such as Mind, who work for NHS, but who are not that sort of fought for from the our competitors. So in that way, we are building our differentiation.
Have you thought of India as a market at all?
At some point, yes, I come from there. I mean, and I was just discussing.
The gong doing all the hard work for me. Well done, brilliant. You handled those questions admirably. Thank you very much. Okay, before we welcome our next picture, I'd just like to welcome our judge. Better late than never, but you're here. So quick question. Oh, I'll introduce you first. This is Abin Manjal of Hero FinCorp. Now I'm just going to come down. What is it that you look for when people are pitching? So maybe for our next pictures that are going to take to the stage, what should they be really focusing on in those 3 minutes?
They should be passionate on what they're showing, right? I think it's about passion, commitment, and something which is unique. It should not be a me too. It should be something that's really changing stuff which is unique and a first time. But for me, it's about backing the entrepreneur. It's backing passion. It's backing intelligence.
Yes, I like that. Well, I'm going to leave that mic. Actually, no, I'm going to...
Today's a really good lesson. If you're ever doing a pitch, any entrepreneur out there, always have your 60-second pitch in your pocket and always have your ask in your pocket. Yeah. You know, if you only get one chance to meet a major investor sometimes, and you've got to have your ask. You've got to know how much money do you want, what's your valuation, what's your turnover, and within 15 seconds be able to say, this is what I do.
Yeah. All the other judges nodding. I'll take that. So for the last remaining pitches, you heard it here first. This is what our judges are looking for. Very valuable advice there. So make sure you think about that when you step up back onto the stage. So without further ado, I'm going to bring up our next pitcher. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Sandeep Chintala, founder and CEO at Smart Audio Technologies. Okay. That's you. Oh. Someone who's got a big mouth like me. Okay, your 3 minutes begin now.
My name is Sandeep Chintala, and I'm the founder and CEO of Smart Audio Technologies. We are a dual-use technology company, which means we can be used in defense and civilian use. We are currently raising about £3 million through Seed Fast, so we won't talk about valuation. We've previously raised $2 million already on SEIs and EIs, and all our existing investors have got their returns back from the HMRC. What is our vision? Our vision is to enable clear conversation in all environments, regardless of what device you're using. What that means is you can be next to an aircraft, you can be in a mine, you can be in a helicopter, or you can be in a busy office, but we want to enable you to have very clear conversation. Today, although the technology are there that remove noise from the environment, but it's not good enough. We accept that this is not possible to completely remove the noise from the environment, so we live with it. But what we do is this. This is a demo. What model is the plane?
You need to repeat.
What model is the plane?
Oh, okay, it's G3DTX.
It's a Cessna 156.
Yeah.
Enable the technology now.
Enabled, yeah, okay. Yeah, enabled.
Okay. So we currently can't hear anything. The engine is still running. This is using a self-adaptive AI technology that I've invented, and we're patent granted in more than 20 countries around the world. Some of the USPs: we are not a traditional noise cancellation technology. We are not here. We are at the mouthpiece. So the sound is already, all the noise is removed first and then transmitted. Our first markets that we're focusing are mission-critical environments, defense, aviation, emergency services. We already signed an MOU with one of the largest Indian defense companies. We've signed an MOU with one of the largest Australian radio equipment manufacturer. We signed a first racing team in NASCAR in the USA. We were the first one of the 50 SMEs who got invited to Abbeywood in May to look at how we can be part of the future supply chain of the UK MOD as well. Markets are big. Comparison, some of the, these are big numbers. These are our business models.
Okay. Time's up. Give it up for Smart Audio Technologies and Sandeep on a mission to kill the noise. Love it. But I'm not a judge, so I'm now going to hand over to our judges, and you can let him know what you think with your questions.
I really like the business model. I'm not sure what your competitive landscape is. I'm going to give you a big piece of advice here, which is I would, if I was you, separate your businesses out between the business ones and the non-ESG compliant ones. Because you literally have loads of pension funds out there that will not touch you because you have the word defense on there. So you could just easily separate those two out, have a defense arm and a separate arm, because literally they will not be able to invest in you.
That is definitely something that we are working on, because currently it's a linear model, but we want to flip it into a holding company with subsidiaries under it.
So how big's the team? Those are quite different sectors. Yeah. You'll need a team that really understands each of those markets.
So part of the raise is to bring specialists, experts from the industry. A team currently is about 8 people. They're business partners. No one's on a wait because we are not fully revenue generating yet. But there is a very strong pipeline with a potential of more than £100 million over the next 3 years.
So with 8 people, how did you build the tech?
I invented the tech, the whole thing in a shed. I invested my own money, £100 in developing the whole tech.
And is it based on AI or DSA?
Yeah, it is it's a combination. It's hardware and software.
Where would you manufacture this? Is it?
So we already have manufacturing partners in 4 continents. So UK, China, Australia, and USA.
You have pre-revenue and you have manufacturing partners in 4 continents?
Yeah.
Focus. Right? Focus.
No, but for example, in defense emergency services, no one wants to have a Chinese manufacturer nowadays. So we have to go and procure them. But they manufacture for defense and emergency services in their own
Would
market.
you say, I saw Bose written there, would you say Bose is a competitor?
No, Bose is here. Bose is mainly here.
No, but use case is it a competitor?
We could be a partner for them.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I wasn't quite there on the gong, but the gong did my job for me. So I'm just going to come down for a sec. Sorry to interrupt your conversation. Sachin, I just got a question for you. You know, as an entrepreneur, you know, what has your journey been like? And, you know, how does that kind of put you in a position to, you know, give people advice and help them with their business ventures moving forward?
Gosh, I didn't know I was going to answer a question.
Yeah, sorry, I threw you a curveball there, sorry.
I think, look, I'm going to quote Federer's Dartmouth commensuration speech, because I thought it was pretty epic, which is, to me, there's only 2 talents that matter. One is grit, and one is relentlessness. Mm-hmm. Everything else you can hire. Yeah. Those 2 skills you can't buy.
Yeah.
And we have a long part of our journey still ahead. And it's those 2 things that have allowed us to reach to where we've got to.
Yeah.
And I'd say the third, probably most important, is you hire for loyalty, not for skill.
Mm. Absolutely. Just wanted to get those words from you there. Okay. We are on the final stretch. We've only got a few more pitches left. So keep that energy going for Srijan Jindal, co-founder and CSO at Fenest. Right. There's your mic.
Thank you very much.
Do you need a clicker? Yes, you do.
Yes, I do. Just switch this on so that I can see when you're coming over to hit the tone.
No, you'll see it there, trust me.
Oh, right. Okay, let's bring it as well.
Okay, your 3 minutes begin.
Hello?
Now.
Yeah. Do you know about 1 in every 2 women will get urinary tract infection during their lifetime? This is a disease that affects over 300 million people every year. I'm Dr. Srijan Jindal, Chief Scientific Officer of Fenest Diagnostics. At Fenest, we are building a UTI diagnostic kit that will give you fast, accurate, and affordable diagnostics at point of care. So this is our technology. We are trying to revolutionize the UTI patient journey. Our diagnostic system delivers a 99% reduction in the time of diagnosis and the result versus the gold standard. We tell you if you have the infection, the bacteria that it causes it, and the antibiotic that will need to cure it within an hour at the point of care. Currently, there's no technology out there which does that. They all go to the centralized facility. We are bringing it to the primary care, so you don't get the wrong antibiotic, which happens in 50% of the cases. In terms of value proposition, the patients, we are serving over 300 million UTI patients every year, providing them accurate diagnostic within an hour. The end user can generate over $10 of revenue. That's based on the US market. Our unit cost of goods are pretty strong, less than $5 for looking about 100,000 cartridges. The system is accurate. We have been tested by an external company with 96% accuracy. And the cost of the treatment failure right now, only in US, is about $2 to $3 billion per annum. And AMR, of course, it is the biggest concern for UN General Assembly this year. And UTI accounts for 22% of all the antibiotics prescribed. Half of them are wrong, incorrect, not needed. We're going to reduce that. Only in the UK, it will save $500 million every year. This is our total addressable market. We are looking at about 75 million patients, which is US, Europe, UK, India, aiming for 33% market share. And you can see our target price over there. What do we really want? We want a short-term fundraise up to 5 million at a valuation of 20 million, which we are raising right now. A long-term investment of someone who's going to lead our round for 10 million investment that leads to our FDA approval. That is at between 40 to 50 million valuation. Anyone who can help us with clinical samples, connections, urine sample, it's always welcome. So that's for everyone at the back. And launch to India. This has been my passion. It started in India. When I came to the UK, I really realized during my PhD what severe problem UTI is. 6 years from now, since I made that patent, I'm standing here more closer to the market than it ever will be. And I can't wait to get
Great pitch, and you nailed it in those 3 minutes. Okay, another healthcare solution, which seems to be the theme of today. Yeah. Okay, judges. Right, I've got a question there. Can we pass the mic?
It does.
I don't know any company in the world that's reached 32 copies with the exception of Apple and Nvidia. So why would you do it?
So this is not an immediate solution. This is obviously over the period of about 5 to 10 years. We have partners with biggest diagnostic companies in the world who are looking to target this. There is no diagnostic solution for UTIs at point of care. There's sepsis. You can do sepsis, but not UTI. Sepsis at $250 per test. UTI, no solution. Why? No one will pay that money. We're bringing it at $25.
So you want 5 million now, and then a later raise of 10 million. Just talk us through the steps, what the milestones are. What are you looking to use that money for?
So 5 million, we've gone through FDA pre-sub. We want to start, so we have identified the manufacturing partners. We want to confirm our alpha prototype, design freeze, and get to that stage of clinical trials. The 10 million will be for the clinical trials, FDA pre-sub, submissions, also marketing, and getting to the market.
What's your moat? Like, what are you protected? Do you have a patent protection around the methodologies?
Yeah, we have 6 patents, 1 granted, and 4 more in filing.
What's your barrier to entry? What's your unit cost in terms of stocking equipment?
So equipment is about $5,000 per equipment. The idea is either to sell it or give it for free on a subscription basis, which is how most of the diagnostics work, and we charge it on the goods. Idea is at about 1 million cartridges, less than $2, and if you sell it for $10, you're looking at a very considerable amount of money. So you make the money of the equipment within 4 months.
So you've run the model based on subscription and it's profitable.
Yes.
The point of care has to be at a clinic, or can it be at a pharmacy? Or
Yeah, care homes, walk-in centers, pharmacies.
Okay, thank you. Another round of applause. And for our judges as well. Brilliant questions. Thank you. And a great pitch. I'll take that. So, revolutionizing the UTI journey. Right, I'm coming for you. I'm coming to ask you a question. Right, got another judge here. Af, it's always the quiet ones. You know, you've been sitting here pretty quiet, nodding along.
I was listening.
Yeah, no.
So I just kept quiet.
Well, I'm introducing you now. Thoughts so far on lessons on pitching?
Thank you. So I probably don't have bags of money here because I'm actually doing the job like this man here on the left. I think, look, it's really hard to get. By the way, whoever stood up there and pitched, respect. Give him a round of applause, please.
Yes.
Because I've done a lot of these, and it's a graft and it's hard. You know that, right? Okay. So passion, purpose, problem, pragmatism, and possibilities. If you address these 5 things in your demeanor and in those 60 seconds or 3 minutes, then you captured the attention of the right investor. Not every investor is right for you.
Absolutely.
And so, a pleasure to sit here, but I've observed and I'm learning a lot by listening.
Yeah. Well, I will be coming for your reflections later. In fact, I'm going to ask Priya. Priya, what will you be reflecting on? I'm going to take your seat as you've popped up. What will you be reflecting on when judging? You know, what's going to be your thought process?
So for me, it's very quickly, what's the product? Where is it going to scale? And is this person going to be right?
Yeah.
Because the reality is, and no disrespect to you two, the people who start the companies aren't always the people who can scale the businesses. 2 great exceptions in the room.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
Actually, you know, you need to... I'm sure there are many others in the room who are exceptions.
Yeah.
But, you know, someone's got to take a journey across lots of different challenges, and you need that person to be right for that journey.
Absolutely. It's got to be the right fit, right? Yeah. And how do you think our pitchers are doing so far? I know you were here on our judging panel last year. You gave some great insight and expertise. So I'd be intrigued to see what you think right now, how they've been doing.
No, I think I like the passion across the board, everyone. I think we're getting much more accurate now in terms of the purpose and the objective. You know, I feel that they seem to know it all. There seems to be nothing to worry about, no sleepless nights, no vulnerability, which is good. Look, I mean, that's fine, but you can't fool the judges, right, beyond a point. The judges are smart guys.
Yeah, yes, you are a bunch of smiley pants. I know you are. Okay, are we ready for our penultimate pitch? Are you ready for your penultimate pitch? Come on, let's keep that energy going. I know it's been a long week, guys, but, you know, let's make them feel loved when they get up here. Like I said, it's not easy coming up here to pitch. It's pretty hard having those eyeballs staring at you. Trust me, I know. Okay, so please join me in welcoming Chaitanya Kumar, Chief Executive Officer at Incepto and at Prakash.
Sometimes
and your 3 minutes begin now.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Chaitanya Kumar, founder of Strat Pilot. I've been an entrepreneur for the last 15 years now, and I've been growing in businesses from idea to market and exit. After my recent exit, one thing I realized in the entire life is life of a founder and a small business owner is always hectic. And I wanted to give them we talked about AI, augmentation and complementation. I wanted to solve that problem through the process. That's where the motivation and passion is. And few statistics, we are about 60% of the employment is provided by SMEs, 90% in the numbers are SMEs or founders, and about 12 to 15% of people in the planet are engaged in creating a business or managing a small business. So that's a huge population and the size of the market. Now, in terms of the life, we all pretty much know, I'm sure. It's hugely dependent on other people. There's a lot of learning curve, uphill journey, multitasking, lonely battles. It is the life we all can identify. And we wanted to say if we can give 30% of uplift in their life and create work-life balance, that'll be a great difference. And if they can perform better, it not only helps their businesses and their families, but also GDPs and global societal impact as well. Now, in terms of what we wanted to create was a co-pilot for their journey. This is business AI in a way, and start with tactical activities, but slowly understand them and their business, connect to their business solutions and the way they operate, the way when they seek information, the way when they basically rely and communicate with other people. And eventually I know personally that though we can perform very well, at some point we need coaches. Like somebody mentioned, not every founder is a scaler. So we want to create AI coaching capacity into the system so that one coach can only coach 10 people. Through this process, we want to empower their productivity, but also enhance output. We are creating a system that we have released recently, and we're scaling up in terms of user adoption. It is MVP. We invested our own $500,000 money, and we're looking for $500,000 further, SEIS fund. And we eventually want to get to a point, like you talk to Alexa, you want to be able to talk to your business assistant that can in turn have a longer conversation with your colleagues and systems and give you that extract and actionable outputs. And anything in life is nudges, incremental evolution. So I think this has to be a co-pilot that nudges you towards that growth and efficiency. That's the essence. And in terms of so far the progress, we made incremental progress initially.
You know, my apologies for not giving you the correct intro. Okay.
It was a fintech startup. I was a co-founder and a CTO. We took it from 0 to 2 million roughly recurring revenue, ARR. And yeah. I took an exit because I wanted to focus on the new venture. More importantly, we have scaled it to a level where we kind of reached the market that we wanted to. 6% of the market in the UK. That was saturation point for us, and we found a good exit from there.
What are you trying to solve? What's the clarity? I need some more clarity here. What are you trying to solve? Are you trying to solve work-life balance?
No, fundamentally it starts with productivity and reducing chaos and confusion. We are talking to people, we are seeking information from systems, your CRM, your HR system, your sales, marketing and all that stuff. And we are creating a voice and interactive.
Is it a middleware which is talking to all systems?
Yes, we have a chatbot interface, both voice and text, and then we want to enhance it into Alexa type device on the desk that you can talk.
So I recently chaired a report on the digital revolution for the British Chambers of Commerce. The research that we did for that study said that 48% of UK SMEs have no plans to use AI in their business. How are you going to persuade people? What's your adoption strategy? Because this room loves AI broadly. There's people out there who have no idea what it'll do for them.
Within the time I have, I will only tell you that I'm part of a Oxford alumni group from my program, and I've sent it to 600 people. I have 60% of them signed up, just looking at one GIF, where they can ask a co-pilot to schedule next 6 weeks social media post on LinkedIn.
How much of this is a wrapper on an LLM versus actual technology?
We have taken a combination of 7 LLMs so far. We're using appropriate LLM for appropriate activity. No LLM is really good enough for everything.
So is
I didn't think you were going to get that question in, and you even got the answer in. Okay, give it up for Strat Pilot and Titania. Thank you. I'll say, yeah, thank you. I'm getting a frog in my throat then. You can tell we're getting to the end of the day. Okay, so I told you a little white lie before. That wasn't the penultimate pitch. This one is the penultimate pitch. I was a little bit misinformed. I'm sorry. Okay, so please join me in welcoming to the stage Anant Prakash from Inceptio. Your microphone.
Thank you. It's actually Odyssey.
Oh. What's going on here? Sorry about that.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome to the most important day of my life. My name is Anant Prakash. I used to be an investment banker, a managing director at Macquarie, and before that, I was a director at BP's Advanced Mobility Unit. So I was one of the people who set up electric vehicle charging in this country for BP. So I'm a mobility insider, and the business that I'm building is called Odyssey Limited. It's a combination of two things. This is a physical fleet of Tesla vehicles at the premium end. And then what you see is our AI algorithms, which are trying to decipher where the maximum demand is going to be. So these vehicles are deployed accordingly. London, we have a problem. This is a big problem. This is the biggest problem our generation will face. Much has been said about climate change. I'll delve into a different aspect of emissions, which is PM 2.5 as well as nitrogen dioxide emissions, which are cancerous. The saddest part about that sensor data, I call that the poison pill data, is that that data is coming from the primary school in central London. And what the cause for that is primarily vehicle emissions, which are causing death and disease in London. It's much worse in my home country. We want to be part of the solution. The solution that we are proposing is a UK first. Nobody has done that in the UK yet. The solution is an all-electric fleet of vehicles. These vehicles are a fleet as a service. So this is not a taxi service. This is a fleet. The fleet means the vehicle, the driver, the tech backend, the charging solution, all of that belongs to Odyssey. It is deployed using data analytics. We've got heat maps of where the demand is going to be. The large-scale descriptive data analytics is done. That leads to better deployment. And that deployment, the operations feeds into the data capture, which then is analyzed and leads to better operations. And what we're in the process of building is predictive analytics. We're not there yet. That's what the money is going to be used for, to build the predictive analytics, to lead the game and deploy these vehicles in the most productive and efficient way possible. We are growing like a rocket ship. Revenues have quintupled. We are now well over 1 million ARR. But this is not the Lego bricks growth. The green line shows we're getting more efficient as we go. So it's not just units added and revenues added to that. We're seeking 2.75 million in your capital. This is primarily to build the team and build the tech. And then the growth rate that we are projecting, all based on real numbers, what we are seeing in our fleet already, is tremendous. We are at 1 million ARR right now. In a little over 18 months, we will cross 32 million at 20% EBITDA margins. And these are all coming from real numbers. The contracts are secured. The contract is with the biggest, one of the biggest ride-hailing companies in the world, who are insatiable for our product. And the only way is up to solve a problem in London that is affecting my generation and yours. Thank you.
Swiftly wrapped up. I like that.
How do you
Thank
get
you,
paid?
Anant. From Odyssey Limited. My apologies. Wrong information.
so
Right,
you-
judges, he's eager. Let's go.
So you sell the app to the ride-hailing company, and how do you get paid?
The ride-hailing companies have their prescriptive algorithms. The vehicles that are deployed there earn money on that algorithm. We paid for what the vehicles earn in fares. And then with our particular client, we've negotiated bonuses on top as well because our service is premium end.
What do you think is the biggest risk to the business, and how do you think you could mitigate the biggest risk to the business, given the AV sector is like exploding and yet it's controversial, as you know? And how do you think you would mitigate that risk?
There are different risks in different geographies. In the London geography, our biggest risk is human resource capital. So getting drivers is one of the things that we really, really struggle with. It was a big ask in the front end when we started. When we were small, nobody knew of us. We now think we've reached a critical mass where people are getting a FOMO. And when we tell them we're a fleet of 35 vehicles, they join us. But we will be limited by how fast we can grow. We can't grow at 1,000 a week just because it is a physical deployment which involves recruitment. So that is one of the big risks to scaling up as fast as we want to.
How do you amalgamate your data sets with that of, say, an Uber? Because they obviously have much more ride-sharing information than you would have.
They obviously have a lot more ride-sharing information. They are a data company, so I'm not naming any names here. But all of these guys, they build a glass wall around their data. They will give you access to the data to view it real time, but they won't give you access to the data to store. What our machine learning algorithms is doing is it's mining all the data from the telematics of the vehicle as well as from the rides that we conclude, and then building a k-means clustering algorithm on top to identify where these vehicles should be tomorrow. And when we do that, that's the next stage of evolution.
But that relies on you already having.
You got gonged. Well done. Thank you very much. Okay, give it up for Anant. And I've got to say, Nawazuddin Siddiqui is in the house. I am, of course, talking about the famous, the one and only actor, and he will be closing out today's proceedings, followed by some beverages. And I'm pretty sure we could all be looking forward to, we're all looking forward to a drink after today's really brilliantly long day. Okay, are we ready for our final pitch? Guys, I know it's the end of the day. Are we ready for our final pitch? Yes, keep that energy live. Okay, it gives me great pleasure to welcome to the stage Elizabeth Johnson, consultant at Cassova. Do you need the clicker too? All right.
There's just too many things. Okay.
Right, your 3 minutes go now.
My name is Elizabeth. I'm glad to be introducing you to Cassova, a pioneer drone data company leveraging in India with data. A pioneering drone data company transforming the landscape of data acquisition and analysis in India. At Cassova, we leverage cutting-edge drone technology to provide actionable insights across various sectors. A major challenge with data is the availability of data with satellites. Satellite data does not provide the quality of photorealistic 3D hyperlocal data, and this is what we try to solve at Cassova. Next, with the problems of urban environments, which we have impacted, the sectors that we have impact in is waste pollution, knowledge of the city, infrastructure, future plan, and roadmap viability. Just to give you an example, what we do, if for instance in the agricultural sector, we would be able to give data on pest control. In the banking and finance sector, we'll be able to give risk management, we'll be able to give property valuation. So those are the kind of impacts that we make with our data. Basically, we use a software called ARU, which is a cloud that hosts all the data that we provide to our clients. So what happens is that our clients can actually get real-time data from the cloud, and that gives impact into their assets management. Next. Our business model is to charge partners with one-time deployment fee and enable them to set up with their local drone and drone data call center model. Second is to build marketplace using the ARU, which is our most famous software, and allowing communities to set up their own portal to monetize the data locally. Next. Obviously, one of the challenges always with government restricting hardware, but dialogues are happening. We aim to pivot from a turnkey approach to software and consulting. Hence, we are pitching this business. Of course, we have a competitor, which is Zipline, and Zipline has developed a drone delivery model, which we are in firm with. These are our management team. Next. Basically, the need for data from drone would increase to 10 trillion in the US market, and this is why we see this business as very viable in the future. Next. Thank you for your time. If I get a $1 million, I will take it for R&D, for marketing, for...
Okay, give it up for Elizabeth. I know it's not easy, is it? But you did it, it's over, but not over yet. Judges, I'm gonna hand over to you.
So Elizabeth, maybe you can just recap at a very simple level, what is it that you do? Is it a fleet of drones that are capturing images and the data from those images are then sold? Have I understood that right?
Yes, you did. That's what we do.
And how many drones do you have? Where are they currently deployed?
So basically, we do not have those drones at the stage. we would then manage drones that are already owned by our clients and be able to give them data, real-time data. Partners, not clients, actually.
So who is your ideal partner then for that proposition?
Actually, we are building ARU software. It is also called as RU software, which is very similar to GIS, S3 GIS. So we have, we took inspiration from S3. So yeah, based on S3, we are trying to build ARU software for that.
Just a question here. Have you considered focusing on just one vertical? Agriculture is a really exciting vertical. There's a lot of money going into drone technology. Or are you going multi-vertical? What is your strategy?
At the moment, we are quite diverse. If needs be, then we'll specialize. I hear you when you say agriculture is a very big industry that we could play in, because pest control, watering of the plants. There's a whole lot to do in that area. So yes, we could specialize. And just to answer you, we have FS, who is a current partner, who is our partner in terms of drones, but we do not own drones at this point.
Do you have what is your differentiator then?
Why we stand out is that we're able to, what we want to intend to build is
Okay, give it up for our final picture. Thank you. Like, you're free, you can go. Like I said, gang, it is not easy standing up here. So let's give a massive, huge, well-deserved round of applause for our pictures. Probably the longest 3 minutes of their lives. Now, judges, I'm going to give you a few minutes to decide and deliberate. You're going to come up with an overall winner. I'm then going to come back to you for a bit of feedback, a lesson, just some kind of quick back and forth with me so we can share some insight from you guys for the audience and for our pictures. I'm sure you guys are all very, very eager to hear from Nawazood and Siddiqui, who's, of course, going to be closing out today. But on that note, so you guys get together, start deliberating. Your time starts now. There's no timer, but you go now. And I'd like to ask all our pitchers to come this way, make your way to the stage, and we'll get a group photo of you all. Let's capture this fantastic moment and see who we've decided is going to be our winner. Hey, can I get all our pictures, all our brilliant pictures? Come on, I see you. Get up here. Let's move this. In fact, let's move. Okay, here they are. And as we've got them all together, let's give it up for them one more time. Takes a lot of bravery and energy to come up here. Let me get out the way. Yeah, go. Yeah. Oh, God, that was... Yeah, I think so. Yes. I think it was. Oh, thanks, babe. I feel like I'm running out of steam a bit. Okay, our brilliant judges. And let's give it up to our judges as well. They've taken the time to share their knowledge and expertise with us today. Okay, they're still whispering, they're still deliberating as our pitchers wait with bated breath as to who's going to be the winner. Oh. Hmm? You're going to announce. Yeah, I'll say who's going to pick. Okay, the stage has been reset. The photos have been captured. That means, that's right, let's take the volume down. That means it's time to announce our winner. Now, I don't have the winner, but our judges do. So who out of our brilliant bunch of judges is going to announce? But before you announce, I'm going to come to each and every one of you just for a bit of feedback, lesson learned, something that you can impart to our pitchers or anyone who didn't even pitch today and, you know, could be thinking about pitching somewhere in the future, just that could really help them, a little takeaway for them to take home. You're nodding at me profusely, so I'm coming to you first. That's what you get for nodding. There you go. Right.
Be yourself. Be yourself.
Hey, guys. Shh.
Be yourself. Everybody else is already taken. That's what Oscar Wilde said.
I like
Get
that.
on stage and just give it all you've got and forget about the fact that you've got these eyeballs on you, and then, you know, you'll speak the truth.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
It's easier said than done, isn't it, to think about those eyeballs. But at the end of the day, if you think too much about the wrong thing, you can really mess up that pitch. So great bit of advice there. Right, I'm coming to you next.
The gap in the storytelling quality on stage was quite wide. And if you can't storytell, that's a big problem.
Yes. Oh, yes, there was a lot of comments from you at the early stages, wasn't there? It's like, guys, you know, we've got to kind of make it a bit more succinct and get that story in. Am I skipping you?
No, Sanjay, you have to go to Sanjay.
Come on.
I already said that I think they have to be honest enough to say what gives them the sleepless nights and the vulnerability, because that just makes you look more genuine. And so, you know, that's my advice.
Yes, thank you.
Practice public speaking. It's, you know, I mean, some people did it so well today, but for people for whom it's not your comfort zone, just practice.
Yes, practice, practice, practice. It's so crucial, isn't it?
Always have, all entrepreneurs have to be salesmen, whether you like it or not. Always have your elevator pitch in your pocket that you can pull out at any time. And the final recommendation is customize your presentation to your audience. Here in particular, you've got a Indian audience, and it's massive opportunity to do things in India, but yet we only had one presenter talk about the Indian market.
Yes, so kind of know who it is you're pitching for, kind of read the room almost, you know? Okay, let's hear from you.
Yeah, what I would maybe add on top of what everyone said is, as an entrepreneur, you really need to know your customer. You know, a lot of what was said was, this is the total market size, this is the TAM, this is the share of market that I want, this is the size of the industry. But who is your actual consumer? What is their pain point? What value are you creating for that consumer? And that is not understated enough as an entrepreneur when you're going through that journey, I think.
Firstly, I think congratulations to everyone who pitched, so a big round of applause. Yes. It was very interesting. Time was short, so I think to IGF, maybe give larger time so we can also ask more questions. But advice would be more clear with what you're trying to solve and show a path to profitability. A lot of people showed big numbers, but what is the investment and how do we actually, you know, the world has changed. Everyone talks about cash at bank is reality and top line is vanity, right? So we need to now get to what is reality and not focus on vanity. So a lot of investors now are focusing on profitability, at least I am, and not growth. Or growth is important, but not top line. So I didn't see the few pitches I saw, no one spoke about time to profitability and how will they become profitable.
And no one mentioned valuation.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you know is that good value?
A few people did, but as well as a storyteller, some of us spoke about being storytelling. When you are wrapping this in a wrapper, it's profitability and it's investors' return. Next 3 years, we will have a MOIC, or you'll double your return, double your money because of this. You know, that's leave with like big bold ideas, big bold statements which can, you know, leave the investors thinking, okay, can I make a 3x or 2x if it's such in a 5x in 2 years? So leave with some big bold numbers.
Okay, one more point.
It depends on the business problem. You know, some of these ideas are deep tech. They will take time. You know, OpenAI still doesn't make money.
Yes.
So if you are building something that's deep tech, just go to the right investor that, you know, maybe doesn't want profitability in 3 years, but will ride a 10-year wave. I think that's just important to understand.
Yeah. Good little bit of nugget of information right at the end there. Okay, thank you, judges, for your valuable insight. Got something to add? Okay, Priya, I believe the responsibility lies on you to announce the winner.
So it's a big responsibility, of course, Lucy, but I also wanted to... Yeah, you can't run away now. Where's the checkbook,
Hey,
Sanjay?
hey, yeah, where are you going?
A few people put their hands up, Sanjay, so you have to stay. So we have one company that we did want to give a highly recommended category to. I know that's not in our brief, but you'll permit us that. And that was to Accord Cardio, who we thought were amazing. Where are you?
Stand up, stand up.
But the winner, and I think there was real consensus from all of the judges, was Smart Audio Technologies.
Oh, brilliant. Come on down, come on down. Thank you. I think my mic's broken at the end of the day. Right, should we get a photo?
I do have to say something first.
Yeah, I want to hear from you. How does it feel to be chosen?
I got a call 1 hour before my pitch, so. Wow. Yeah, so. Thank you, judges. Your blessings are more than enough.
Well, the idea here was for knowledge and expertise. Unfortunately, there's no giant check that I'll be rolling out, unfortunately. Oh, well done, well done. Okay, give it up one more time for Smart Audio.
Congratulations.
So bringing out... Do you want to do it with me? Let's do it together. Come, come.
Can you give him this? Sure. Yeah. Is it on? Yes.
Okay, am I still on? I know it's the end of the day. The technology's failing. It knows I want a drink. But thank you all for staying with us. I think you'll agree it has been a fantastic day. Now, before I exit the stage, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Nawazuddin Siddiqui. I'm, of course, talking about the brilliant actor who's going to come on stage and share his final remarks and thoughts with you to close out today's proceedings. So, please join me in welcoming him onto the stage. I want to hear lots of noise, lots of energy. Come on down.
Well, we've kept a blockbuster as the final session, and most of his films are blockbusters, so couldn't think of anyone better. Nawaz bhai, thank you so much for being here. Hindi mein baat kar sakte hain, English mein baat kar sakte hain, jaise aap chaho. You were here with us yesterday as well, and you were telling us about some of your films. We are in FFF, which is, we're set in the future, we're looking ahead. But I want to look in the past with you, the bit of a rear view mirror. शुरुआत से करते हैं, आपकी जर्नी के बारे में बताइए.
मेरी जर्नी तो मोस्टली सबको पता ही है. आई थिंक कुछ लोगों ने तो थोड़ा सा ब्रीफ कर देता हूँ. बस ये मैं आपको जैसे सब लोग बहुत सारे एक्टर्स हैं जो गांव से आए. मैं भी एक छोटे से गांव से आया था. बहुत टाइम के बाद मुझे एक्टिंग का शौक़ लगा ग्रेजुएशन करने के बाद, और फिर आवारा घूम रहा था. घूमते घूमते मुझे किसी ने थिएटर दिखा दिया, तो मुझे वो चीज़ बड़ी फैसिनेट की कि एक्टर एंड ऑडियंस के बीच में जो केमिस्ट्री होती है. हालांकि मैं केमिस्ट्री का स्टूडेंट था, बट वहाँ पे मुझे वो केमिस्ट्री मुझे ज़्यादा अच्छी लगी. तो मैंने ये एक चीज़ है जिससे मैं कभी बोर नहीं हो सकता हूँ और होल लाइफ कर सकता हूँ. मतलब थिएटर में पूरी ज़िंदगी कर सकता हूँ. और तो मैंने थिएटर ज्वाइन कर लिया. गुजरात से मेरा स्टार्ट हुआ. गुजराती प्ले करने से स्टार्ट हुआ, और देन मुझे किसी ने सजेस्ट किया कि आप हिंदी थिएटर कीजिए. तो मैं नेशनल स्कूल ऑफ ड्रामा चला गया, और उसके बाद प्लेज करना चाह रहा था मैं, लेकिन चूँकि हिंदी थिएटर में इतना ज़्यादा पैसा वैसा नहीं है, और बहुत ही प्लेज पे अगर सर्वाइव करेंगे तो बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा. और फिर कैसे तैसे करके मुंबई आए. उसके बाद तो ऑफकोर्स 10-12 साल का स्ट्रगल. देन 2012 से चीज़ें मिलनी शुरू हुई, फिल्में आई मेरी 3, गैंग्स ऑफ वासीपुर, कहानी एंड तलाश. बस उसके बाद तो बस चल पड़ी मेरी.
Well, you've been in the industry for a long time now, and you know we've been speaking about technology all through the day here today, and I want to understand about filmmaking and the role of technology. Firstly, what is the change that you have seen in the art of filmmaking since your career started to now?
आई थिंक सबसे ज़्यादा जो मैंने देखा है अकॉर्डिंग टू टेक्नोलॉजी, तो चूँकि पहले रील होती थी और रील का खर्चा बहुत होता था, आप इतने रिटेक्स अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते थे. बाय द टाइम ये डिजिटाइज्ड हुआ, जो कैमरा पूरा डिजिटल हो गया, तो उसमें आप कितने भी रिटेक कर सकते हैं, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. चिप होती है, वो लगाया और आप करते जा रहे हैं टाइप में. लेकिन वो वक्त था कि उससे पहले क्या रिहर्सल बहुत करनी पड़ती थी जब रील होती थी, क्योंकि अगर आप रिटेक हो गया तो बहुत मुश्किल, क्योंकि वो टाइम भी मैंने देखा, उस दौरान भी मैंने फिल्में की थी, तो डायरेक्टर बहुत पर्टिकुलर होते थे कि इसकी कई बार रिहर्सल कर लो, ताकि अगर जब शूट हो तो कोई रिटेक ना हो या उस तरह की चीज़ें ना हो. तो अब चूँकि ऑफकोर्स सारा डिजिटलाइज्ड हो गया चीज़ें, तो अभी बहुत आसान भी हो गया. लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं जितना भी हम टेक्नोलॉजी एक्वायर करते हैं या आती है, एट द सेम टाइम एक कहीं ना कहीं एक आर्ट या इमोशंस कहीं ना कहीं रह जाते हैं. हम टेकन फॉर ग्रांटेड नहीं लेने चाहिए टेक्नोलॉजी को, उसके अकॉर्डिंगली हमें आगे बढ़ते रहना चाहिए. और अब तो ये हो गया कि भाई हर कोई अपना अपना कैमरा है, फिल्में बना रहा है, छोटी छोटी भले रील बना रहे हैं, सब खुश हैं सब.
Let me ask you, actually before that, have you ever used ChatGPT? ChatGPT कभी यूज़ किया?
नहीं, मैंने कभी
नहीं. But आपने एक बात की अभी.
मैं मोबाइल ही इतना कम यूज़ करता हूँ, मुझे पता ही नहीं कहाँ पड़ा रहता है मेरा मोबाइल.
बट आपने एक बात की इमोशंस की. क्या आपको लगता है आजकल के फिल्म मेकिंग स्टाइल जो है, ये द स्टोरी इज बीइंग लॉस्ट टू दीज बिग बजट CGI फिल्म्स वेयर the acting and the story takes a back seat and the wow factor and the budget, determines the film?
हाँ, जैसे आपने कहा CGI के, अब क्या होता है ना, हर एटमॉस्फेयर या हर लोकेशन एड ऑन करती है कैरेक्टराइजेशन करने में, कैरेक्टर को हेल्प करती है. ऑफ कोर्स वो भी कर रहे हैं लोग, लाइक पूरा VFX करके या पूरा इस स्क्रीन पे सारा कुछ बना देंगे और आप लाइक कहीं जंगल भी दिखाना, वो दिखाना, सारा कुछ ही. बट आई थिंक मुझे लगता है कि मैं भी शायद अगर हम एक्चुअल लोकेशन में जाके करें तो वो बहुत डिफरेंस क्रिएट करता है. वो एक अलग ही परफॉर्मेंस आती है निकल के. फॉर एग्जांपल जैसे अभी मैं पहाड़ों में शूट कर रहा था, अभी जस्ट रिलीज़ हुई है मेरी फिल्म का प्रमोशन भी कर देता हूँ, अभी हुई है मेरी ZEE5 पर रिलीज. तो हम लोग एक्चुअल पहाड़ पे शूट कर रहे थे, माउंटेन्स में. तो लोकेशन ना बहुत कुछ एड ऑन कर रही थी आपकी परफॉर्मेंस में. साइलेंस और वो हवाएं, वो स्मेल, ये ऐड करती हैं परफॉर्मेंस में. आप ज़रूरी नहीं कि एक स्टूडियो में भी कर रहे हैं लोग, बड़ी बड़ी फिल्में भी बनते हैं. तो मुझे लगता नहीं कि उतनी डेप्थ. हाँ, विजुअल एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अच्छा होता है आपको, बट कैरेक्टर के माइंड में या कैरेक्टर की डेप्थ में जाना थोड़ा सा मुश्किल हो जाता है. अगर एक्चुअल लोकेशन में है या उसकी जगह पे आप स्टूडियो में कर रहे हैं, वो बहुत डिफिकल्ट है एक्चुअली मेरे हिसाब से. तो
But do you think those kind of films, the character-driven ones, are losing out because audiences seem to love these big-budget films, and we've had some really successful ones that have won India praise abroad. Firstly, do you like those kind of films?
नहीं, पैसे के लिए बहुत सारी चीज़ें करनी पड़ती हैं, वो भी अच्छी बात है. अभी सब पूरा अभी चल रहा था पूरा यहाँ पे मनी मनी मनी, डॉलर पाउंड्स ये सब चलता. मैं तो जब न्यूयॉर्क कभी जाता हूँ तो हर जगह डॉलर मैन, डॉलर, हर जगह डॉलर की आवाज़ आती है मुझे. मैंने यार ये बड़ा सही है मामला यहाँ पे. ऑफ कोर्स पैसे के लिए थोड़ी बहुत फिल्में की जाती हैं, लेकिन जिसमें सेटिस्फेक्शन होता है, उस तरह की फिल्म जो है वो बहुत ही स्मॉल बजट फिल्में होती हैं. बजट में स्मॉल होती हैं, लेकिन जो थॉट होता है वो बहुत डीप होता है उसका. उस तरह की फिल्म करने में मुझे बड़ा मज़ा आता है.
Like a lunchbox.
लाइक लंच बॉक्स है, या बहुत सारी मिस लवली की थी जो कान मान गई. बहुत सारी फिल्में हैं जो छोटे बजट की मेरी मूवी थी, लेकिन बहुत डीप थॉट था उसका.
So you would prefer doing those kind of films to say, I don't know, suppose someone says you can be a Marvel hero, superhero.
मेरे लिए क्या है ना कि एक्सपेरिमेंट है वो सारी चीज़ें. एक एक्टर को ना हर परफॉर्मेंस के लिए, हर जॉनर के लिए रेडी रहना चाहिए. क्योंकि जैसे हम लोग थिएटर में भी करते थे, एक लाइक शेक्सपियर का एक प्ले हो रहा है हमारे यहाँ पे, तो एक संस्कृत प्ले भी हो रहा है. पारसी थिएटर जो लार्जर देन लाइफ है वो भी हो रहा है. रियलिस्टिक प्ले भी हो रहा है. फोक थिएटर भी कर रहे हैं हम लोग. तो जॉनर्स हैं. आई थिंक एक्टर को हर जॉनर के लिए ना प्रिपेयर रहना चाहिए. तो मेरे लिए एक जॉनर है ये. अगर बिग बजट मूवी होती है तो वो भी मेरे लिए एक एक्सपेरिमेंटली है टाइप का.
आपने कल एक चीज़ कही थी इसी मंच पे, आप रमन राघव की बात कर रहे थे और उसके बाद आपने बोला कि रमन राघव के बाद बहुत सारे लोगों ने आपको बोला आप ऐसे फिल्म कैसे बना सकते हो. There is a lot of controversy recently about the kind of films. Do you think films should necessarily carry a social message? Because the latest...
कोई ज़रूर नहीं, सारा सोशल मैसेज जो है सिर्फ फिल्मों पे भी नहीं डालना चाहिए, खुद की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी होनी चाहिए.
तो ये जो बात है, it's glorifying violence, it's glorifying a killer, आप इसमें बात
सी रियलिटी में अगर देखें उससे भी ज़्यादा बड़े बड़े कांड होते हैं. अगर आप देखें रमन राघव रियलिस्टिक बहुत ही रियल में हुआ है. वो उसने 40 मर्डर्स किए थे. हमने तो उसमें 5 और 6 ही दिखाए, अभी तो बाकी है. अभी तो मैं सोच रहा हूँ उसका पार्ट 2 भी बनना चाहिए. हाँ, तो आप हमारी सोसाइटी में ही हुआ है वो भी.
जी बिल्कुल.
आई थिंक हमारी सोसाइटी में जितना वायलेंस है वो फिल्मों में तो बहुत कम होता है, बहुत कम होता है. फिर भी शर्म रखते हैं फिल्मों में.
And the portrayal of women?
Portrayal of women?
Women, yeah, that is another thing, right? That women are not always portrayed well in films, or they are used as, or you know, they're objectified. What do you think?
ऑब्जेक्ट ऑफ कोर्स वो गलत है, ऑब्जेक्टिफाई कर रहे हैं तो. लेकिन एट द सेम टाइम लाइक अभी जैसे अब फीमेल ओरिएंटेड फिल्में भी बन रहे हैं, पहले इतनी ज़्यादा नहीं होती थी. कभी कभार कोई एक फिल्म आ गई, लेकिन अभी अगर आप देखेंगे तो बहुत हमारी कंट्री में बहुत ज़्यादा फीमेल ओरिएंटेड फिल्में भी बन रही है और उन्होंने एक्शन भी लिया है कि यार हम भी करेंगे. और अभी देखो इतना अच्छा काम हो रहा. कान फिल्म फेस्टिवल में अभी हमारी आई थिंक 2-3 फिल्में गई थी, उसकी फीमेल ही डायरेक्टर हैं, चाहे वो पायल कपाड़िया हो, चाहे वो एक शेमलेस थी, उनकी एक्ट्रेस हो, तो they are doing well actually.
Yeah, and do you think that you know these OTT platforms have played a role in that? Because now earlier it used to be a film release on Friday, people may or may not watch it, but people have more options and people have more platforms to watch those. So audience habits, consumption habits are also changing.
OTT क्या, थोड़ा सा एक बार और मुझे थोड़ा सा वो कर दीजिए. OTT का क्या बोला था आपने?
That because there are so many platforms that people have, there is more variety, there is more scope. It's not just you know Friday को film release हो रही है, उसके बाद चलेगी नहीं चलेगी, आप OTT में भी दिखा सकते हो. OTT में और options हैं,
बहुत ऑप्शंस हैं आपके पास अभी, और इसलिए बहुत सारी फिल्में भी बन रही हैं. बहुत सारे एक्टर थे जिनको कभी फिल्मों में काम ही नहीं मिल सकता था और वेल ट्रेंड एक्टर होते थे वो, लेकिन कभी फिल्मों में उनका यूज़ ही नहीं किया जाता. थैंक्स टू OTT प्लेटफॉर्म की उनकी वजह से वो सारे जो एक तरह से चले गए थे बिल्कुल ख़त्म हो गए, तो सारे एक्टर वापस से जिंदा हुए और OTT में काम कर रहे हैं. उस लिहाज से तो बहुत अच्छी बात है.
पहले फिल्मों एक्चुअली दिस बिग you know superstars were reluctant to act in OTTs. They said it would lower their standard or lower their stature, but now there's no problem at all. Everyone's more than happy to do it.
Of course, क्योंकि पूरा हर चीज़ ग्लोबल हो गई है, मोबाइल पे पूरा वर्ल्ड का सिनेमा देख सकते हैं आप, है ना. तो लोगों को पता तो चल रहा है कि अच्छा सिनेमा क्या होता है, अच्छी एक्टिंग क्या होती है. तो भले ही बोले ना वो कुछ लोग बोलते भी हैं. अभी लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल जब हम लोगों को भी थैंक गॉड लोग उतनी इज्जत देते, पहले थोड़े ना दे रहे होते, क्योंकि स्टार ड्रिवन सब कुछ होता था. तो एटलीस्ट आज की डेट में चूंकि लोगों को स्पेशली यंगस्टर्स को, टीनेजर्स को मालूम है कि वर्ल्ड सिनेमा क्या है, अच्छी एक्टिंग क्या है, वो किसी की ऑ में नहीं होते. ये एक अच्छी बात है. यू नो हम लोग तो ऑ में थे स्टार सुपरस्टार्स के, बट थैंक्स टू यंग जनरेशन टीनेजर्स वो किसी की ऑ में है ही नहीं. वो इंडिपेंडेंट थॉट है उनका, और वो चूंकि वर्ल्ड सिनेमा देख रहे हैं, एट द सेम टाइम उनको मालूम है कि अच्छी सिनेमा क्या होता है, अच्छी फिल्में क्या होती हैं, उनको हमसे ज़्यादा मालूम है एक्चुअली. उस लिहाज से मुझे लगता है बहुत ही पॉजिटिव है ये सारी चीज़ें.
आप वर्ल्ड सिनेमा की बात करें, वी हैव क्वाइट अ फ्यू पीपल विथ डीप पॉकेट्स हियर. अगर आपको एक ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट अगर आपका होता, जितना भी पैसा आप चाहो, जो भी एनी एक्टर, एनी फिल्म, इफ यू हैड अ ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट, व्हाट वुड दैट बी?
ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट किस सेंस में?
अगर आप फिल्म बनाना चाहो तो, starring you, directing you, written by you, whatever you want.
अगर मेरी बात करेंगे तो मैं तो बहुत ही डीप जाऊंगा. नॉट कि बिग बजट मूवीज काइंड ऑफ थिंग. मुझे इस पे ज़्यादा वो नहीं है. हाँ, अब जो सब्जेक्ट है वो इम्पोर्टेंट है, वो होना चाहिए. जो कंटेंट है वो इम्पोर्टेंट है. अब उसको जस्टिफाई करने के लिए कितना पैसा खर्च हो रहा है, दैट्स गुड. नॉट बिकॉज ऑफ कि मेरे को आपने 200 करोड़ 300 करोड़ दे दिया, नवाज इसमें फिल्म बना और एक घटिया सा सब्जेक्ट दे दिया, मैं तो नहीं बनाऊंगा भाई फिल्म. क्योंकि मैंने हशर भी देखा है लोगों का. हमारे डायरेक्टर थे अनुराग कश्यप, तो उन्होंने एक फिल्म बनाई थी, तो उनको बहुत सारा बजट दे दिया। अब छोटी छोटी फिल्में बनाने वाले इंसान, छोटे बजट की फिल्में बनाने वाले, उनको बहुत बड़ा बजट दे दिया एक बार। मेरे ख्याल से फिल्म भी मालूम होगी आप में से कौन सी फिल्म की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं, नाम तो नहीं लूँगा। बट जब उनके पास बहुत पैसा आया तो वो समझ ही नहीं पाए कहाँ लगाऊं इस पैसे को। You know.
Okay, I don't know if we have time for audience questions. We will try and get some in. I'm sure there are plenty of people who are there. Can we? Sorry, I'm not. Okay, I'm not sure. I know your hands are up. I think I may be in trouble because I'm not sure we have time for that. But yeah, okay, there is a mic going around. If we can.
हम आईटी वालों को लोग पूछते हैं कि रिटायर्ड कब हो गए, तो आपका ऐसा ये है कि एक्टिंग से मैं कभी रिटायर हो पाऊंगा या फिर होना चाहता हूं, या इट इज़ योर लव दैट यू विल स्टे?
सी अच्छी बात ये होती है एक्टर की, वो कभी रिटायर, आप बुढ़ापे में भी वो जो रोल, एंथनी हॉपकिंस को देख लीजिए ना, 82 ईयर्स में भी वो ऑस्कर मिल रहा है उनको, काम कर रहे हैं वो एक्टर स्पेशल। हाँ, जो अगर मैं इसके दम पे होता कि बॉडी बिल्डिंग करके मैं अगर स्टार हूँ, तो ये कब जब मेरे ये ख़त्म हो जाते मुझे काम भी मिलना बंद हो जाता। तो थैंक्स टू आई एम एन एक्टर, और आई थिंक जब तक मैं ज़िंदा रहूँगा मैं एक्टिंग करूँगा। उठना अगर उठ नहीं पाया दैट इज़ अ डिफरेंट थिंग, अदरवाइज प्लान तो यही है कि मरते दम तक एक्टिंग ही करेंगे लाइफ में।
Sorry, we'll give the mic around this one person and then we'll come to you.
सर जी, आपकी सेक्रेट गेम से एक डायलॉग है ना, कभी कभी मुझे लगता है कि अपुनिच भगवान है। कभी आपको ऐसा लगता है क्या, मतलब जब वी हैव सक्सेस एंड एवरीथिंग इज गोइंग नाइस एंड हैप्पी?
मुझे कभी कभी लगता है, बट जब मैं होश में होता तब नहीं लगता। तब थोड़ा सा कभी ऐसा हो जाता है, तो बीच बीच में लगता है, लेकिन फिर थोड़ा सा इधर उधर से गालियाँ सुन लेता हूँ, फिर नहीं ऐसा नहीं है, चुप हो जाता हूँ मैं। नहीं, ये बहुत ही थॉट ही बड़ा अजीब है, कभी कभी लगता है अपनी भगवान है, ये थॉट ही बड़ा अजीब है जो मैं तो मैच नहीं करता उससे। खैर
Yes, go ahead.
आप भारतवर्ष के सबसे बेहतरीन एक्टर हैं, सबसे बेहतरीन कलाकार हैं, आपकी कला के हम कायल हैं। शी आस्क्ड यू अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन अबाउट ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट। आप जब अपने सारे पुरानी फिल्मों को सोचते हैं तो कौन सी इस वक्त जहन में कौन सी पिक्चर आती है, कौन सा किरदार ख्याल में आता है जो आपका सबसे फेवरेट है, जिसमें आपको लगता है कि आपने अपना सब कुछ न्यौछावर कर दिया था?
आई थिंक मेरे जिसमें मैंने सब कुछ निछावर कर दिया वो ज़्यादा देखा नहीं गया। फ्रेंकली स्पीकिंग, मेरा फोटोग्राफ एक रितेश बत्रा है जिसने लंच बॉक्स बनाई थी, वो एक किरदार था। और हड्डी रिसेंटली मैंने किया, ट्रांसजेंडर का कैरेक्टर किया मैंने। और ठाकरे, जिसमें मैंने सबसे ज़्यादा हार्ड वर्क किया था। ठाकरे, थैंक गॉड ठाकरे तो देखी गई फिल्म और हिट भी थी वो। बाकी दो कैरेक्टर जो है ना मेरे ज़्यादा किसी ने देखे नहीं। हाँ, लेकिन मेरे सबसे ज़्यादा फेवरेट कैरेक्टर वही है।
Let me add to that, ऐसी फिल्म है जो आपने सोचा क्यों किया मैंने ये?
हाँ, बहुत सारी फिल्में
बहुत है। वो नाम नहीं लेना
मैं
चाहोगे?
नाम नहीं ले सकता, मेरे डायरेक्टर मुझे इंडिया जाती हो जाएंगे शुरू में ऊपर।
I'm not trying to get into trouble here. Sorry, yes.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम नवाज़ भाई, आपने एक 30 सेकंड का रोल किया था सरफरोश में, आपको याद ज़रूर होगा, और वहाँ से सीक्रेट गेम्स तक की जर्नी बहुत लंबी है। आपका टर्निंग पॉइंट कहाँ था? कहाँ से आपका सरफरोश टर्निंग पॉइंट था, या उसके बाद टर्निंग पॉइंट्स आए हैं जिसने आपके करियर को ऐसा ऊंचा लेके गया है?
आई थिंक उस दौरान 2003 में मैंने एक शॉर्ट फिल्म की थी बाईपास, जिसमें इरफान, मैं, हम दोनों थे, और वो बहुत देखी गई, स्पेशली लंदन में, यूरोप में काफ़ी देखी गई वो फिल्म, हर फेस्टिवल में गई। और आसिफ कपाड़िया ने प्रोड्यूस की थी, जिसको 2 बार एक एमी वाइन हाउस के ऊपर एक शॉर्ट डॉक्यूमेंट्री की थी उन्होंने, और एक और की थी सेना। तो वो एक फिल्म थी, शॉर्ट फिल्म, जिससे आई थिंक लोगों ने मुझे सीरियसली लेना शुरू कर दिया था। और फाइनली फिर थैंक गॉड 2012 में जो मेरी 3 फिल्में आई, जिसमें 2 कान फिल्म फेस्टिवल में थी और एक थी तलाश, तो 2012 से फिर मेरा ठीक ठाक होना शुरू हो गया था।
We're running out of time, Nawaz. I think I have one. I'm so sorry. One final question for you. आपने एक दो फिल्मों के नाम लिए जो आपने इतने मेहनत किया लेकिन फिल्म चली नहीं। आजकल सोशल मीडिया के ज़माने में, या तो जनरल इन टर्म्स ऑफ द कंटेंट, आप कभी कभी ऐसी फिल्में भी है जो काफ़ी बेकार है लेकिन चलती है. बुरा तो लग रहा होगा आपको.
हाँ बिल्कुल सही कर रही हैं आप. हाँ बहुत बड़ी हिट भी हुई हैं वो. मैंने तो ऐसी फिल्में की मतलब कि अगर मतलब पैसा बहुत कमाया उन फिल्मों ने. ऐसी भी हैं
जो कमाने नहीं चाहिए थे शायद.
नहीं कमाने तो चाहिए चाहे कैसे भी.
Okay, one final question for you. What is your advice to filmmakers or aspiring filmmakers on the kind of films that they should make to stay relevant, of course, sure, but to stand out?
आई थिंक मुझे लगता है ओरिजिनल आपका खुद का आइडिया हो और जब पहली फिल्म बनाए तो आपके खुद के आसपास की कहानी हो जो आप जिसकी आप जानकारी हो जिसके जिस वर्ल्ड को आप बहुत अच्छे से जानते हो. और भले ही आपके घर की हो आपके दोस्त की कोई कहानी जिसको फर्स्ट हैंड एक्सपीरियंस हो जिस चीज़ से आपको उसके ऊपर कहानी बनाए क्योंकि उसमें आपका पूरा कन्विक्शन होता है. तो वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है बजाय इसके कि मैं एक इस तरह की फिल्म लिखूं कि जिसमें स्टार ये वो सब हो बट ओरिजिनल थॉट हो और आपके आसपास का हो. वो मैं सजेस्ट करना चाहूँगा अगर कोई मुझसे पूछे.
Okay, thank you so much, Nawaz. This is fantastic. What a way to end Founders and Funders and IGF London. Can we take a quick? Thank you, Nawaz. Thank you so much. Right, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's a wrap on Founders and Funders. It's a wrap with IGF London 2024. Thank you all so much for being here, for your support. To Manoj, to the entire team, there are drinks and refreshments outside, so please help yourselves.